Chapter 602. The refinement path Gu masters had solemn expressions as they quickly formed a formation. Gray light gradually blossomed, connecting into one. Under everyone's expectant gazes, He Lulan waved his hand, throwing the two-edge owner token into the air. The owner token floated in the air, and a huge gray light thorn condensed in the circular formation, piercing towards the owner token. The gray light flickered, causing people to be unable to look at it directly. Now is the time. Fang Yuan had been at the periphery all along, he willed. The two-edge owner token instantly disappeared, and at the next moment, it appeared in his hand. He controlled this floor, so moving a small token was as easy as breathing for him. Without the owner token, the gray light immediately disintegrated, and the killer move gray meltdown was forcefully stopped. The refinement path Gu masters in the circular formation suddenly cried out in fear, spurting out blood. Almost all of them died in an instant. G.U.H. He Lulan, who was at the center of the circular formation, was no exception. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, his body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and he retreated several steps. My owner token! He lost his composure and shouted, his expression was filled with extreme shock, anger, and doubt. Everyone was stupefied by this change. Sun Shirhan was dazed, Tang Miaoming covered her mouth, and Pei Yan-fei was also dazed. Even Imo Yao's will shouted in Fang Yuan's mind, lad, what are you doing? His current owner token is only 2-edge. Including your 6-edge, it is only 8-edge. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it better to wait until his owner token has 4-edge? What do you know? Fang Yuan sneered, and under the cover of his wide sleeves, he quietly put away the 2-edge owner token. The entire process. It happened in front of everyone's eyes, but was done without anyone knowing. What exactly happened? Yi Luisang rushed in. Yi Luisang rushed in with an anxious expression, asking He Lulan, where is the owner token? How would I know? He Lulan's eyes were spewing fire, he was so furious that his voice rose an octave, and he started swearing. What the fuck is going on? In the records of the past, there had never been a situation where the floor master token suddenly disappeared. The killer move Grey Meltdown had been used many times by the various forces and victors in the past. Why did it disappear when it fell into He Lulan's hands? Damn it! Without the floor master's token, what should we do? Fang Yuan rushed over. He frowned. His expression was sincere, and his expression was gloomy. It was obvious that he was anxious about the situation, and he could not help but empathize with him. The killer move that everyone had high hopes for had failed at the last moment. Even the 2-edge tower master token was lost for no reason. The attacks of the green vines became more and more ferocious, like a tsunami, not giving them any time to breathe. Morale hit rock bottom. There were signs of people fleeing in disorder in many places. It's over, Shi Shui muttered to herself. Who would have thought that I would die here? Is this the final outcome? Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled bitterly. Recently, he had been tormented by his conscience, and he looked extremely haggard. But suddenly, someone shouted in surprise, they can go out. Someone can go out. We can go out. It turned out that Fang Yuan did not want to kill all these people, and opened up a path of survival, allowing Gu masters to enter and leave this floor freely again. If He tribe was completely exterminated, it would definitely attract the full retaliation of He tribe's Gu immortals. Moreover, Fang Yuan still needed Tai Bai Yunsheng to refine landscape as before Gu. Thus, the desperate defeat turned into a great retreat. I am actually still alive. This was too dangerous, I don't want to go in again. Sob, father, you died so miserably. The plaza around Truyang building was a scene of desolation. He Lulan had led his army and entered the building with great momentum, but after leaving the building, he ended up in such a state. This was out of everyone's expectations. He Lulan's expression was ashen, he took a glance at the plaza and left without saying a word. The people of He clan followed closely behind him, dejected and silent. Yi Luisang heaved a long sigh, shaking his head and leaving as well. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a complex expression. He looked at He Lulan's departing figure. After this battle, I am afraid it will be hard to stop another decent group in a short period of time. Tai Bai Yunsheng's guess was wrong. On the second day, He Lulan gathered his troops again and attacked the second round. So what if he lost the owner token? Even if he could not use Grey Meltdown, he had to use brute force. He Lulan deceived two great Gu immortals and swore to take revenge. There was no turning back. He had to brace himself and move forward. However, on the night of his failure, Fang Yuan secretly entered 88-point Jinyang Tower. You are too impatient, there are only 8 edges now. Let's see what you can do. In his mind, Mo Yao laughed coldly. Fang Yuan walked in the treasure room. He touched the crystal walls and walked slowly, looking at the treasures flashing past his eyes. He had a smile on his face as he calmly said to Mo Yao's will, "You are a Grand Refinement Path Great Grandmaster, a Fairy of Spirit Affinity House. If you want to ask, just say it. Why do you need to probe me so shallow?" Mo Yao heard this and her expression immediately changed. She smiled sweetly. "Young lad, it seems you already have a plan, of course." Fang Yuan's footsteps paused as he said this. He touched the crystal wall on the right and took out a treasure from it. Ever since he refined the guest halt steel, he could take as many treasures as he wanted. Fang Yuan took a few more steps and took 3 Gu worms from the ceiling. He moved to the left and took away the items inside. Like this, Fang Yuan obtained dozens of Gu recipes, over 100 Gu worms, all kinds of inheritance information and over 20 cultivation insights. Fang Yuan only took out over 80 Gu worms and stored the rest into his Gu worm storage. Mo Yao watched silently during the whole process, feeling increasingly strange. The Gu worms that Fang Yuan took out did not match. He really did not know what he was trying to do. In Fang Yuan's mind, the scene of the Central Continent Gu immortals attacking Imperial Court Blessed Land in his previous life appeared. There were 11 Gu immortals attacking Imperial Court Blessed Land. There were both men and women, all of them had extraordinary auras. There was also a female immortal at the lead. She had a domineering aura and an imposing aura. The other Gu immortals were very respectful towards her. She was called Fairy Black Moon. She wore a mask that covered half of her face, covering her nose, mouth and cheeks. Only the upper half of her face was exposed. Her facial features were strong, her eyebrows were sharp and long, her eyes shining brightly like stars. She had a heroic aura. She also wore a black gold armor. People would feel a heavy pressure just by looking at it. Fang Yuan's current actions were exactly the same as Fairy Black Moon's. He did it exactly as he had told him. The treasure he took out actually had a great origin. It was something that Central Continent's Gu immortals had done for countless years. They sent outstanding Gu masters to infiltrate northern plains and pass the test with high quality, entering the treasure room and setting up the things inside. The entire process. He spent close to 1,000 years. After passing the guest halt obelisk, Fang Yuan walked over 300 steps in the crystal corridor before finally stopping. This is the place. He looked around and after confirming, he started to put the Gu worms in his hands into the crystal wall. Be it the left and right walls, the top or the bottom, they were all placed according to a certain pattern. As for the original treasures in the crystal wall, Fang Yuan took some and let go of some. He then moved some places. This, don't tell me. Mo Yao observed carefully. With his deep foundation as a refinement path great grandmaster, he gradually saw some clues and said in a bewildered tone. Within the radius of tens of steps, after Fang Yuan's adjustments, the Gu worms in the crystal wall had formed a formation. Right, this is the refinement path killer move Grey Meltdown. No, more accurately speaking, it originates from Grey Meltdown, but its effect is even stronger. Fang Yuan chuckled. What are you trying to do? Mo Yao asked. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie, his lips curled into a confident smile. Just watch. Saying so, several Gu worms flew out of his body and floated in the air. The Gu worms in the surrounding walls shook slightly. Dust seemed to be rising in the air. The dust became thicker and thicker, forming a thick gray fog. The gray fog became thicker and soon engulfed Fang Yuan's entire body. He could not even see his own fingers. Fang Yuan stood in the thick fog with his eyes closed, his right hand tightly gripping the six-edge owner token. He carefully sensed and prepared for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes opened and he shouted, "Come back, fixed immortal travel." Boom! The crystal corridor shook, 88-point Jinyang Tower shook. The 21st floor of the tower had 17 rounds left, but they all disappeared at this moment. The 17 rewards pierced through the air, directly arriving in front of Fang Yuan. One of the goo worms emitted rank 6 aura. It was glowing in green light and fluttered in the air, resembling a jade butterfly. Its aura was the strongest, pushing the other goo worms to the side. If it was not fixed immortal travel, what else could it be? Immortal goo. This is fixed immortal travel. Mo Yao cried out involuntarily. Fang Yuan stored the other rewards in storage goo, leaving behind fixed immortal travel on his shoulder. Fixed immortal travel was a rank 6 goo. His mortal aperture could not hold it in its full form. Fang Yuan did not keep the flying bear phantom goo earlier, but kept it in his pocket. There is one more. Fang Yuan licked his lips, his gaze excited. There was another rumble. Truyang Tower shook intensely. The 34th floor's 12 rounds were instantly broken through. The rewards appeared out of nowhere. One of the immortal goo had an ordinary appearance, like a lump of soil. It was immortal goo, gruel mud. In his mind, Mo Yao's will blurted out the answer. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. As usual, he kept the other rewards and gruel mud into his pocket. Back then, he had buried fixed immortal travel and gruel mud deep in northern plains. He was waiting for this moment. When 88-point Jinyang Tower condensed, it plundered the whole of northern plains' blessed land. This was the arrangement of an immortal venerable. It went up to the heavens and down to the abyss, its might unparalleled. Wooden Chicken Immortal Goo escaped Shui Song Zi and He Bai's pursuit, but was still captured by 88-point Jinyang Tower. Wild Immortal Goo were already like this. The two Immortal Goo that Fang Yuan had buried underground had no intention of resisting, and were naturally collected by 88-point Jinyang Tower. After collecting them, they became the final rewards of the 21st and 34th floor. But because Giant Sun's will was in hibernation, the two immortal goo were in a half-refined state. Everything went according to Fang Yuan's plan. Chapter 603. The appearance of the two immortal goo was truly unexpected. Mo Yao was extremely shocked. What made her even more fearful was that Fang Yuan had made ample preparations. The goo worms he used were all treasures stored in the crystal walls. The killer move he used was even more perfect than Grey Meltdown, and had stronger effects. To achieve this, it was not something that could be done by a single person, nor could it be done in a few decades. A large amount of effort was needed. At least hundreds of years were needed to infiltrate and hide the required goo worms in the crystal walls. And to prevent them from being taken away, he would need to prepare several sets of each goo worm. To sum it up, this was not something a person or an ordinary force could do. It had to be a super force with at least goo immortals. Facing Mo Yao's question, Fang Yuan smiled lightly and did not speak. All of this was arranged by Central Continent's goo immortals. But Mo Yao had died too long ago. His will was trapped in Water Pavilion and had been asleep for too long. He did not know about the changes in the outside world. Fang Yuan was someone who had been reborn. He had a huge advantage. Using the goo immortals arrangements, he completed all of this naturally. Speaking of which, he had to thank the Central Continent goo immortals for spreading this video everywhere. Without the guidance of this video, Fang Yuan would not be so clear about the inside story. The method he used was essentially no different from He Lulan. But Fang Yuan sensed his own immortal goo, while He Lulan sensed other people's mortal goo. Refining immortal goo was at least 100 times harder than mortal goo, thus Fang Yuan did not need to be in a hurry like He Lulan. The two immortal goo were in a half-refined state. More importantly, the refinement path killer move that Fang Yuan used was a modified version of Grey Meltdown created by Central Continent's goo immortals. It was extremely effective, freeing the goo master and allowing 88-point Jinyang Tower to bear the power of the killer move, eliminating the worry of backlash. At the same time, he had to thank all the Gu masters who were actively challenging the rounds. If the rounds were complete, it would be extremely difficult for Fang Yuan to cross 100 rounds and connect to the immortal Gu. However, there were only 17 checkpoints left on the 21st level, and there were even fewer checkpoints on the 34th level, only 12. After Fang Yuan took away the 2 immortal Gu, these 2 layers were unblocked. He took out the 2 floor master tokens. The glass floor master token was still hexagonal. After all, it was a cheating item, not an orthodox one. As for the floor owner's token he snatched from He Lulan, the number was increased from 2 corners to 4. When the 2 were added together, it would be 10 points. 10 points. This meant that Fang Yuan had reached the minimum requirement to obtain the Immortal Sovereign's inheritance. The Celestial Prime's inheritance. Fang Yuan clicked his tongue. Following the instructions in the image, he combined the 2 Tower Master tokens and instantly formed a 10-sided Tower Master token. Whoosh! The next moment, he disappeared on the spot. The scenery in front of him changed abruptly. By the time Fang Yuan reacted, he found himself in a void. His surroundings were pitch black. There was no sky or earth. Fang Yuan floated silently in the air. Several traces of either jade or red starlight shot over from afar. This is the true inheritance secluded domain of 88-point Jinyang Tower. To think that after so many years, I could still come here. Mo Yao's will showed a rare absent-minded expression as he muttered to himself. Oh? You've been here before? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Back then, let's not talk about it. Kid, you being able to come here can be said to be a blessing accumulated over several lifetimes. Although you only have 10 points and can only obtain the lowest level ordinary true inheritance. But this will not stop you from gaining more experience. What you see next will definitely broaden your horizons, you will never forget it for the rest of your life. In the blink of an eye, Mo Yao's will return to normal. Fang Yuan laughed. Mo Yao's arrogant tone did not make him angry. Instead, he nodded in agreement. Giant Sun Immortal, I can't compare to him for now. Today is indeed an eye-opener for me. Saying so, he waved his hands like he was paddling in the water, moving his body forward slowly. In the previous life's video of Central Continent, a lot of content regarding this part was clearly omitted. Central Continent's Gu Immortals were even more generous than Fang Yuan, using a total of more than 10 Immortal Gu to raise the owner token to 43 points. Their gains were great, but they concealed all of it. This was no doubt to not expose their wealth, to avoid attracting the greed of others. This also made Fang Yuan even more yearn and curiosity towards Giant Sun's true inheritance. He followed a trace of blood-red starlight and got closer. As he got closer, the starlight became brighter and brighter. Finally, Fang Yuan stopped in front of a round starlight. This red starlight was the size of a bowl and was quietly floating. This is an ordinary true inheritance. If you want to understand its contents, you only need to use your mind. Mo Yao pointed out at an appropriate time. Fang Yuan cautiously probed his mind and immediately, a series of images flickered in front of him. The primitive forest was vast and boundless. Ancient trees towered into the sky, giant beasts were as large as mountains. Ha ha ha. A figure with a stocky build raised his head and laughed loudly. His figure was blurry, but his skin was of all kinds of colors, with all kinds of ancient totems carved on it. His domineering aura filled the world. He stepped on clouds and gales, his purple hair fluttered in the wind and his double pupils seemed to be burning with wildfire. Fang Yuan saw this and his heart uncontrollably pounded, even breathing became difficult. He recognized this person's identity. This is one of the 3 demon venerables of the olden antiquity era, reckless savage demon venerable. He is facing an immemorial desolate beast, primordial earth owl. Strange, why would Giant Sun's inheritance have a demon venerable's item? What is so strange about this? Giant Sun Immortal is the era's sovereign, the ruler of heaven and earth, invincible in the universe. He plundered the world and seized a portion of reckless savage demon venerable's item, placing it in his own pavilion to benefit his descendants. This is very normal. Mo Yao said. Immemorial desolate beasts were overlords that had existed since the immemorial antiquity era. Their battle strength was comparable to rank 8 Gu immortals. This primordial earth owl had a bird's head and beast's body. It had 2 pairs of golden eyes and a dragon horn on its head. Its robust body was covered in dense rainbow-colored feathers. Its beast aura filled the world. With a light wave of its arms and legs, it could collapse mountains and break rivers. When it opened its mouth and roared, its voice could shake heaven and earth. Reckless savage demon Venerable praised, "What a beast!" The primordial earth owl had intelligence no lower than humans. It was enraged upon hearing this. It opened its mouth and spat out thunder from the 9 heavens. Deep blue lightning shot out, piercing through the sky and arriving in front of reckless savage demon Venerable in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan's expression changed. The power of the lightning was vast and boundless. It was beyond imagination. Right now, he was like an ant. Even his previous life's Gu immortal self might not be able to last 3 breaths of time. But reckless savage demon Venerable did not move. He let the berserk lightning strike his body. Within the lightning, his bronze-colored body was unscathed, shining brightly. His bulging muscles were like stone ramparts. The totems on his body were like living creatures. All kinds of fierce beasts were moving around his body. Within the exploding lightning plasma, reckless savage demon Venerable's face actually showed an expression of enjoyment. He laughed heartily, punching with his right fist. Boom! In an instant, the world changed color, winds and clouds surged. The lightning collapsed, the mountains shook, and the forests wailed. A simple punch created 8,000 layers of intense winds. The white clouds were quickly cleared, the 9 heavens were clear, and the sunlight was dim. Just one punch. The power shocked heaven and earth. The primordial earth owl let out a miserable howl. It was an immemorial desolate beast, an overlord of an area. It was arrogant and untamed a moment ago, but now, its bones were shattered, its colorful feathers were flying everywhere, its golden eyes were filled with terror. It was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Fang Yuan was completely moved. This was the first time he had seen a venerable attack. Reckless savage demon Venerable, the might of rank 9 was truly invincible in the world. 9,999 owls. Reckless savage demon Venerable spoke indifferently. He opened his hand and grabbed at the air. At once, the primordial earth owl was lifted up by a formless force. Like a little chick being held in someone's hand, it was lonely and helpless, screaming in panic, "Transform!" Reckless savage demon Venerable's body shook. It expanded along with the wind, instantly turning into a giant. Great giant. Uprooting the earth to connect to the heavens, holding up the heavens. 10,000 tribulations cannot be moved, the universe cannot contain it. The giant slowly opened its mouth. The primordial earth owl struggled with all its might, but it was still sucked into the giant's mouth. The giant swallowed it in one gulp. It chewed a few times. There was a terrifying sound of mountains collapsing and thunder rumbling. With a gulp, the giant swallowed the primordial earth owl into its stomach. It actually swallowed an immemorial desolate beast that was comparable to a rank 8. Reckless savage's might was so terrifying. After eating this rank 8 desolate beast, the giant patted its stomach. Its voice was like thunder. It had a look of longing for more. And on its stomach, there was a new totem. It was not eye-catching among the countless totems on its body. It was the image of the primordial earth owl. The giant seemed to sense something. It suddenly turned around and stared at Fang Yuan. Guh! Fang Yuan felt like he had suffered a heavy blow. He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. His soul was shaken intensely. He felt an intense dizziness. He only recovered after a long time. Huff huff huff, he breathed roughly. He barely opened his eyes. His eyes also could not take it. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down, flowing down his cheeks. Thankfully, this place did not prohibit goo worms. Such a small injury only needed goo worms to heal for a while. This is the inheritance test? Fang Yuan asked as he healed. He, what kind of test is this? In his mind, Mo Yao's will was gloating, replying with an arrogant tone, this inheritance contains a trace of reckless savage demon Venerable's will. Only Gu immortals can bear it. But this inheritance has already been dealt with by Giant Sun Immortal after he obtained it. It can be obtained by mortals. You are still alive, it is all thanks to Giant Sun Immortal's benevolence. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, his benevolence is only towards his descendants, what does it have to do with me? This means that Giant Sun's true inheritance is not so easy to obtain, there is great danger inside. That is natural. But you have already endured this test, this true inheritance is only an ordinary true inheritance. You have the Tenage Owner token, you already have the authority to inherit it. Mo Yao said. Sure enough, when Fang Yuan probed his mind again, the door to the red light lump opened, reckless savage demon Venerable's phantom no longer appeared. Primordial Grey Owl Transformation. Fang Yuan now knew that this true inheritance was a transformation path killer move. This killer move could allow a Gu Immortal to transform into a primordial grey owl, their battle strength would rise sharply. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was the ancestor of Strength Path, he also created Transformation Path. His strength could shake heaven and earth, he was the most ferocious among the 10 Venerables. At the same time, he could transform into countless ferocious beasts, he had endless transformations and could be reborn from a drop of blood. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he let go of the red light lump, letting it fly away from him. Although a true inheritance was precious, it was not suitable for the current him. Fang Yuan was very calm, he was even more expectant. To think that Giant Sun's true inheritance would involve Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Furthermore, this inheritance was only the lowest level of true inheritance. He really did not know what other ordinary true inheritances there were. What about the even higher unparalleled true inheritances? Chapter 604. Fang Yuan tried his best to swim towards a lump of jade light. This lump of jade light was much harder to get close to than the red light earlier. It flew slowly and kept turning. Fang Yuan chased for a while before catching it and grabbing it. It was also the size of a bowl. Fang Yuan carefully probed it with his mind. An indescribable vibration spread from the jade green light to Fang Yuan's body. Be careful, this is old Immortal Kong Ju's item. In his mind, Mo Yao's will suddenly recognize this item and warned. Don't worry, it can't fly away. Fang Yuan said with certainty, his hands tightly gripping the light lump. Idiot, that's not what I'm talking about. Let go. By the time Mo Yao said that, it was already too late. A mysterious vibration came from the jade light and actually affected Fang Yuan's aperture. Fang Yuan's aperture suddenly shook. Huge waves appeared on the 90% primeval essence sea. Swish swish swish, the huge waves crashed against the aperture walls. The crystal membrane of the peak stage of rank 5 started to crack under the impact of the waves. Fang Yuan was shocked. This true inheritance test was extremely mystical and hard to defend against, it actually affected the aperture walls. Lad, quickly use goo worms to cut off your arms. Only by cutting off your arms can you have a chance of survival. Mo Yao's will shouted in Fang Yuan's mind. Cut off my arms? Fang Yuan's expression sank, cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. He tried to let go of his arms, but this jade light emitted an extremely strong suction force, firmly holding onto Fang Yuan's arms. Fang Yuan could not get rid of it, the vibration of his aperture was getting stronger. I got it. In a moment of desperation, Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration, he moved his second aperture's primeval essence into his first aperture. The vibration spread to his second aperture through the primeval essence. The second aperture also started to shake, but this way, the danger of the first aperture was greatly alleviated. Mo Yao gasped. The jade light gradually stopped. The tremors disappeared, seemingly acknowledging that Fang Yuan had passed the test. What's going on, you actually have 2 apertures? Mo Yao shouted. The 2 apertures faced the test together, even though there were cracks on the crystal walls, they did not shatter. Kid, you really hit it well, you actually have 2 apertures. Second aperture. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. I can't believe it's been proven by you. Mo Yao's tone was filled with emotion. Fang Yuan did not want to talk about this, so he asked, "You mentioned old immortal Kong Ju earlier, is he that ancient refinement path great grandmaster?" "Yes, it's him. Refinement path great grandmaster, throughout the history of humanity, since ancient times. There were only 3 of them. Later generations called them the 3 elders. They are the Great Master Tian Nan of the Ancient Era, the Great Master Kong Ju of the Ancient Era, and the Great Master Ancestor Mao of the Middle Era." Mo Yao continued, "Among them, old freak Tian Nan had an eccentric temperament. He tried in vain to refine the sky, but he was defeated and died. Old immortal Kong Ju had the deepest understanding of apertures. He wrote the Immortal Aperture Guide, and even helped the 10 extreme physiques become immortals. Before him, there had never been a case of the 10 extreme physiques becoming immortals. And long-hair ancestor had the longest lifespan, he refined the most immortal gu, the 88-point Xinyang Tower was refined by him. There were even rumors that he could refine lifespan gu, luring ancestor Giant Sun to attack Langyip Blessed Land. But in the end, nothing happened. Mo Yao spoke of many secrets. The 3 elders, 3 refinement path great grandmasters, each of them was a legend. In human history, they stood at the peak of refinement path, even rank 9 venerables could not conceal their glory and glory. Old immortal Kong Ju's inheritance tests the aperture of the fated person. You actually have 2 apertures, you can be considered to have cheated. Take a look. This inheritance is quite good, it will be helpful to you in the future." Mo Yao continued. Fang Yuan looked into it again. This inheritance was called Immortal Ascension Secrets. It recorded old immortal Kong Ju's immortal ascension process for gu masters of all paths. The possible difficulties they might encounter, how to deal with them, the key points of immortal ascension, and so on. Fang Yuan pondered, although this is not a gu recipe or an immortal gu, it has extremely high theoretical value. If a gu master obtains it, not only will it be of great help to them, it will also increase their understanding of other paths. It is an absolute treasure. This immortal ascension secrets has existed for a long time, it cannot keep up with the trend of the times. After so many years of development, many paths have blossomed, it is far from the monotonous olden antiquity era. I need to remind you, the essence of this is not the immortal ascension secrets itself, but the annotations left behind by Giant Sun Immortal when he read it. This annotation is very detailed, it is not an exaggeration to say that each word is worth 1,000 gold. Mo Yao revealed another shocking piece of information. Old immortal Kong Ju was a refinement path great grandmaster on par with long-hair ancestor. His exploration, along with the annotations written by an immortal venerable, had huge value. After a gu immortal reads it, their chances of immortal ascension would be greatly increased. Moreover, through the vision of an immortal venerable, they would be able to see the future developments. It would have a huge guiding effect on the future gu immortal path, it could help them avoid many detours. The allure of this true inheritance was astonishing. Especially for a genius like Fang Yuan, who desired to advance and was not satisfied with the mortal world, it was even more so. But Fang Yuan did not choose it. He had his previous life's experience, he could just walk the blood path again. He came to the true inheritance space with an ulterior motive. Thus, Fang Yuan let go, letting the jade light lump move away from him, flying away at a speed slightly faster than the red light lump. You really chose to give up. Don't regret it when you think about it in the future. In his mind, Mo Yao sighed. Regret? Hee, the word regret no longer exists in my life. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, continuing his search. He moved in the dark void for a while, before finding the 3rd light lump. This light lump was shining with gray light, its speed was faster than the previous 2, like a leisurely flying meteor. As it flew, it left behind a beautiful frost-colored flame tail. When Fang Yuan tried to get close to it, Mo Yao suddenly spoke, actually, you don't need to take the risk every time, since you have already collected many wisdom path gu worms, why don't you use them? Oh? What do you mean? Fang Yuan did not stop. Lad, thank me properly, I will teach you this move, it can let you avoid the true inheritances test, and you can explore most of the true inheritance's contents. The method Mo Yao spoke of was not complicated. After Feng Yuan found the true inheritance light lump, the first step was to use his mind to explore it. This would trigger all kinds of tests of the true inheritance. Mo Yao suggested Feng Yuan. Use wisdom path gu worms to create a will. Send this will into the true inheritance, and after a while, take back the will. This way, the gu master could avoid close contact with the true inheritance. It was an opportunistic method. Wisdom path has thought, will, and emotion. The so-called mind. That is, thoughts and divine sense. When the mind enters, it is the exploration and exchange of thoughts. Thoughts are like water droplets, they are the easiest to create, but also the most fragile. Thus, a large number of water droplets need to gather into a stream to continue the exploration. During this process, it also needs the gu master's mind to produce them continuously. And wills are higher than thoughts, like ice. They have stronger defense, and are not easy to create. But they can be used independently, and can be retrieved when needed. Mo Yao explained. Feng Yuan was silent. Lad, at this juncture, what are you hesitating for? He. I know you have been collecting wisdom path information, and are also purchasing wisdom path gu worms. Your special will gu, deliberate will gu, toy will gu, notice gu, and new will gu. If you don't use them now, when will you use them? Mo Yao laughed. After pausing for a while, she continued to persuade, the current you should be clear, my will is living in your mind, and is deeply entangled with you. And the will you create using these gu worms will be pure and flawless. I cannot infiltrate it. Weren't you always on guard against me? This method has a huge advantage. You can use this method to avoid the true inheritance test, and investigate the secret of the unparalleled inheritance. Unparalleled inheritances are much more valuable than ordinary inheritances. What are you? Feng Yuan's gaze was hesitant. The relationship between him and Mo Yao had always been like this. They did not make it clear. To think that Mo Yao would reveal it at this moment. What was her intention? Was it really like what she said, that she wanted Feng Yuan to return the rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House? Mo Yao's frank expression. It made Feng Yuan's emotions fluctuate. Maybe, he was too vigilant, and was on guard against Mo Yao. But wills were not like thoughts, thoughts were very simple, and were not good at deceiving. Land spirits formed from obsessions spoke the truth. But wills were different, they were the combination of many thoughts, and were more complex than thoughts. Deceiving others was also possible. Feng Yuan shook his head, dispersing the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. Undeniably, Mo Yao's words were completely on Feng Yuan's side, and successfully convinced him. Feng Yuan took out the wisdom path gu worms he had purchased. He had little Hu immortal land spirit, and could communicate with jewel yellow skies at any time. Standing on the shoulders of a gu immortal, it was easy to purchase mortal gu. Right now, the 8 wisdom path gu in his hands could all form wills, but they were all different. Special will gu could create special wills, and under certain circumstances, it could trigger special actions. Deliberate will gu could create willpower, and when this will entered the body, it would be like carving on a rock. The difficulty of getting rid of it was several times higher than other wills. Toy gu, it produced toy gu. This was one of the wills that could create emotions. There were also mindful gu, new will gu, battle will gu, and so on. What was worth mentioning was that these wisdom path gu worms could create different types of wills, and could also restrain the corresponding wills. For example, special will gu could create special wills, and could also devour special wills. Deliberate will gu could create willpower, it was hard to get rid of it, but as long as the right medicine was found, and the deliberate will gu could be easily gotten rid of. Why did Feng Yuan want to purchase these gu worms? It was because of this. He wanted to deal with Mo Yao's mysterious will. Unfortunately, he had not found a single gu worm that could deal with Mo Yao's will since he started buying. In this situation, choosing the will gu was not important. Fong Yuan casually chose the special will goo, and injected his primeval essence, producing a will. It looked like Fong Yuan himself, a young man with dark eyes, but different from his main body. His face was firm, and had a resolute expression. Wills can only be stored in the soul. If you want to send this will out to explore, you need at least one small soul worm. Mo Yao reminded. Small soul goo was a rank 1 soul path goo. It was extremely ordinary, but it was an important foundation of soul path. Many higher rank soul path goo worms were refined step by step using it as a foundation. Mo Yao's reminder was somewhat unnecessary. Before she finished speaking, Fong Yuan summoned a goo worm. It had no physical body and was the size of a palm. Like a butterfly, it swayed slowly like a shadow. If a normal person tried to grab it, it would pass through their body. This was a rank 2 big soul worm. Fong Yuan lightly patted it, sending his special will into the big soul worm's body. Next, he mobilized the big soul worm to fly towards the nearest green and white true inheritance light lump. The big soul worm's speed was much faster than him swimming. Soon, it entered the true inheritance light lump. After a while, the damaged big soul worm flew back shakily. Fong Yuan retrieved his will and looked at it carefully. Chapter 605. The third true inheritance had high value, because it talked about lifespan extension methods. As the saying goes, living a bad life is better than dying of old age. Apart from special reasons, there was no one who didn't want to live and live longer. Goo masters could cultivate, and at rank 6, they could change the essence of their life, but they could not directly increase their lifespan. Ever since the development of Goo Path, countless capable people had researched all sorts of methods to extend their lifespan. For example, Qingmao Mountain's Guyue generation chose to turn into a zombie. Or Southern Border's demonic path Goo Master Century Boy, using return to childhood Goo to strengthen himself, he had the appearance of a child to reduce the loss of his lifespan. These methods were only the common methods of mortals. Goo immortals had even more profound methods. The third true inheritance was a lifespan extension method for Goo immortals. The one who created it was none other than Giant Sun Immortal. The lifespan extension method created by an immortal venerable. It was easy to imagine the value of this true inheritance. According to the true inheritance's contents, on a certain day, Giant Sun Immortal had a flash of inspiration and activated this wondrous idea. He named this immortal method, Possession. The core was a rank 6 Possession Immortal Goo. Other than that, there were all sorts of rank 5 Mortal Goo, amounting to 3,000. To think that the origin of Possession Immortal Goo is here. Fong Yuan's heart pounded. In his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Possession Immortal Goo shined brightly. Several high-ranked Goo immortals extended their lifespan and changed the situation of the 5 regions. Possession Immortal Goo might be rank 6, but it was a crucial Goo worm that could change the situation of the world. In an instant, Fong Yuan had an impulse. This was the origin of Possession Immortal Goo. As long as he took it away, he would be able to control the source. During the 5 regions chaotic war, if he sold Possession Immortal Goo, who knew how much benefits he could obtain? Especially with his previous life's memories, he knew who needed this Possession Immortal Goo the most. As long as he used it well, the benefits would be unimaginable. But soon, Fong Yuan calmed down. The special will on the big soul worm transmitted more information. This true inheritance. It was only an empty shell. Inside was Possession Immortal Goo and the 3,000 Mortal Goo. They had all been taken away by others before they could do so. In the 88-point Xinyang Tower, there were the 88 true inheritances set up by the Giant Sun Immortal. But after so many years, a portion of them had been destroyed. They were taken away by people one after another. Mo Ya once said that when she was still alive, when she explored the 88-point Xinyang Tower, out of the 88 true teachings, there were still 53 left behind. Mo Yao was an influential figure from 10,000 years ago. Although it was difficult to clear the 88-point Xinyang Tower, there were very few people who managed to reach the level of 10 points. But as time went by, there would always be some capable people. He entered the true inheritance secret realm. The number of true disciples left behind was definitely less than 53. This is the Great Soul Worm's special ability. As they conversed, Fang Yuan's pupils dilated slightly. Although the true inheritance had been taken away, the special will that Fang Yuan had wrung out had made a shocking discovery. Using the soul to possess the body is merely a struggle at death's door. Death is unavoidable. To extend one's lifespan Gu is the most important. The path of a Gu immortal is filled with calamities and tribulations. It is hard to resist them. It is hard for the soul to survive. Longevity is defying heaven. Difficult. In the true inheritance, there was such a sentence. This sentence directly criticized Giant Sun Immortal's idea of possession. The tone was extremely arrogant. It also summarized the myriad methods to extend one's lifespan. Lifespan Gu had always been the most important. The last three words, difficult, were filled with emotions. Finally, the person who said this also left his name, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Seeing this name, people immediately felt that the previous sentence was very reasonable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had the same status as Giant Sun Immortal. They were both rank 9 Gu masters. But Giant Sun Immortal was an immortal venerable of the medieval antiquity era. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a demon venerable who appeared after Giant Sun Day. After Giant Sun Immortal died, 200,000 years later, the demonic venerable with the heaviest killing nature, Spectral Soul, appeared in the world. 88-point Jinyang Tower was so famous. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world. It was not strange for him to come to 88-point Jinyang Tower. Could possession immortal Gu have been taken away by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable? No, it seems very unlikely. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Soul Path. He was an expert in manipulating souls. In this aspect, Giant Sun Immortal could not compare to him. From Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's words, he did not care about possession methods at all. It is just that he wanted to live forever in heaven and earth, but he was alone and faced with many difficulties. Seeing that his predecessors were also trying to find a way to live forever, he felt inspired and left behind these words. Fang Yuan analyzed. Even rank 9 venerables who were invincible in the world could not escape the erosion of time. Time was the greatest enemy of heroes and beauties. Lifespan Gu were hard to find, their locations were uncertain and their production was limited. They could only be produced in heaven and earth. Rank 9 venerables searched the world. They gradually used up their lifespan Gu, but they could not find new ones. They had to think of ways to extend their lifespan. The number one person in heaven and earth, behind the invincible aura, was the misery of having a limited lifespan. Thus, when Giant Sun Immortal thought of the possession method, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sighed at the difficulty of living forever. Even an immortal venerable or demon venerable, such an invincible person, cannot escape death. Sigh, the wheel of fortune changes. Each person dominates the world for generations. After the peak of prosperity, after the peak of misfortune comes prosperity. How can there be a person who can live forever in this world? In his mind, Mo Yao sighed with a heavy mood. Fang Yuan, however, did not think so. His gaze was eerie. The great Tao of heaven and earth emphasizes on balance and mutual restraint. But a Gu master's cultivation was to plunder heaven and earth, gathering resources to support themselves. Thus it was a truly heaven-defying path. Maybe this is the reason for heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. But it is also because of this that eternal life that surpasses longevity is a worthy goal for me. Thinking of this, there was a fire burning in his heart. He became even more spirited. Immortal venerables and demon venerables could only live forever, but his goal was an even higher level of eternal life. This was a realm that even venerables could not reach. Using the words of a person in Fang Yuan's previous life, that was fighting with heaven, fighting with earth, fighting with people, it was an endless joy. Only when the tide hits the reef can it create beautiful waves. Humans could only feel the brilliance of life through constant struggles. In his previous life, Fang Yuan, he was only rank 6, but close to rank 7. He had never looked up to rank 9 existences in the past. It was because he had great ambitions. Here, he saw the other side of an immortal venerable or demon venerable: fatigue, weakness, helplessness. This stimulated his fighting spirit even more. The true inheritance in front of him was already an empty shell, it was not worth wasting time on. Fang Yuan continued to search. Next, he found two ordinary inheritances, they were related to Wisdom Path. These two true inheritances had two rank 6 immortal gu. One was false emotion fake will gu. The other was love of children gu. Giant Sun Immortal's Wisdom Path attainment was extremely deep, this was something everyone knew. Especially in the aspect of love gu. He carried on the past and created many new gu recipes. Giant Sun Immortal had a harem, collecting beauties and making all the women in the world fall in love with him. This showed the power of love gu. These two true inheritances. They were not what Fang Yuan wanted, he chose to let them go. Strange, didn't they say that this true inheritance secluded domain not only has ordinary true inheritances, but also unparalleled true inheritances? Why haven't I found a single unparalleled true inheritance after searching for so long? Fang Yuan asked Mo Yao in confusion. During this period of time, Mo Yao did not speak. It was as if he was affected by the possession immortal art true inheritance, his fighting spirit had dissipated. She had been hiding in Fang Yuan's mind all this time. After hearing Fang Yuan's question, she showed her vague figure and said indifferently, "Humph, how long has it been and you are already impatient?" Back then, I explored this place for a full 3 months. True inheritance secluded domain is very wide, all the true inheritances are moving, there are very few supreme true inheritances, it is normal that you can't find any. Be patient, lad. Fang Yuan asked again, speaking of which, you also came here back then, tell me what good inheritances you found. This was what he wanted to ask. Humph, I have come into contact with many true inheritances, but in this place, the true inheritances are flying everywhere and their locations are not fixed, it is useless to tell you. You can only rely on luck to explore. Pay attention to time, the more true inheritances you come into contact with and the longer you stay here, the faster these true inheritances will fly and the more dangerous your situation will be. Back then, I was a gu immortal, but I could only stay here for 3 months and almost died. When Mo Yao said this, there was a lingering fear in his tone. Even you almost died here? Fang Yuan immediately grasped the main point of the conversation. Lad, you are immortal, you are too weak. I estimate you can only see 8 true inheritances and stay here for a month at most. Now that you have seen 5 true inheritances, you need to be careful. Mo Yao vaguely reminded. What is it that can threaten a grand gu immortal's life? Fang Yuan asked. But Mo Yao only smiled and said, if you are fated to experience it, you will know, before concealing herself again. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly heavy. He had a doubt. In his previous life's video, there were a total of 11 Central Continent gu immortals who entered true inheritance secluded domain. But after erasing the process, there were only 9 people left, and they were all injured. Could it be that the 2 people who didn't go had died in the true inheritance secret realm? Sometimes, there were benefits to having Mo Yao's will. Fang Yuan was reminded by Mo Yao and became even more careful as he started to explore. 3 days later, he approached the 6th true inheritance and used special will gu and the big soul worm to successfully obtain the true inheritance's information. This true inheritance came from Giant Sun Immortal, it had the same purpose as the 3rd true inheritance, it was also a lifespan extension immortal method. Giant Sun Immortal had researched Renzu and created a brand new path, it was called Yinyang Path. To use this method, a male and female gu immortal had to cooperate and have intercourse to achieve the goal of extending one's lifespan. But this method had a flaw. If one's lifespan was extended, the other's lifespan would definitely be reduced. In other words, it was transferring one's lifespan to the other. This true inheritance had also been taken away by the predecessors. The popularity of lifespan extension immortal methods could be seen from this. This is already the 6th true inheritance. Fang Yuan mumbled as he thought of Mo Yao's reminder. According to Fang Yuan's endurance, he could see at most 8 true inheritances. Beyond this number, there would be a huge crisis. If he wanted to obtain the true inheritance, Fang Yuan had to be careful. After all, he only had 2 choices left, and he also had to guard against the possibility of the true inheritance being taken away by someone else. 13 days later, Fang Yuan encountered the 7th true inheritance. This true inheritance light lump was the size of a wash basin, it was dazzling with white light and its aura was higher than ordinary true inheritances. Chapter 606. Unparalleled True Inheritance. Looking at the blazing white light lump, Fang Yuan's gaze brightened. He quickly took out special will goo and a big soul worm. He condensed a will and injected it into the big soul worm, watching it fly towards the true inheritance light lump. Unparalleled true inheritance is superior to ordinary true inheritances. I want to see what is the difference. Fang Yuan's gaze was filled with excitement and anticipation. But something unexpected happened. The big soul worm and the true inheritance light lump got closer and closer, but Fang Yuan felt the connection between him and the big soul worm getting weaker and weaker. When the big soul worm was not even 300 steps away, its connection with Fang Yuan was completely cut off. What is going on? Fang Yuan was shocked, looking at the unparalleled true inheritance following its previous trajectory, flying forward leisurely. And the big soul worm he released was motionless. It was not appropriate to say it was destroyed, but no matter how Fang Yuan moved it, it quietly floated without any sound. This unparalleled true inheritance is not simple, you need to be careful. In his mind, Mo Yao's will also lightly exclaimed, warning him. What is going on? Fang Yuan was curious, he rushed to the big soul worm and carefully approached it, inspecting it in detail. The great soul worm wasn't injured, but the will it imbued with had dissipated completely. The big soul worm was a rank 2 goo. After being refined by Fang Yuan, its wild will was expelled. Fang Yuan's will occupied its body, thus he could move it like an extension of his body. But now, Fang Yuan's will, including the special will condensed from special will goo, had mysteriously disintegrated, not leaving a trace behind. The big soul worm had become a blank object, anyone could instantly refine it by injecting a trace of will. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan could not move it no matter what. The previous few times, Fang Yuan had used special will to probe the true inheritance, cleverly avoiding the true inheritance test. This method had been tried and tested many times. But to think that before he could even probe the unparalleled true inheritance, he fell into a trap. Just what was hidden in this unparalleled true inheritance, to be able to completely clear Fang Yuan's will? Oh, I remember. So it's him. Just as Fang Yuan was hesitating, Mo Yao suddenly spoke. Soon after, she giggled. Kid, I should say that you're lucky. Or is it better to be unfortunate? There aren't many or few unparalleled inheritances, but you just had to encounter the most special one. Please advise me. Fang Yuan's expression calmed down. I've seen this legacy before, and it left a deep impression on me. I spent a lot of effort to get close to it. This is a rank 7 immortal goo personally refined by Giant Sun Immortal, called Human Chi Goo. The power was mysterious. It could even be said to be strange. Even I had to pay a great price to understand it back then, Mo Yao lamented. When Mo Yao was alive, she was a rank 7 goo immortal, a famous fairy of Spirit Affinity House. But to get close to this true inheritance, she had to pay a great price. Fang Yuan was now immortal, it was natural that he could not even get close to it. Human Chi Goo. Fang Yuan muttered this crucial name. He suddenly realized something, asking, is it related to the 3 Chi of immortal ascension? Kid, you guessed correctly. Mo Yao sighed, explaining, when a goo immortal becomes an immortal, they pay attention to the 3 Chi of heaven, earth, and man. During immortal ascension, to completely shatter the aperture and take in heaven and earth Chi. The more heaven and earth Chi they take in, the higher the goo immortal's achievements. But heaven and earth Chi cannot be absorbed endlessly, they must be equal to human Chi. And human chi is the sum of a Gu master's accumulation. The Gu masters battle strength, the strength of their body, and the depth of their soul. Their familiarity with Gu worms, their knowledge of heaven and earth, their awakening of their nature, as well as their luck, talent, aptitude, fortuitous encounters, inspiration, and so on. They will all turn into human chi during immortal ascension. The more Gu master accumulates, the more human chi they will have. The more human chi they can absorb, the more heaven and earth chi they can take in, and the higher the Gu immortal's achievements. And this human chi Gu's effect is to absorb other people's human chi, purify it, and use it on oneself during immortal ascension, greatly increasing the chances of becoming a Gu immortal, and also deepening the Gu immortal's foundation and potential. Mo Yao's words broadened Fang Yuan's horizons. He could not help but exclaim, "There is actually such an immortal Gu, such a wondrous idea. Amazing!" In human history, Gu immortals had always been extremely rare. Immortal ascension was difficult, often only 1 out of 10,000 rank 5 Gu masters could succeed. One of the most important points in immortal ascension was the Gu master's accumulation. Many Gu immortals did not have deep accumulations. During immortal ascension, they would gather very little human chi, but a lot of heaven and earth chi would come. This way, the balance would not be reached, the heaven and earth chi would suppress and swallow the human chi, eventually causing the Gu master to be assimilated by heaven and earth, dying. But if there was human chi immortal Gu, this difficulty could be resolved. Collecting other people's human chi, purifying it, and concentrating it on the crucial person, even if the accumulation was not enough, it was not a problem. One could say, with human chi immortal Gu, the chances of success in immortal ascension would be greatly increased, and the number of Gu immortals would increase. And increasing the number of Gu immortals would clearly increase the strength of a region. No doubt, this was a Gu worm that could change the situation of the 5 regions. As long as the news was leaked, any super force would go crazy and rush over like a flock of ducks. However, human chi immortal Gu was too powerful. It was rank 7, even higher than the current spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan's mortal body could not endure the remnant power of human chi immortal Gu. His will had just approached the immortal Gu when it was devoured by the immortal Gu, purified into a trace of human chi and stored. If not for Mo Yao's information, Fang Yuan would still be in the dark, not knowing the truth. Although human chi Gu is good, it is not suitable for me. Fang Yuan took a last look at the burning white light lump, sighing and shaking his head, he turned around and left without any reluctance. Human chi Gu's rank was too high, Fang Yuan did not have the qualifications to control it. Man was the spirit of all living beings, Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. To Gu masters, Gu were tools. But human chi immortal Gu was too powerful, it was like an ice blade. Compared to it, Fang Yuan was like a baby. Before he could even get close, he was already injured by the cold air emitted by the ice blade. Most importantly, I cannot use human chi immortal Gu. If I want to advance to Gu immortal, I have to break through from immortal. I cannot control human chi Gu. If I become a Gu immortal, why would I need human chi Gu? To help others? Human chi immortal Gu. It was not suitable for the lone wolf Fang Yuan. Only those super forces would need it. Unless Fang Yuan created his own force. Flying leisurely in true inheritance secluded domain. Fang Yuan gradually understood. After a while of silence, he said, "Mo Yao, I understand the danger you are talking about." He. Mo Yao laughed lightly, she was not surprised. When Gu masters enter true inheritance secluded domain, every time they come into contact with a true inheritance, or the longer they stay, the faster these true inheritances will fly. Thus, they urge Gu masters to quickly choose a true inheritance. In the end, the true inheritance will be as fast as a meteor. Gu masters simply cannot catch it. Because of this, the Gu master's life will be in danger. After pausing for a while, Mo Yao continued, and the danger to one's life comes from the true inheritance. You have seen the unparalleled true inheritance just now. Human chi immortal Gu, before you even get close, your will be turned into human chi. Think about it. When it crashes towards you like a meteor, and you can't dodge in time, what will happen? Fang Yuan snorted lightly. He could completely imagine this scene. If a mortal's body was hit by the blazing white light, be it the body, soul or will, they would probably be completely melted and turned into human qi. Like I said before, you are too weak, only at the mortal realm. For the ordinary true inheritances here, every test is a difficult one for you. Unparalleled inheritances are even more difficult. To tell you the truth, above unparalleled true inheritances, there is a higher level of inheritances. They are known as supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao revealed another shocking piece of information. Supreme true inheritances. In the entire true inheritance secluded domain, there are only 3 supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao's tone was filled with emotions, as if she was immersed in the deepest part of her memories. To mortals, it is impossible to obtain these 3 supreme true inheritances. The difficulty of obtaining an unparalleled true inheritance is even harder than ascending to immortal. An imperial court blessed land forbids Gu immortals from entering. This is also why even though 88-point Xinyang Tower has stood for so long, more than half of the 88 true inheritances are still here. Fang Yuan thought about it and agreed with Mo Yao's words. It was extremely difficult to enter true inheritance secluded domain, and the chances were extremely slim. First, one had to be the victor of the imperial court contest, then one had to clear at least 10 floors of True Yang Tower, and finally, after entering, one had to pass the true inheritance test. That is to say, once every 10 years, among so many heroes of Northern Plains, only one could stand out and hold the owner token. Just holding the owner token was not enough, the victor also had to have a strong force around him, and could not lose too much in the imperial court contest. There had to be enough experts around him, and he had to be well-rounded, involving every path, only then could he have hope of clearing 10 floors of True Yang Tower. After entering True Inheritance secluded domain by luck, the True Inheritance test would send out another batch of people. The True Inheritance test was extremely difficult, even a reborn old monster like Fang Yuan almost failed, not to mention those people. What was even more abnormal was, even if they passed the True Inheritance test, would this True Inheritance coincidentally suit them? Not necessarily. Those who could reach this step were usually dragons among dragons, phoenixes among phoenixes, heroes among heroes, having talent, temperament, and opportunities. Such people had high aspirations, they would naturally want to see more and choose more. Like this, when they could no longer stay in True Inheritance secluded domain, it would be too late for regrets. Perhaps, he might even die here. The flying speed of the True Inheritance is getting faster and faster, you still have one last chance. No matter what True Inheritance it is, quickly take it and leave, Not good, quickly leave. Mo Yao was advising, but his tone suddenly changed as he shouted. Fang Yuan turned around and saw a True Inheritance, it was the size of an adult, shining with 7-colored profound light as it flew towards him. In the dark secluded domain, it dragged out a long and dazzling flame tail. The light lump the size of a bowl was an ordinary True Inheritance. The light lump the size of a washbasin was an unparalleled True Inheritance. Then what was the light lump the size of an adult? In Fang Yuan's mind, lightning flashed, and 4 words appeared, Supreme Inheritance. Chapter 607. Supreme True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's pupils dilated, his gaze shining brightly. He was still 1,000 steps away from the True Inheritance light lump, but Fang Yuan could already feel the surging aura of the True Inheritance. This was a feeling that ordinary True Inheritances and unparalleled True Inheritances did not have. Under the influence of this aura, thoughts moved in Fang Yuan's mind, countless thoughts appeared out of nowhere, and memories flashed in his mind. If it was during normal times, his mind would be like a deep pool. But at this moment, thoughts surged in his mind like a majestic waterfall, suddenly crashing into the deep pool. Thoughts surged, creating waves. This feeling was incomparably mystical, and Fang Yuan could not find the right words to describe it for a moment. The memories buried deep in his heart all came to life, the dust on the surface was blown away, and each and every one of them was vivid and lifelike, appearing in his mind with incomparable clarity. Large amounts of inspiration flashed in his mind, and many strange and wondrous ideas appeared out of nowhere in Fang Yuan's mind. Some of the difficulties that he had encountered during his cultivation were instantly overcome under the flashes of inspiration. Fang Yuan's heart involuntarily surged with an incomparably strong sense of self-confidence. This was an incomparably mystical feeling, as if he could control everything, as if he could solve all problems. This was a unique power, causing people to involuntarily be immersed in it. Lad, quickly wake up, I also know how intoxicating this feeling is. If you don't want to die, don't be immersed in it. Quickly look at yourself. In his mind, Mo Yao shouted. This voice reminded Fang Yuan, and when he looked at himself, he immediately turned pale with fright. In just a short period of time, his body became weak and exhausted. Wrinkles appeared on his originally smooth forehead, and his originally strong and powerful arms were covered with a layer of old and withered feeling. He was becoming even thinner and weaker. If not for Mo Yao's reminder, Fang Yuan might still be immersed in this mystical feeling and ignore the changes in his body. Could this Gu be? In Fang Yuan's mind, an incomparably shocking answer appeared. At the same time, he activated his movement Gu and rapidly retreated. True Inheritance secluded domain did not prohibit the use of Gu worms. The peerless True Legacy did not chase after Fang Yuan, but flew in a straight line. Fang Yuan quickly pulled away from him. With lingering fear in his heart, he watched as this supreme True Inheritance tore through the dark sky and flew far away. And this is just the aura of a supreme legacy, yet I almost lost myself in it and died on the spot. How difficult would its test be? Fang Yuan exclaimed. He had connected the peerless True Inheritance of human Qi Gu. They couldn't even get close. As for supreme True Inheritances, it was even more difficult to reach. Putting aside getting close to it, if he were to get even a little closer, the aura that leaked out from it would nearly take his life. Just as Mo Yao had said, Fang Yuan in the mortal realm was too weak. Although the inheritance was good, he did not have the ability to bear it. It was like a bee gathering honey. If the honey was as big as a fist, it could drown the bees. This supreme inheritance's immortal Gu, don't tell me, it's that legendary Gu? Fang Yuan spoke, he was almost 80% sure. But this answer was too shocking, he did not dare to believe it. He. Mo Yao laughed, lad, you guessed right. Back then. I also did not dare to believe it, but the truth is right in front of you, you have no choice but to believe it. That's right, the immortal Gu in this supreme True Inheritance is the legendary rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu. It was recorded in The Legends of Ren Zhu. This was a rank 9 immortal Gu, it could give the Gu Master endless wisdom. But one had to use it. The price was extremely high. The Legends of Ren Zhu clearly recorded that Ren Zhu and Desolate Inguyue had offered their Middle Ages to it, thus obtaining its help. That is to say, one had to use Wisdom Gu. One had to expend their lifespan. Before Fang Yuan even got close to it, his lifespan was decreasing, wrinkles appeared on his body, his mortal body was aging rapidly in a short period of time. To Fang Yuan, Wisdom Gu was a true life reaper. I really don't know how Giant Sun Immortal obtained it back then, and what shocking method did he use to seal it here. No wonder Giant Sun Immortal thought of all sorts of methods to extend his lifespan, it must be because he used Wisdom Gu too much. Fang Yuan sighed. Mo Yao sighed, the reason why Giant Sun Immortal used Wisdom Gu, I'm afraid there was only one motive, that was to extend his lifespan. Unfortunately, the more Wisdom Gu was used, the shorter his lifespan became, he did not get the answer he wanted in the end. According to historical records, Giant Sun Immortal lived for over 8,000 years, but he still died in the end. 8,000 years old was already above average among rank 9 venerables. The one with the longest lifespan was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, he lived for 25,000 years. The one with the shortest lifespan was Red Lotus Demon Venerable, he was only 3,000 years old. The other venerables had an average lifespan of around 7,000 years. In true inheritance secluded domain, there are 3 supreme true inheritances. Tell me, what do the other 2 true inheritances look like? I really want to see them. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with an indescribable radiance. Mo Yao could hear something amiss in his tone. He quickly urged, "Lad, don't think blindly, you should take one of the ordinary true inheritances and leave. You only have the 10-edge owner token, you can only take ordinary true inheritances. Even if you pass the test of the unparalleled true inheritances, you won't be able to take them. Not to mention the supreme true inheritances, your frail little body can't even withstand their aura." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "Now that you say that, I want to see them even more. This is an extremely rare opportunity, if I miss it, I might not get another chance." "Lad, are you crazy? Do you know, in just a short while, you lost at least 2 years of lifespan? If you continue to waste time like this, when the true inheritances fly away like meteors, not only will you not get anything, you might even die here." Mo Yao said anxiously. Fang Yuan's laughter did not stop, but he was unmoved. He continued to wander, and when he saw ordinary true inheritances and unparalleled true inheritances, he circled far away, without the slightest intention of taking them away. When Mo Yao's will saw until here, he became anxious. "You lunatic. My God, what on earth are you thinking in your head? Not taking such a great true inheritance, just for the sake of broadening your horizons? You idiot, if you die, what about me? What about the water pavilion? Even if I die, this will of yours naturally can't survive either. But don't worry, the water pavilion still has your will. You can very well wait for a fated person at the back, and then entrust this precious mission to him or her," Fang Yuan said slowly. Mo Yao urged again, but Fang Yuan was stubborn. He did as he pleased. He explored continuously, and several more days passed. The speed of the true inheritances became increasingly faster, and Fang Yuan was in danger again and again. Several times, his life was in danger, but he narrowly avoided it in the end. Mo Yao urged again and again, and was about to go crazy from anxiety. "Lad, I give in to you. I give it to you. You're really one-track minded. Alright, don't stay any longer, I will tell you what the other 2 supreme inheritances are. The first is the luck path inheritance. Giant Sun Immortal created this path because he relied on his luck path attainment to dominate the world. Invincible in the world. The second is the control rights of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This tower was created by the combined efforts of Giant Sun Immortal and Long Hair Ancestor. It can plunder the goo worms of a region. With it, there will be an endless supply of goo cultivation resources." She was truly anxious. Normally, even if Fang Yuan asked about such insider information, she might not have the mood to answer him. But now, she directly revealed it, afraid that Fang Yuan would act foolishly again. But what was there to be afraid of? What was there to be afraid of? Fang Yuan chuckled, as if he did not hear anything, and continued to fly. A few days later, the true inheritances were already as fast as birds. It was easy for Fang Yuan to dodge 1 or 2 of them. But the true inheritance secluded domain seemed to be shrinking. True inheritances of all sizes flew in the narrow space, each dragging a long tail of light behind them. They were of all colors, almost forming a sparse net of light. Fang Yuan could only survive in the cracks. At this stage, Fang Yuan was fully concentrated, not daring to relax for even a moment. He was afraid of a careless mistake that would lead to the tragedy of his death. "It's almost time to go, at this moment. You can't even take away an ordinary true inheritance. As long as you stay at the same spot, the danger will increase along with your breathing. Sigh, you actually acted up at such a crucial moment." Mo Yao was tired of persuading, and had no strength left. Fang Yuan's gaze was bright. He suddenly asked, "Say, is it possible that when the 2 true inheritances collide, I will benefit from it?" Mo Yao heard this and was stunned. But immediately, she screamed, "You idiot, you idiot! Would the great Giant Sun Immortal make such an obvious mistake? So that's what you were thinking. I overestimated you. I overestimated you." You're too smart for your own good. How could there be such an obvious loophole for you to take advantage of? You're too naive, you're too naive. Oh, so it's just my wishful thinking. Fang Yuan chuckled, his expression calm, and continued to explore. Actually, he already knew this, and purposely said this to provoke Mo Yao. Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to die? Mo Yao was completely driven mad by Fang Yuan's provocation. Whether I die or not is my business, it's none of your business. You're already dead, what's a dead person shouting here for? Fang Yuan mocked lightly, his expression calm, as if the one in deep danger was not him. Damn it! Bastard! Idiot! Mo Yao's anger seemed to have been ignited, he cursed endlessly. Bam! Right at this time, there was an explosion 10,000 steps away. Fang Yuan followed the sound and saw that the two true inheritances collided, before they bounced off and flew in different directions. Fang Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect that his nonsense would actually cause the clash of true inheritances to occur. Especially one of the true inheritances, it seemed to be a supreme true inheritance. Mo Yao was also stunned. How is this possible? Her voice suddenly became sharp and piercing. She no longer had the demeanor of a refinement path grandmaster. When I explored this place back then, why didn't I encounter such a good thing? But soon, her eyes widened as she realized, so that's it. That is a luck path supreme true inheritance. Back then I risked my life to create a crack, wanting to obtain fortune rivaling heaven goo inside, but it flew away. I could only use a portion of the inheritance and settle for the next best thing, to refine calamity beckoning goo. This supreme true inheritance was cracked by Mo Yao. It was already incomplete, thus it did not follow the rules and collided with the other true inheritances. Bam! Another collision. Fang Yuan's eyes widened. This collision seemed to have knocked out a goo from the luck path supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan was stunned. What do you think that is? Mo Yao was also stunned. He shouted, that is a luck path goo worm. What are you waiting for? Quickly go and take it. Fang Yuan was hesitant. If I take this goo worm, will I face the luck path true inheritances test? The luck path true inheritance was a supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan could not endure its test. Bullshit test. The collision caused the crack in the true inheritance light lump to become larger. It was disintegrating. Quickly take it and leave. If you don't leave, you will die here. Mo Yao shouted. Fang Yuan chuckled. He dodged left and right, getting close with difficulty and grabbing this luck path goo worm. This was a rank 5 mortal goo, but not an immortal goo. Lad, why are you still not leaving? Mo Yao shouted. What's the rush? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, but did not leave. He stayed in true inheritance secluded domain and looked around. Looking at the time, it should be about time. He muttered. Lad, what did you say? Mo Yao had just finished speaking when Fang Yuan scattered a bunch of goo worms, activating them together and forming a whirlpool. The whirlpool emitted a strong suction force, absorbing a portion of the true inheritance's light into the whirlpool. After a few breaths of time, the whirlpool paused and collapsed, revealing a door. That's right. Fang Yuan threw himself in without hesitation. At the next moment. Chapter 608. In front of them was a beautiful white jade hall. 4 huge pillars supported the dome. On the ground, the light could illuminate one's figure. Be it the walls, pillars, or the ceiling, they were all constructed from white jade stones that were as white as snow. In the center of the hall, there was a small platform with 23 steps. On the platform, there was a bronze divine bird statue. The divine bird raised its head, wanting to soar into the sky, but countless black chains, each as thick as an ancient tree, clung onto the divine bird's body, tightly coiling around its slender neck, coiling around its slender legs, and even piercing through its feathers cruelly, latching onto its body. The divine bird's eyes squinted into the shape of a blade, it frowned and opened its mouth, as if screaming in anger. Its expression was captivating, every detail was vivid and lifelike, its entire body overflowed with an unyielding spirit, giving people a deep impression with just one look. Fang Yuan appeared on the stairs, looking at the huge bronze divine bird statue that occupied his entire field of vision. 2 balls of fire seemed to be burning in his black eyes. This. The shock brought by the change made Mo Yao tongue-tied. She swallowed her saliva, pointing with her finger as she exclaimed, "This is Frost Jade Peacock, Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit." "Ah, what's so strange about that?" Fang Yuan's lips curled up, smiling lightly. "Imperial Court Blessed Land has a land spirit to begin with, otherwise, it would not have acknowledged Giant Sun Immortal back then, and acknowledged him as its owner. The land spirit is formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power of the Blessed Land. To get rid of the land spirit, one has to deal with the entire Blessed Land. The death of the land spirit means the Blessed Land is destroyed. Conversely, the Blessed Land is destroyed. It also means the death of the land spirit. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land is here, the land spirit is definitely alive." These words caused Mo Yao to scold in pain. "Rascal! How can I not understand such a simple logic?" Mo Yao had spent a lot of effort researching 88-point Xinyang Tower for her lover Bo Qing, attempting to obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu to help Bo Qing advance to rank 9. In the end, although she successfully entered the True Inheritance secluded domain, she was not able to obtain fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. He could only settle for the next best thing, using the contents of the inheritance and his refinement Grandmaster Foundation to refine Calamity Beckoning Gu. Because of this, she knew the value of the royal court's land spirit very clearly. Back then, the Giant Sun Immortal had yet to reach the 9th refinement stage. In the competition for the inheritance rights of Royal Court Blessed Land, he succeeded and became the owner of Royal Court Blessed Land. When he reaches the 9th transformation and becomes invincible in the world, he will have a better longevity. Grotto Heaven, Imperial Court Blessed Land will become one of the above-ground palaces of Giant Sun Immortal. The Giant Sun Immortal set up the 88-point Xinyang Tower. He placed it in Imperial Court Blessed Land. This formed a relationship. To plot for the 88-point Xinyang Tower, one had to first enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Royal Court Blessed Land was equivalent to a layer of turtle shell protecting 88-point Xinyang Tower. After the arrangements of Giant Sun Immortal, this layer of turtle shell had always been displaying its great effect, preventing Gu Immortals from entering. But among them, there was a huge loophole that almost any Gu Immortal could understand. That was the existence of Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit. This loophole. When Giant Sun Immortal was alive, it did not exist. Because Giant Sun was the owner of the land spirit, whatever he wanted the land spirit to do, the land spirit would obey unconditionally. But after Giant Sun Immortal died, Imperial Court Blessed Land became ownerless. As long as the land spirit recognized them as its owner, no matter who it was, they could become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. And the 88-point Xinyang Tower was set up in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Whoever controlled Imperial Court Blessed Land would control the 88-point Xinyang Tower. As long as one was a Gu Immortal, they would understand this relationship after thinking about it for a bit. When Mo Yao was alive, when she researched 88-point Xinyang Tower, she had spent a huge amount of time and effort researching this. But in the end, she gained nothing. In this aspect, all the hard work she put in was for naught. What kind of person was Giant Sun Immortal? How could he not know of this loophole? He dealt with it extremely well, sealing the land spirit and hiding it deeply. When Mo Yao explored it, she did not even see a strand of hair of the land spirit. To think that the land spirit was hidden in True Inheritance secluded domain. Only when the True Inheritance reaches a certain level will a loophole appear and the door to this place can be opened. Mo Yao was extremely shocked. At this moment, she had already figured it out. The more she thought about it, the more she looked at Fang Yuan in a different light. This kid, I underestimated him too much. What is his origin? He actually knows the way to enter this place. Mo Yao was shocked and curious. Fang Yuan's performance had greatly surprised her, it far surpassed her imagination. But she did not know that this was Fang Yuan copying the images of the central continent Gu Immortals in his previous life. In fact, the reason why the Central Continent Gu immortals could research so thoroughly was because of Mo Yao's research. Mo Yao was a Grand Refinement Path Grandmaster. She wholeheartedly researched 88-point Jinyang Tower for her lover and entered alone. After her death, she left behind precious research materials that were controlled by Spirit Affinity House. After 10,000 years, generations of Spirit Affinity House's geniuses continued to deepen their research. At the same time, the 88-point Jinyang Tower was also eroded by time. The more loopholes there were, the easier it was to use them. But Spirit Affinity House knew that it was not possible for a super force like them to take over a fat piece of meat like 88-point Jinyang Tower. Thus, Spirit Affinity House secretly cooperated with several Central Continent ancient sects, plotting for thousands of years. Spirit Affinity House took the lead and held the most important research materials. Afterwards, when Central Continent Gu immortals attacked in large numbers, the group was led by Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy, Black Moon. Slowly walking up the stairs, Fang Yuan arrived at the bronze divine bird's feet. This tall statue was Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. But it was firmly sealed by giant sun immortal and could not move. From over 100,000 years ago, after a long time, it had stood there until now. As he got closer, Mo Yao discovered something. "Heh, kid, it will be difficult to realize your plan this time. The green mud on this Frost Jade Peacock's body is formed from rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth Prison Gu. The black chains coiling around its body are formed from rank 7 Immortal Gu Earth Web Gu, Ugh." Saying so, Mo Yao suddenly thought of something. His words stopped abruptly. At once. In Fang Yuan's mind, her eyes were wide open, as if she had seen a ghost. Because she suddenly remembered, not long ago, Fang Yuan summoned 2 Immortal Gu, one of them was Gruel Mud. Earth Prison Gu and Earth Web Gu, although they were rank 7 Immortal Gu, they were one rank higher than Gruel Mud. But they were expendable Gu, they would dissipate after one use. The power of the 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu worked together to imprison the land spirit, but after 100,000 years of cleansing, this power had already weakened a lot. And Gruel Mud was precisely restraining this power. Ha ha ha, it seems you have already thought of it, you are not too stupid. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, taking out Immortal Gu Gruel Mud from his pocket. Although this Gu was rank 6, because it was an expendable Gu, it was easy to use and did not require any immortal essence. It only needed to be pinched lightly. Fang Yuan pinched lightly and crushed it. The Gu worm broke apart, revealing a liquid-like brownish-green radiance. The radiance followed Fang Yuan's intention, flying up leisurely and merging into the divine bird statue's body. During the whole process, Mo Yao stared blankly at it. He was speechless. After the radiance completely merged into the statue, there was a slight vibration. This vibration was so slight that it felt like an illusion. But soon, this vibration became stronger and stronger. The entire divine bird statue started to shake. The green mud that covered the divine bird's body. Suddenly, cracks appeared on it. And as the black chains shook and collided with each other, continuous dull sounds could be heard. Success. Success. Don't tell me, after 100,000 years, the power of the 2 Immortal Gu is almost gone? Mo Yao muttered to himself, his expression was extremely complex. There was disbelief, joy, doubt, denial, but next, the vibration became weaker and weaker. The divine bird statue soon quieted down, the black chains no longer collided, the whole white jade hall became peaceful again. Mo Yao was greatly disappointed, he could not help but sigh, I failed in the end. I was still a rank away, this arrangement was made by an immortal venerable after all. He he he. But at this time, Fang Yuan laughed lightly, Mo Yao, why don't you take a look at the divine bird's head? Mo Yao probed with his mind, he immediately said in shock, the green mud on the land spirit's head is slowly melting. Right, this is the true effect of Immortal Gu Gruel Mud. I was too focused on this, I lost my sense of propriety and did not think of this. Hee hee, laughable, laughable. Mo Yao suddenly shook her head inside, her expression was completely restrained, she once again displayed the demeanor of a legendary Gu immortal, a refinement path grandmaster. Actually, she had no choice but to lose her composure. When she was alive, she had paid a heavy price for Imperial Court blessed land and 88-point Jinyang Tower. Now, although the power of Earth Prison Gu and Earth Web Gu had been mostly washed away by time, there was still a portion left. Although Immortal Gu Gruel Mud countered them, it was only rank 6, it was still very difficult to dissolve the remaining power. But don't forget, there was still the land spirit. The vibration earlier originated from the land spirit.
It was because of it that most of the Immortal Gu's power was used to suppress it, allowing the power of Immortal Gu Gruel Mud to enter. The green mud gradually melted, turning into mud that fell on the white jade floor. The green-black mud was very conspicuous on the snow-white floor. Drop by drop, it soon fell on the ground. Frost Jade Peacock's head was freed, but when it reached its neck, the speed of melting was greatly reduced. Evidently, the remaining power of Earth Firm and Earth Web Gu had reacted and resisted Gruel Mud, causing its efficiency to fall greatly. Ha! It is exactly the same as the scenes in my previous life. Fang Yuan laughed inwardly. He raised his head and looked at Frost Jade Peacock. "Oh Imperial Court Land Spirit, look at your feet, I was the one who saved you. After being sealed for over 100,000 years, how does it feel to breathe again? As long as you recognize me as your master, I will let you regain your freedom." Frost Jade Peacock's furious expression was still fixed on its face, but after hearing Fang Yuan's words, it arrogantly sneered, "I am one with the blessed land, everything that happened in the blessed land for over 100,000 years is reflected in my heart. If you want to become my new master, you have to agree to a condition." Over 100,000 years ago, Giant Sun Immortal fulfilled the land spirit's condition and became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Today, Fang Yuan was also facing the same condition. At this point, the scenes in his previous life no longer had any value. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his eyes shining as he asked.
Chapter 609. No, don't leave me behind, save me, benefactor. His voice reverberated in Tai Bai Yinsheng's ears. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Huff huff, he was panting heavily, his body was covered in sticky sweat, he felt very uncomfortable. Another nightmare. Under the dim light, this rank 5 peak stage expert showed an aged appearance that matched his age. In the silent room, Tai Bai Yinsheng's breathing became softer and softer, his tightly knitted brows also gradually relaxed. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he fell into a deathly silence, as if he was in a daze. His eyes revealed an extremely deep sense of exhaustion. Ever since he failed to pass the round, for a moment of selfishness, he ignored Zhu Zai and Gao Yang, causing them to sacrifice their lives. Tai Bai Yinsheng had fallen into deep self-blame and guilt. Almost every night, he would have nightmares with similar content. In the nightmares, blood splattered everywhere, a foul stench filled the air, all kinds of ugly blood fiends bared their fangs and claws, and he was deeply surrounded, facing Zhu Zai and Gao Yang's pleas again. They called him benefactor, begging him to save them. But every time, even if Tai Bai Yinsheng's aperture was filled with primeval essence, he would not be able to move and watch as Zhu Zai and Gao Yang were surrounded by blood fiends, then devoured their flesh and blood, until only their pale white skeletons were left. During the entire process, Zhu Zai and Gao Yang kept pleading for help, sometimes pleading, sometimes defending, sometimes scolding, sometimes mocking. Finally, when they turned into snow-white skeletons, lying in a pool of blood, only their skulls were left. They were still saying, "I believe in Lord Tai Bai, he is so kind and benevolent, he will definitely not give up on us. Yes. I also believe in him. Even if I die, I still believe." Tai Bai Yinsheng was in pain, grief, helplessness, regret. Especially at the final juncture, he would weakly kneel on the ground in the dream, letting blood stain his white hair as he cried bitterly. He felt that he was no longer Tai by Yunsheng. Such an experience made him re-evaluate himself. But every time he re-evaluated himself, it was a severe denial. Sometimes, when he looked in the mirror, he even felt like he was looking at a stranger. Tai Bai Yunsheng was not the only one who had a sleepless night. It was already late at night. The night of the imperial court blessed land shone brightly. It spread throughout this part of the world. He Lulan leaned against the window and looked into the distance. The 88-point Jinyang Tower at the top of the Holy Palace was still forming a new floor. The dazzling haze swayed in the air, looking magnificent. Damn it! The owner's token was actually lost. What the hell is going on? He thought back to the scene when he was trying to break through the barrier during the day. He Lulan gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His eyes shone with an ominous glint as if he wanted to devour someone. Throughout history, there had never been a case where a new housemaster had lost his housemaster token, but this had happened to He Lulan. Whatever. Without the owner token, so what if he could not use the killer move Grey Meltdown? There was no difficulty. None of them can stop me from obtaining the strength path Immortal Gu. Nyangqin, you know, in the underworld. Watch me take revenge for you. Fong Yuan was strolling in the courtyard of the Holy Palace. His expression was not good, his face was solemn. In the flower garden, jade springs, stone bridges, and flowers bloomed like spring. Such a beautiful scenery, but he was not in the mood to appreciate it. Just as he left the White Jade Hall, Fong Yuan was vexed over the matter of subduing the imperial court land spirit. In his mind, Mo Yao's will laughed continuously, he, to think that the condition for imperial court blessed land to recognize a master is actually like this. Kid, with your gloomy personality, it won't be easy for you to find a woman who truly loves you, and for her to truly love you. Not long ago, when Fong Yuan faced the imperial court land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, he was told the condition to become the lord of the imperial court, true love. To make Frost Jade Peacock willingly recognize a master and be obedient, what was needed was not a person, but a Gu master couple who truly loved each other. It was very easy for Giant Sun Immortal to meet this condition. But to Fong Yuan, it was extremely difficult. Not to mention other things, just asking Fong Yuan to truly love a woman was almost impossible. If it was my previous life, I could achieve this. But in this life... Fong Yuan paced around, walking to the stone bridge and stopping. He held the railing of the bridge and gazed at the jade lake under the bridge, sneering continuously. The lake was like a mirror, shining brightly like silver under the night light. The night invasion of 88-point Jinyang Tower, a hair-raising action, came to an abrupt end. Right now, he was in the tranquil and peaceful sacred palace, a huge contrast from the danger lurking everywhere before, making him feel like he was in a dream. Life is like a dream, morning dew and sunset flowers, like bubbles. Fong Yuan muttered, absent-minded for a moment. A light wind blew, causing ripples to form on the small lake. Within the ripples, a silvery figure appeared, and in Fong Yuan's absent-minded gaze, a woman's figure appeared. That was the woman buried deep in his memories. In Fong Yuan's previous life, he met her when he was at his lowest. Life's encounters were so wonderful, but fate's teasing was so cruel and merciless. If we truly love each other, why would I think of her? Fong Yuan's fingers that were holding the railing couldn't help but slightly tighten. He suddenly frowned, and his gaze became as cold as ice. The woman's figure quietly disappeared, and in front of him was still that sparkling silvery lake. Fong Yuan fell into deep thought. The current situation was not optimistic. Frost Jade Peacock was formed from the obsession of the Blessed Land's original owner. It was very arrogant, but it recognized true love. It was almost impossible for Fong Yuan to meet its requirements. If he couldn't subdue the land spirit, then Fong Yuan's plan to destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower would be for naught, coming to an abrupt end. No wonder in my previous life, Central Continent's Gu Immortals chose to destroy Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88-point Jinyang Tower. Gu Immortals have deep secrets, they have extreme personalities, and it is even harder for them to truly love each other than mortals. After using gruel mud, although the melting is slow, the seal on the land spirit is weakening continuously. The land spirit has been sealed for over 100,000 years, it is filled with anger and hatred, and yearns for freedom. It will definitely break free from the seal. Although Giant Sun's will is still sleeping, as long as the seal is dissolved to a certain extent, or if the land spirit resists and struggles, it will eventually awaken. This was Giant Sun Immortal's will. When an immortal venerable is angry, blood will flow and all living beings will mourn. But the land spirit has the home field advantage. As long as the blessed land is not destroyed, it will have endless strength. The conflict between the two was even more terrifying than a fight between immortals. At that time, the ones to suffer would be Feng Yuan and the other mortals. Especially Feng Yuan, who was the culprit behind the release of the land spirit. If he was targeted by Giant Sun's will, he would definitely meet with a tragic end. Feng Yuan's original plan was like this. The first step was to go to northern plains and infiltrate Imperial Court Blessed Land. He had achieved this step. Cleverly using his previous life's memories, he killed Wolf King Chang Shanin, who was on his last breath, and then took his place, becoming a higher-up of He tribe. Finally, he would hide in the Alliance army and enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second step was to enter 88-point Jinyang Tower and obtain enough benefits. Then, using the image of the central continent Gu immortals in his previous life, he would subdue the land spirit, and become the new owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land without waking up the immortal venerable's will. The third step was to not rush to attack 88-point Jinyang Tower after becoming the owner of Imperial Court. He would hide behind the scenes and let things develop. 88-point Jinyang Tower had the immortal venerable's will. It was not easy to deal with. Imperial Court Blessed Land was the holy land that all Gu masters in northern plains yearned for. It could not be tarnished or touched. Once the situation was discovered, Feng Yuan would be hunted down by the whole of northern plains. With such a terrifying force, even if Feng Yuan escaped to other places, it would be of no use. And there would not be any super force that would protect him against all the forces in northern plains. Unless the Five Regions War, when they could not even fend for themselves and suffered heavy losses, this situation would be exposed, and Feng Yuan would have a chance to survive. After becoming the owner of the land spirit, Feng Yuan would order the land spirit to stay in the White Jade Hall and cooperate with the operation of 88-point Jinyang Tower. This way, everything would be smooth sailing. First, he could use the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land to deal with Gu Immortal Tai by Yunsheng. This way, his chances of success would increase greatly. No matter the result, Feng Yuan was already in an invincible position. Even if he failed to snatch the immortal Gu landscape as before, with the land spirit's protection, Feng Yuan would not have to worry about his life. Second, Feng Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to freely travel between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and Imperial Court Blessed Land. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was covetously eyed by the super force Crane Gate, and every once in a while, there would be earthly calamities. It was at the center of the storm and was not an ideal place to cultivate. Feng Yuan became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land. He could use Hu Immortal Blessed Land as his outpost, and Imperial Court Blessed Land as his main base. He could cultivate while contending with Crane Gate to obtain the greatest benefits. If things did not go well, he could abandon Hu Immortal Blessed Land and retreat to Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land was protected by an immortal venerable's arrangements. Wisdom Path Gu immortals would have difficulty in making deductions. And with Feng Yuan's ability to fix the loopholes in the future and secretly take charge of it, it was much safer than Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Third, Feng Yuan had a treasure land. Every time True Yang Building opened, he could enter and subdue immortal Gu and other precious cultivation resources, no longer needing to take risks. When the time came, he could use his previous life's fortuitous encounter to subdue Blood Path Gu worms and advance to a Blood Path Gu immortal. It was stable and safe. But plans were beautiful, while reality was incomplete. Feng Yuan tried his best, but was stuck at the most crucial second step. If he could not become the owner of the land spirit, he would not be able to borrow its strength. A mere mortal could not accomplish anything. Now that the situation was worsening, Giant Sun's will would definitely awaken. If Fong Yuan wanted to escape, he could use whole bottom goo to connect to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But he could not take away these immortal goo. And even if he obtained landscape as before immortal goo, how could he safely return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land? Without the land spirit's help, as immortal, Fong Yuan could not do this. The only thing I can do now is to think of a way to convince the land spirit. If I stand on its side and deal with Giant Sun's will together, I might be able to make use of some of its strength. Sigh. I really do not want to use that final method. Chapter 610. Half a month later. 88-point Xinyang Tower. Wind scythe birds were densely packed, countless of them covered the sky as they charged towards the Alliance army. These wind scythe birds had beaks as sharp as swords and their curved wings were like scythes. They flew extremely quickly, leaving afterimages in the air as they charged forward without fear of death. Kill, kill, kill. He Lulan shouted, black smoke surged around his body as countless black tentacles shot out, capturing and devouring the surrounding wind scythe birds. The intense battle had already lasted for an hour, the Alliance army and wind scythe birds were fighting, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The ground was covered in bird corpses, and similarly, there were large numbers of dead Gu masters. Ah! He Lulan roared, his eyes were bloodshot as he stretched out his right hand. His right hand formed a claw as dark undercurrents appeared out of nowhere and rotated in the air before gathering at the center of his right claw. In the blink of an eye, hundreds and thousands of undercurrents gathered into a black ball of light in He Lulan's right claw like rivers returning to the sea. The ball of light was dark and unfathomable, it rotated rapidly and actually let out a thunderous roar. Go! He Lulan suddenly opened his eyes wide in anger as he shouted, gathering all the strength in his body as he raised his right claw towards the sky. He grabbed the ball of black light like it was a heavy object, his movements were slow and strenuous. Following this movement, the ball of light slowly flew into the sky. In the air, it expanded rapidly, and in a few breaths of time, it became the size of a small mountain. At once, the black ball of light occupied half of the sky above the Alliance army. Countless wind scythe birds were enveloped by it. Soon after, they were corroded, not even bones were left. The entire process was silent. It was strange and tyrannical, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. This was He Lulan's signature killer move, Dark Vortex. The Dark Vortex lasted for 6 breaths of time, killing tens of thousands of wind scythe birds. There were too many wind scythe birds, and they were all gathered in the sky above the Alliance army, thus the number of deaths was shocking. After the Dark Vortex disappeared, a huge clear hole appeared in the sky. But soon, the surrounding wind scythe birds filled in like water. In the sky above the entire Gu Master Alliance army. It was once again occupied by the wind scythe birds. This was the 25th stage on the 68th floor of the 88-point Xinyang Tower. There were simply too many wind scythe birds, including a large number of bird kings. Their offensive power was too great. Based on everyone's previous experience, it wasn't hard to guess that there had to be some sort of trick to clear this stage. However, He Lulan directly charged forward and mobilized all the strength he could muster. Directly flattened them. This attracted the crazy retaliation of the wind scythe birds. Haha, kill all these damned birds. Yi Lui Sang laughed loudly. He Lulan's outburst had triggered his fighting spirit. Yi Lui tribe and He tribe were equally famous, both were super forces with Gu immortals guarding them. Yi Lui Sang and He Lulan had the same status, they were both the leaders of this generation's super forces. Now, he saw He Lulan use her killer move. After killing a large number of wind scythe birds, he naturally did not want to be outdone. Look at my newly researched killer move, Flame Demon. Yi Lui Sang shouted, his sleeves fluttering as his primeval essence burst out, activating the Gu worm in his hand. Tang! His whole body burst into flames, the flames soared to the sky. The surrounding Gu masters were forced away. Within a radius of several hundred steps, he was the only one left. His body shook, the raging flames on his body split into a portion, forming a 10-meter-tall Vajra made of flames. The flame Vajra had an ugly appearance, sharp teeth, strange horns, and bulging muscles. It was a flame demon. The flame demon soared to the sky, rampaging in the sky. Any wind-scythe birds that came into contact with it would be ignited, causing the birds to scream in pain. Along the way, the flames soared to the sky, forming a line. Large numbers of wind-scythe birds were instantly roasted, falling to the ground. The flame demon rampaged in all directions, immediately attracting the attention of many bird groups, reducing a lot of pressure on the Goo Master army on the ground. What flame demon, it's nothing much. Far away, He Lulan laughed loudly, feeling proud. Yi Lui Sang also laughed loudly, "Hey tribe leader, look again." Saying so, his whole body shook, shaking off the flames and forming into flame demons. He Lulan's expression changed. Not only him, even Fang Yuan's gaze tightened in the army. The flame demon's power was astonishing, and there was actually more than one. 88-point Jinyang Tower brought opportunities. Not only did Fang Yuan, He Lulan and others improve, the other Goo Masters also had great gains. When 6 flame demons joined the battle, the flames on Yi Lui Sang's body were completely shaken off. 6 flame demons, fortunately. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. He Lulan's expression also eased slightly. Yi Lui Sang was talented, this killer move had great power, but that was it. At best, it could only be compared to the Dark Vortex. The flame demons continued to wreak havoc for an hour, their power becoming weaker and weaker, until they were finally annihilated among the wind-scythe birds. But soon, Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, Shi Shui, Pei Yan Fei, Tao Yu, Gu Guolong and others attacked one after another, using killer moves. The powerful battle strength of rank 5 Goo Masters changed the battle situation, tilting the scales of victory towards the Alliance army. Finally, they successfully passed the 26th round. Reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, 13 tribe leaders have submitted a joint petition, requesting to stop the advance. They are worried that their casualties are too high and need to recuperate. Before He Lulan could carefully look at this round, his trusted aide He Shu came to report. He Lulan immediately frowned, shouting, "Such small casualties and they are complaining. A bunch of good-for-nothings, incompetent cowards. Reject this petition and tell them that they need to advance. Whoever dares to retreat and escape the Alliance army will have their 9 clans killed without mercy." As he said this, he snatched the joint letter from the Patriarch and tore it into pieces in a few swift moves. "Continue advancing. Charge forward." He Lulan waved his arm, shouting as he commanded the army. He was anxious. These days, 88-point Jinyang Tower would give off strange vibrations every once in a while. Together with the mysterious loss of the owner token, He Lulan felt that the situation was not simple. His sharp intuition told him that something terrible had happened. To prevent any problems from happening, he had to obtain the Strength Path Immortal Goo as soon as possible. After advancing to a Strength Path Goo Immortal, he would have the strength to control the changing situation. This time, they attacked all the way to the 28th round. He Lulan saw that everyone could not hold on any longer, the casualties were huge and they needed to recuperate, he could only reluctantly retreat. In the room, Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled bitterly. He looked at the East Window Goo in his hand. These East Window Goo recorded the cultivation insights of Goo Masters of the past. Most of them were time path insights. These were the rewards from clearing 88-point Jinyang Tower. Don't tell me this is fate's arrangement, I have to advance to a Goo Immortal. Tai Bai Yunsheng had failed in his search for lifespan Goo and expended all his wealth. He could only become an external elder of He tribe. He was a time path Goo Master, rank 5 peak stage, he had a keen sense of time, he had sensed that he did not have much time left. Advancing to Goo Immortal could raise the quality of a Goo Master's life, but it could not increase their lifespan. But Tai Bai Yunsheng's situation was special. His time path inheritance. It had an extraordinary origin. It was a Gu immortal inheritance. This inheritance had 3 cores: river as before Gu, mountain as before Gu, and man as before Gu. The inheritance content had already been deduced, when becoming an immortal. Using the supreme opportunity of heaven and earth resonance, man as before Gu could become an immortal Gu. Mortal man as before. It could only be used on others. Immortal Gu man as before, but it could be used on oneself. If I had man as before immortal Gu, I could use it on myself and extend my lifespan. Unfortunately, man as before is not spring autumn cicada, it cannot save Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Sigh. Thinking of this, Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart clenched, intense guilt and remorse assaulted his heart. Fang Yuan stood at the top of the tower, looking towards He tribe's direction. Luck Inspection Gu had been activated all along, giving him a new and unique vision. This rank 5 mortal Gu was his only unexpected gain in true inheritance secluded domain. Luck Inspection, as the name suggested, could inspect luck. This was an investigative Gu worm. In his vision, He tribe's area had countless smoke-like luck. Among them, there were 2 that were extremely thick, standing out like a crane among chickens. Even palaces and houses could not hide them. One came from He Lulan. His luck was grand like a giant pillar, the color of blue clouds, extending for a long time. The other came from Tai Bai Yunsheng. His luck was like a burning cloud at dusk, the red light shining brightly, accumulating in the sky above his house, giving people a feeling of burning flames. These two's luck are flourishing, but there is a difference. He Lulan's luck gives people a feeling of permanence. Tai Bai Yunsheng's luck is like a pile of firewood, burning intensely at the final moment. These days, I have been manipulating in the dark and obtained a lot of time path insights, giving them to Tai Bai Yunsheng as a reward. Every time he gets a reward, the fire cloud luck above his head will become brighter and brighter. His chances of becoming an immortal will increase by a bit. Fang Yuan pondered for a long time, sighing inwardly at the mysteriousness of luck path. But he had only obtained 1 luck inspection Gu, he did not know the contents of the other inheritances. It was like opening a new window. Facing this new path, he could only slowly explore it. Next, he used luck inspection Gu to look at himself. Fang Yuan's body was shrouded in pitch-black luck. This luck formed a huge coffin shape, covering his entire body, emitting dense death energy and ominous aura. Even though Fang Yuan had inspected it many times, every time he saw this, his heart would sink. My luck does not look good. But these days, I have been persuading the Imperial Court land spirit, but there is no progress. This land spirit is too arrogant, he only wants to break through the obstruction and regain his freedom. Truyang Building has already trembled 38 times, there will be a moment when giant suns will awaken. Fang Yuan gasped. He saw a group of Gu masters far away, each covered in a small black coffin luck, walking towards He tribe. A moment later, they all entered Tai Bai Yunsheng's residence. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while and understood why these people were leaving. Chapter 611. Old Sir Tai Bai, please seek justice for us. I beg old Sir to plead for mercy for us. Our tribe, the old, the weak, the women and the children, the future of our tribe is in Lord's hands. In the house, a group of Gu masters knelt on the ground. They were either sobbing or had a sorrowful expression. They were all pleading for Tai Bai Yunsheng's help. These Gu masters had extraordinary statuses. They were all tribe leaders. Lu tribe, Shi tribe, these tribes were all mid-sized or small to mid-sized. In the process of attacking 88-point Jinyang Tower, they suffered heavy casualties. If this continued, they might face the danger of being exterminated. Several times earlier, they had submitted petitions to retreat, but He Lulan had rejected them harshly. Survival first. He Lulan's militaristic behavior had already severely harmed the survival and development of these small and mid-sized tribes. But because of Black Tyrant's fierce reputation, these tribe leaders did not dare to look for He Lulan directly. They discussed for a while and came together to seek Tai Bai Yunsheng's help. Tai Bai Yunsheng was the #1 healing master of the current generation in Northern Plains. He was publicly recognized as a merciful person, his reputation was number one in the hearts of Northern Plains mortals. Now, he had also become He tribe's external elder, and was highly regarded by He Lulan. If they could obtain Tai Bai Yincheng's help, they might be able to give their tribe a precious chance to rest and recuperate. All of you stand up and talk. Tai Bai Yincheng advised. Old Lord, if you don't agree, we won't stand up. Come and see my people, and you will understand our pain and sorrow. Our casualties are too heavy, the women lost their husbands. The children have lost their parents, the elderly have lost their children. Old sir, please persuade Lord He Lulan, if this goes on, our tribe will be exterminated. We did not die in the imperial court contest, but perished in imperial court blessed land. If news of this spreads, where will He tribe's reputation go? How ironic would this be? The tribe leaders spoke one after another. His attitude was firm, and he refused to get up. Sigh. Tai Bai Yincheng let out a long sigh. He had long been dissatisfied with He Lulan's methods. They could obviously take it slow, so why did they act so hastily? He really couldn't bear to cause such heavy casualties. In Tai Bai Yincheng's opinion, losing the OP token in the second stage must have triggered He Lulan. There was another reason. Even He tribe's supreme elders were urging him. Under the pressure, He Lulan had no choice but to try her best. Servants, serve tea to the patriarchs. Tai Bai Yincheng summoned his servants. Then, he turned around and comforted the other patriarchs. I will go over and persuade Patriarch He Lulan. I will do my best. Sir. You're such a kind person. It's our clan's fortune to have the old mister's help. Sir, this is our joint letter, we will wait for Lord's good news. All the patriarchs were deeply grateful. Tai Bai Yincheng took the book and kept it in his bosom. After saying goodbye to everyone, he went to the main hall. He went to see He Lulan. He Lulan was not handling matters in the main hall, but was relaxing in the garden at the back. Tai Bai Yincheng rushed over and saw He Lulan. The latter was playing chess in the pavilion at the center of the lake. He Lulan heard his intentions and rejected him sternly at first, but after Tai Bai Yincheng persuaded her with kind words, He Lulan gradually relaxed. How about this? I can let these tribes rest for now, but they have to lend out all their goo worms. My army is attacking, we cannot let their battle strength fall because of their absence. Lend 1 goo worm, exempt 1 quota. Lend rank 2 goo worms, exempt rank 2 goo masters. Lend rank 3 goo worms, exempt rank 3 goo masters, so on and so forth. Tribe leader is wise and benevolent. I will first thank tribe leader for his magnanimity on behalf of all the tribesmen. Tai Bai Yincheng knew when to stop, and after returning, he informed the patriarchs of this news. The patriarchs looked at each other and finally accepted this condition. Goo worms were the foundation of a goo master. Loaned goo worms were easily damaged, but it was better than losing their lives. The loss of members of these tribes was too severe. The next day, He Lulan ordered the Black Banner Army to go to the residences of all the tribes and collect their goo worms. He also sent Tai Bai Yincheng to hold the line and deal with the relevant matters. After 3 days, the matter was finally settled. Tai Bai Yincheng came back to report that He Lulan had invited him to a banquet. During the banquet, He Lulan repeatedly toasted, Sir, please drink to your heart's content. Fortunately, Sir has joined our tribe, we were able to reduce the casualties of our army. Sir, you have saved countless lives, your merit is immeasurable. I don't dare, it's just that man proposes and heaven disposes, longevity heaven is above, I will do my best. Tai Bai Yincheng showed an ashamed expression as he toasted back. He Lulan's praise made him think of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. In fact, after returning from the Blood Path Hall, every word of praise he heard was like a form of mockery, lashing at his soul. But today, he dealt with this matter and eased the conflict between the small and medium tribes and He tribe. In a sense, he saved many goo masters' lives. This made him feel slightly better. In the name of longevity heaven, I will do my best. He Lulan drained the wine in one gulp, putting down the wine cup as he muttered, sighing, "Old sir's words are very good, very well said. Longevity heaven is watching us, the future is mysterious and unpredictable, as mortals, we can only do our best. Elder Tai Bai, you will do your best, so I, He Lulan, will also do my best." Tai Bai Yunqing heard this and felt He Lulan's words had a hidden meaning, so he asked, "Lord Tribe Leader, why do you say this?" He Lulan laughed and was about to speak when He Shu came in from outside to report. He was covered in blood and had a respectful expression as he approached He Lulan, reporting to Lord Tribe Leader, "Black Banner Troop did not disappoint you, we have dealt with it properly." Tai Bai Yunqing saw killing intent lingering around his body and had a bad feeling. He quickly asked, "What dealt with it properly?" "He Shu. What did you guys deal with?" He Shu did not answer, only raising his eyebrows and glancing at Tai Bai Yunqing. His gaze revealed disdain towards Tai Bai Yunqing's compassionate way of doing things. "Ha ha ha, Elder Tai Bai. Like you said before, do your best. You are doing your best. I am also doing my best.
I am doing my best to break through the checkpoint and complete the Grand Elder's mission as soon as possible. Tell me, these people deserted in the face of danger, what crime should they be punished for? They relied on me to come here and develop. Taking advantage when there are benefits, hiding when there are disadvantages, is there such a cheap thing in this world? Humph. If everyone learned from them, would my great army still exist? Would there still be people following me to break through the checkpoint?" He Lulan said this. Her tone was strict and her eyes revealed a vicious glint. With these words, it was obvious what punishment would be. "He Lulan, you." Tai Bai Yunqing jumped and stood up. He glared at He Lulan, his face revealing shock and anger. There was even hatred. "How dare you!" He Shu was displeased and was about to attack, but was stopped by He Lulan's hand. "Elder Tai Bai, don't forget your current status." He Lulan restrained her fierce gaze and calmly poured a cup of wine. Tai Bai Yunqing's fists were tightly clenched, his whole body was shivering from anger. He stared fixedly at He Lulan. He wanted to curse but was unable to do so. He Lulan chuckled, personally pouring wine for Tai Bai Yunqing. "Old sir, sit down, this is such a beautiful scene. This is such a beautiful scene, we cannot waste good wine and good food." "Screw your good wine and good food." Tai Bai Yunqing waved his sleeves furiously. With a bang, the wine cup fell to the ground. He Lulan was not offended, she pointed at the dishes on the table and laughed, "Elder Tai Bai, this is your celebratory feast. Without you, how could they trust us and lend out their goo worms? Without goo worms, my Black Banner army was able to easily suppress them in a few moves. We have to thank you for all of this." Tai Bai Yunqing heard these words and felt like thunder had struck his heart. He took 3 steps back and his face turned extremely pale. "He Lulan, you are truly a despicable scoundrel." "Despicable? How can you say such naive words? Elder Tai Bai, you were once a young tribe leader, you have lived for so many years, how can you not see the ways of the world? The so-called politics has always been dirty." Tai Bai Yunqing wanted to retort, but could not find any words to retort. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeves, walking out of the hall without looking back. "Lord Tribe Leader, should we send people to monitor Tai Bai Yunqing?" He Shu asked. He Lulan raised his cup and drank wine, his expression was indifferent without a trace of nervousness. He glanced at Tai Bai Yunqing's back and sneered, "Tai Bai Yunqing is merely a healing goo master, what is there to be afraid of? His reputation? Hee, with just this one matter, who would dare to trust him? Good deeds do not leave the door, but evil deeds travel 1,000 miles. He Shu heard this and his heart shook. Those who hold high positions are truly unfathomable in their schemes. He could see that He Lulan's actions were killing 3 birds with 1 stone. First, to suppress the small and mid-sized tribes and make an example out of them. Second, to teach Tai Bai Yunqing a lesson and make him understand his status. Third, to weaken Tai Bai Yunqing's reputation and stabilize his ruling position. Tai Bai Yunqing quickly arrived at the scene of the incident. The massacre had already ended, but in order to intimidate others, He Lulan did not order his subordinates to clean up the scene. Tai Bai Yunqing looked around, his face was pale and his heart was shaking. The sacred palace was dyed in blood, corpses were everywhere. Not only were there strong men, there were also old and weak women and children.
Some of them had died with their eyes wide open, some had their hands and feet cut off, some were cut in half at the waist. It was a horrible sight. Some had messy clothes, their expressions twisted in pain. It was obvious that they had suffered inhuman humiliation before they died. All of this, it's all my fault. If I didn't believe in He Lulan, if I didn't mediate. I was too stupid, I was too naive. I actually didn't see through He Lulan's sinister intentions. These people, they all died because they trusted me. Tai Bai Yunqing's whole body trembled, the smell of blood assaulted his nostrils, and the corpses all over the ground formed a tragic scene, causing a huge impact on his fragile state of mind. His back was stooped, and his white beard swayed slightly in the breeze. His deep wrinkles, lifeless eyes, and tightly clenched fists were silently expressing the sorrow, anger, regret, and self-blame in the depths of his heart. Plop! He knelt on the ground powerlessly, his hands supporting the ground. The pool of blood on the ground had stained his hands, knees, and trouser legs bright red. I'm sorry. Tai Bai Yunqing cried bitterly. For a moment, tears flowed down his old face. This is a good person, even though there is darkness in his heart. But there is a great fear between life and death. In the face of death, how can a normal person not lose his composure? In the distance, in a hidden corner, Fang Yuan had been watching quietly. He had seen everything happen. It turned out that the black coffin's fate represented a serious fatal disaster. The annihilation of these tribes was the best proof of this. And the aura of death on his body was 10 times, maybe even 100 times thicker than these tribe leaders. This is interesting. Luck. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a proud sneer. He wanted to see the so-called bad luck. Could it stop his footsteps? In this life, no one, no reason, no difficulty, can affect my determination to move forward. His deep and cold gaze looked towards Tai Bai Yunqing. Who said good people will be rewarded? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's cold gaze added a tinge of sarcasm. There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Let me give you a push. He secretly activated a goo worm, forming a faintly discernible illusory sound, faintly entering Tai Bai Yunqing's ears. Tai Bai Yunqing's mental state was on the verge of collapse, his mind was in extreme turmoil. At this moment, he suddenly heard a voice. The same tone as Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. I believe you. You will definitely save me, won't you? Old Lord, you are our benefactor, we are grateful to you, we are willing to risk our lives to help you. Ah! Tai Bai Yunqing cried out in shock. He suddenly opened his eyes. In his hazy vision, he saw the pool of blood on the ground. The pool of blood swayed. It was the scene of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai dying in the blood beast group in his nightmare. Tai Bai Yunqing's body shook, he was as still as a statue, but at the next moment, he suddenly raised his head and roared with all his might. Ah! A shrill and hoarse voice echoed in this bloody slaughterhouse. He, ha ha ha. After the roar ended, it was Tai Bai Yunqing's loud laughter. His laughter was crazed and unbridled, it was the sorrowful cry of anger, but it was also a cold mockery towards the world, towards himself. Crazy? Crazy! Elder Tai Bai has gone crazy. The surrounding He tribe Gu masters shouted in shock. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. He was a transmigrator, and also a rebirther. His rich experiences allowed him to grasp people's hearts at an extremely high level. Tai Bai Yunqing was a good person. But his subconscious action in the Blood Path Hall was betrayal. This behavior caused him to doubt and deny his own value. If a person denies himself and doubts himself, he would no doubt fall into an abyss of pain. Evidently, Tai Bai Yunqing was in pain, he was filled with guilt and was tormented by similar nightmares almost every night. He could not accept his despicable actions. He had been following the path of justice and benevolence all his life, he wanted to return to the past, but the clear truth lay in the depths of his heart, it was an obstacle that he could not overcome. He was sinking into the abyss of pain, his powerless struggle only made him sink deeper and deeper. The tribe leader's request gave him a chance to save himself, to atone for his sins. If it could really be done, it would no doubt be a relief to him, it would be a good medicine that came at the right time. But the truth was, He Lulan ordered the extermination of his 9 clans, not a single person was left alive. Tai Bai Yunqing had instead become an accomplice of the evildoer. The medicine turned into a heart-piercing poison, the intense poison made him unable to control himself, his mental state was on the verge of collapse. At this juncture, Fang Yuan gave a light push, finally causing Tai Bai Yunqing to explode, a hysterical explosion. Perhaps only Fang Yuan could understand him. From a certain point of view, Fang Yuan, who had searched Tai Bai Yunqing's soul, could be said to be his confidant. But the cruel thing was, this confidant was not a friend, but an enemy who schemed against him. Hidden in the darkness, Fang Yuan quietly listened to Tai Bai Yunqing's loud laughter with an appreciative expression and a faint smile. This respectable yet pitiful old man roared at the top of his lungs, laughed loudly, and his face was covered in tears. He was interrogating himself, criticizing the cruelty of the world, and powerless to resist the teasing of fate. What else can you do after denying yourself? Fang Yuan muttered softly, his eyes dark and deep. Go to the Blood Dao Hall and challenge the trial again? No, when you get there, your mind will be filled with the shadows of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Go and seek help. Who can help you? He Lulan. You must have had a falling out with him. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if you get lifespan goo, can you use it with peace of mind? He. The current you, what other path do you have? What other choice do you have? You deny yourself, you give up on yourself, you are filled with grief, you are being interrogated by your conscience, what other choice do you have? In Fang Yuan's heart, an answer became clearer. So, go and make your choice, don't disappoint me. In the darkness, Fang Yuan's gaze shone as he stared at the deranged Tai Bai Yunqing. Tai Bai Yunqing laughed loudly, his laughter was bitter, as if he was howling in grief. He tore his clothes, tears and mucus flowed down his face, he no longer had the demeanor of a rank 5 peak stage expert. He was a greedy person, he was a good person who was forced into a corner by the cruel and cold world. In fact, he was even more of a pitiful person. Unknowingly, a light breeze started to blow. The sound of the wind became louder, clouds started to form in the sky. With Tai Bai Yunqing as the center, the atmosphere changed silently but rapidly. A mysterious change started, heaven and earth started to shake.
You did not disappoint me after all. Fang Yuan shuddered in excitement, he retreated silently. He retreated far away, retreating all the way. Because, Egu Master's immortal ascension was not a joke. Soon, the wind and clouds started to change, heaven and earth started to change. The dark and thick black clouds seemed like they were going to collapse at any moment, crushing the sacred palace. Everyone in the sacred palace shouted in shock. What is going on? What the hell happened? Most people did not know the reason, they fell into panic. It can't be. A small number of knowledgeable people stared at this turbulent scene with dumbfounded expressions. Investigate, investigate. Who is it? In the hall, He Lulan flew into a rage. Lord, it is Tai Bai Yunqing. He Shu was sweating profusely, he stumbled as he ran over to report. He Lulan's expression froze, he was like a statue for a moment. After a few breaths of time, he reacted, his expression was distorted as he shouted, retreat. Tell everyone to retreat from the sacred palace. Of course, those who want to die can stay behind. Gao. Chow. It's near. Many god of prediction had guessed some plot. Of course, there were some that were absolutely impossible to guess.
Chapter 6:12. The sky was dark and gloomy, winds howled. A formless power of the heavens and earth lifted Tai Bai Yunxing up into the sky. He laughed wildly, his white beard dancing in the wind. There was no trace of his usual gentle and benevolent expression, his face was twisted and crazed. The sacred palace was in a state of panic, the Gu masters covered their heads and scurried away, forming huge groups of people as they escaped for their lives. After escaping for 10,000 li, the people stopped in their tracks in trepidation. The Gu master experts occupied the mountain tops or directly floated in the sky, using investigative Gu worms to observe the scene above the sacred palace with different expressions. The other Gu masters also raised their heads to look at Tai Bai Yunxing in the sky, their expressions were filled with worship, reverence, love, worry, jealousy and so on. The news of Tai Bai Yunxing advancing to Gu Immortal had already spread like wildfire. Immortal Ascension. This was an unreachable phrase in the past, but at this moment, it was happening in front of everyone's eyes. Inconceivable, Tai Bai Yunxing has not even used his Gu worms, but the weather has already changed. Looking at the turbulent winds and clouds in the sky, many Gu masters shouted in amazement. Soon, a wave of exclamations was about to set off. Chow! Not only was the weather changing, even the ground under everyone's feet was starting to tremble. At first, there was only a thin layer of dust, but soon, there was a vast amount of dust rising from the ground. This is the movement of Earth Qi. According to the tribe's records, when a Gu master advances to Gu Immortal, they first need to shatter their aperture. After shattering the aperture, they can draw in Heaven Qi and Earth Qi. Yi Lui Sang, He Lulan and the others came from super tribes. They knew much more than ordinary people. Right now, they were all watching. Shock filled their hearts. The first step to Gu Immortal was to shatter the aperture. Using primeval essence to charge at the aperture, completely destroying it and shattering it. This way, the sealed aperture that was sealed by the crystal wall would become a loophole in the Gu master's body. Just this first step requires a huge amount of courage. Because after the aperture shatters, there is no way to recover it. Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong sighed. Immortal ascension is extremely difficult. Not even 1 out of 100 can survive. Tai Bai Yunxing is too courageous, he actually dared to take this step. We are truly impressed, Nye Yaching, the patriarch of the Nye family, sighed. He Lulan's expression was complicated. He knew the inside story. The reason Tai Bai Yunxing ascended to become an immortal was probably because of his power. It was because of me that Tai Bai Yunxing was agitated and took the risk to ascend to immortality when he had a mental breakdown. It just so happens that even though I'm familiar with the ancient books, however, he also needed to witness it with his own eyes. Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal ascension is of great help to me. It was just that, it was fine if he failed. If he really becomes a Gu Immortal, how should I treat him? He Lulan frowned and felt a headache coming on. Fong Yuan sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, surrounded by the Azure Wolves. Immortal Ascension. His gaze was deep and serene. There was excitement, but there was also nostalgia. Using luck inspection Gu, he found that Tai Bai Yunxing's luck was like a raging fire, it was like a burning cloud. Now, his aura was even more vigorous. It was as if it was burning intensely. His luck is blazing, he succeeded in his immortal ascension in my previous life. In this life, it should not be a problem. Fong Yuan nodded inwardly. Different from He Lulan's hesitation, he already had a plan against the immortal Tai Bai Yunxing. As he continued to look, luck inspection Gu could not bear the burden and was actually injured. His eyes also felt a burning pain. Fong Yuan immediately stopped using it, he was not surprised. Tai Bai Yunxing had already shattered his aperture, drawing in the heaven and earth qi of the surrounding 10,000 li. Using Gu worms in this range would definitely cause a chain reaction, causing the heaven and earth chi to shake intensely and form a backlash. If one insisted on using it and forcefully used it, even an immortal gu would be injured or even destroyed. Not to mention mortal gu. Fang Yuan had not considered using gu worms at this time to trap Tai Bai Yunsheng. This was also the reason. If he acted rashly at this time, he might even be implicated. In an instant, black clouds rumbled in the sky, forming a huge whirlpool. Correspondingly, the yellowish-brown dust on the ground rumbled endlessly, forming a hole. This Tai Bai Yunsheng's accumulation is deep, his human qi is vast, he actually attracted so much heaven and earth qi. This scene is even more majestic than our tribe's supreme elder. Yi Lui Sang saw this and was shocked. Tai Bai Yunsheng had an immortal inheritance, he had roamed northern plains his entire life, he had rich experiences. Now that he had almost completed his entire life, his accumulation was incomparably deep. Two huge whirlpools covered an area of 100 li. Tai Bai Yunsheng raised his head and looked at the fierce whirlpool. It was like a huge beast opening its mouth. Compared to it, Tai Bai Yunsheng's body was tiny, like a flying insect in a pond. But Tai Bai Yunsheng was still laughing maniacally. "Come, come!" he shouted, his body trembling. There was fear, excitement, and relief. Even if he failed, it was a release for him. As if hearing his call, the whirlpool that had been brewing for a while started to rotate slowly. In the sky, the two whirlpools rumbled and rotated like millstones. In the sky, the black cloud whirlpool flashed with lightning, thunder rumbled. On the ground, purple smoke rose from the dust whirlpool, accompanied by loud roars. Like a mill, the black cloud millstone sprinkled down a clear and bright aura. From the dust millstone, a golden aura emerged. It was heaven and earth chi. Heaven and earth chi floated, the earth chi was deep and vigorous. And Tai Bai Yunsheng's body emitted a white human chi. This human chi was extremely dense, like a cocoon, tightly wrapping Tai Bai Yunsheng into a huge ball. Heaven and earth chi descended, earth chi surged up, converging in the air and intertwining with the human chi. Heaven, earth and human chi, these three chi converged and started to fuse. First step is shattering the aperture, second step is taking in chi. He Lulan muttered. There is no turning back after shattering the aperture, there is no turning back, you can only succeed and not fail. Taking in chi is a test of the Gu Master's temperament and control ability. This step is extremely crucial, like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. Slightly unbalanced. If the human chi is slightly heavy, it will self-detonate. If the weather is slightly heavy, it will melt into nothingness. If the earth chi is slightly thick, it will turn into stone and suffocate. Difficult, difficult, difficult. Yi Lui Sang sighed as he shook his head. Even as a spectator, he felt his heart palpitate. Once the Gu Immortal breakthrough begins, there is no turning back, there is no turning back. The danger was extremely high. Thus, many rank 5 peak stage Gu Masters, even if they knew the method to become an immortal, would not choose to take the risk unless it was absolutely necessary. Amateurs watched the show, while experts observed the technique. Most people opened their eyes wide, excitedly watching the show. Only a few Gu Master experts who knew the inside story were sweating profusely, their hearts pounding. Fang Yuan was the one who had the deepest experience. In his previous life, he succeeded in becoming a blood path Gu Immortal. He had a deep impression of the process of immortal ascension. This second step is extremely difficult. Not only does it test the Gu Master's control and balance, it also tests the Gu Master's temperament. It is more of a test of the Gu Master's nature. He sighed inwardly. Heaven chi and earth chi attack the body, the three chi converge, it is the process of a mortal fusing with heaven and earth. Since birth, a normal person would never have such an intimate contact with heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are the foundation of all living beings. The heaven and earth chi resonates with each other, the mysteries of the great Tao will fill the Gu Master's mind. Gu Masters comprehend the great Tao. Such an opportunity is hard to come by, it is very easy to get lost in it, unable to extricate themselves. This can easily cause mistakes, causing the balance of the three chi to fail. The most crucial point is, the more heaven and earth chi one absorbs, the higher the Gu Immortal's future accomplishments. At this crucial period, Gu Masters are often too greedy and absorb too much heaven and earth chi, causing the three chi to lose their balance, leading to failure and death. Tai Bai Yuncheng did not disappoint Fang Yuan. He persevered and stabilized the situation, adjusting the three chi just right, progressing slowly. This Tai Bai Yuncheng probably has an expert guiding him. Tai Bai Yuncheng actually did it, even the second step did not stump him. This person is really not simple. We still have to see. Doing it now does not mean he can persevere to the end. He Lulan and Yi Lui Sang were bewildered. Rumble. Right at this time, a change occurred. The haze shook, 88-point Jinyang Tower shook intensely. As the foundation of the sacred palace, smoke and dust rose, and for a moment, an unknown number of magnificent courtyards collapsed. What's going on? 88-point Jinyang Tower. Everyone exclaimed and shifted their gazes. It's about time. Fang Yuan sneered, but he was well aware of the situation. In Truyang Building, the land spirit was furious. Tai Bai Yuncheng's Gu Immortal Ascension needed to absorb heaven and earth chi. But this world was not the outside world's northern plains, it was the small world of Imperial Court blessed land. Tai Bai Yuncheng's consumption of this small world's heaven and earth chi was equivalent to weakening Imperial Court blessed land, extracting the land spirit's source of strength from its roots. How could the land spirit not be furious? It had been imprisoned for countless years, and now, it finally had the hope of escaping. Although it was formed from obsession and did not know how to lie, it had intelligence and understood tactful and hidden strategies. The land spirit was afraid of Giant Sun's will. It had originally planned to hold back and wait for the gruel mud's corrosion to reach a certain degree before erupting. But now that Tai Bai Yuncheng was breaking through to Gu Immortal Realm, not only did he extract the land spirit's strength, he would also awaken Giant Sun's will. This way, the land spirit's plan would be foiled. It was very likely that it would be suppressed by Giant Sun's will again. Without a choice, it could only make a prompt decision. Taking advantage of the time when Giant Sun's will was still in slumber, it decided to rebel and catch him unprepared. Thus, everyone saw Truyang Building shake, and many of the sacred palace's buildings collapsed because of it. In Truyang Building, the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock sang loudly. Its attack had an outstanding effect. The green mud covering its body fell down to its neck, and 5 to 6 black chains on its body were shaken off. A soft murmur of someone waking up from a dream resounded in the deepest part of Truyang Building. Who has the guts to wake me up from my dream? In the boundless darkness, a will that was as large as a sun slowly awakened. It was only a faint light at first, but soon, it became brighter and brighter, until it reached the 9 underworlds and swept through every corner of Truyang Building. Chapter 613. A will that was as hot as the sun attacked Fang Yuan's mind through the glass owner token. The will was like a golden flood, rampaging around and directly barging into Fang Yuan's mind. Wills were formed from a large number of specific thoughts. If Giant Sun's will was allowed to charge into his mind, it could cause Fang Yuan to lose his memories. Oh no! Quickly throw away that damn token. In his mind, Mo Yao's will appeared and screamed. She was a Gu Immortal's will and had reached rank 7 before her death. Her will foundation was even deeper than Fang Yuan's. She and Fang Yuan were bound together for good or bad. They were like two grasshoppers tied to the same rope. The mind was the most crucial place. Fang Yuan was even more unwilling to fight in his mind. No need to panic. He sneered. He was already prepared and was not flustered, activating Special Will Gu. Special Will Gu received the primeval essence and directly appeared in his mind, blocking in front of Giant Sun's will. The golden flood of will stopped, completely obstructed by the Special Will Gu. Next, Special Will Gu burst out with a strong suction force, continuously devouring Giant Sun's will. A small one swallowed a big one, like a snake swallowing a whale, but Giant Sun's will could not resist. This is Mo Yao's will was dazed for a moment before coming to a realization, so Giant Sun's will is special will. Wisdom path had developed for a long time, originating from the remote antiquity era until now. Wills belonged to wisdom path, they naturally had rich contents. Not only were there different types of wills, they also had a wide variety of effects. Just with Fang Yuan's preliminary research, he had bought many wisdom path gu worms. For example, special will gu, deliberate will gu, play will gu, notice gu, new will gu. They were used to create special will, play will, notice gu, and new will gu. These four wills had their own advantages and disadvantages, they needed the gu master to choose according to their own situation. They could choose the will that suited them. Among them, special will gu masters could set a preset action and trigger it under specific circumstances. This effect, to put it simply, was like a mouse trap. When the mouse triggers the mouse trap would activate and trap the mouse. The Giant Sun Immortal sought benefits for his descendants. Considering the dangerous situation in the future, he chose the most suitable special will gu and condensed Giant Sun's will. It was placed in the 88-point Jinyang Tower. As long as the danger reached a certain level, and certain conditions were met, the intentional would trigger the Giant Sun Immortal's preset actions. As for this preset action, what exactly was it? Outsiders did not know. Even the reborn Fang Yuan. He wasn't sure about that either. However, he knew from his previous life that Giant Sun's will was a special will. Knowing this made things much easier. Even though Giant Sun's will was an immortal venerable's will, it still had to obey the great Tao laws of heaven and earth. Wills were created by gu worms, and were similarly restrained by the corresponding gu worms. Thus, Giant Sun's special will was greatly countered by special will gu. In Fang Yuan's mind. Before he could show off his power, Fang Yuan used special will gu. It devoured everything. After swallowing this wisp of Giant Sun's will, special will gu's belly immediately swelled up, like a fatty that had eaten too much. Good will. Fang Yuan praised, but was inwardly shocked, so dangerous. Although it is countered, it is after all an immortal venerable's will. Even if it is only a wisp, it is not easy to deal with. The glass owner token was a part of the 88-point Jinyang Tower. Giant Sun's will use this owner token to attack Fang Yuan. But the owner token was like a passage, and this passage was too small, only a wisp of Giant Sun's will could pass through. If the passage was bigger, the situation would be different. The wisp of will that special will gu ate was insignificant compared to Giant Sun's will in Truyang Tower. After being plotted against by Fang Yuan, Giant Sun's will was furious. Cheater, you dare to blaspheme my, Giant Sun's, glory. I will crush you into pieces. Rumble. Truyang Tower shook, letting out all sorts of light rays that soared into the sky, its might was unparalleled, shaking heaven and earth. Although Giant Sun Immortal was already dead, with just Giant Sun's will, he could not activate 88-point Jinyang Tower. But in 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun Immortal had left behind a large amount of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence. Wild gu could directly absorb the primeval energy in the air, refined gu worms would lose this ability, and could only absorb the gu master's primeval essence. 88-point Jinyang Tower was an immortal gu house, it obeyed Giant Sun's will, absorbing the immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, activating it on its own was a piece of cake. Run! Seeing that 88-point Jinyang Tower was about to activate, Mo Yao's will anxiously warned in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan was the despicable scoundrel who refined Truyang Tower. The moment Giant Sun's will awakened, he treated him as a mortal enemy. Fang Yuan was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, this hatred was too great. Fang Yuan was directly targeted, he was in a desperate situation, an unprecedented killing intent was about to descend upon him. No hurry. In the face of danger, Fang Yuan was calm and collected. He tightly held the glass owner token in his hand. This token was not simple. It had consumed an immortal gu, and was made from the foundation of the owner token. It had used up thousands of years of preparation and painstaking effort of Central Continent's gu immortals and several super forces, and it was a crucial key. Still causing trouble even after death, humph, what era is this? Fong Yuan snorted coldly, without any fear, he willed and activated the ambush through the glass owner token. Truyong Tower shook intensely, the smoke and light covering the sky instantly dispersed by more than half. The illusory building that was condensing dissipated like candlelight in the face of strong winds. Everything stopped abruptly. Inside Truyong Tower, giant suns will let out a deafening roar, being attacked by countless special Wulgu. These special Wulgu were prepared by Central Continent's Gu immortals for thousands of years, they had been accumulating endlessly, and were specially arranged to deal with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will was completely targeted. At once, he was surrounded by a pack of wolves. His first thought was to activate his Gu worms to kill these special Wulgu. 88-point Jinyang Tower was an immortal Gu house, it was a solid-state killer move formed from many immortal Gu and mortal Gu. It naturally had methods to exterminate internal enemies. But Central Continent's Gu immortals had deep research, they had already calculated this. Along with the activation of the special Wulgu, there were other shocking methods that sealed the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Truyong Tower could not be activated by the immortal essence, it immediately shut down. Even though Giant Sun's will was furious, he had no way to deal with it immediately, he fell into a predicament. Truyong Tower fell into deathly silence, Fong Yuan was at ease. In his previous life, Central Continent's Gu immortals had used this method to destroy Giant Sun's will and destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower. Unfortunately, I am still immortal and not a Gu immortal, I cannot obtain any benefits from this place. Fong Yuan felt some regret. This was Giant Sun's will's weakest moment, but he could no longer interfere. In fact, even if he became a Gu immortal, he would not be able to gain any advantage by relying on his own Gu immortal battle strength. Central Continent's Gu immortals attacked this place, a total of 11 people, each of them an elite expert, but only 3 returned victorious. However, their sacrifices were worth it, the battle results were plentiful. Truyong Tower was the spiritual symbol of Northern Plains, its sudden destruction caused Northern Plains to suffer heavy losses, their morale fell to rock bottom and they were forced to retreat on the battlefield. If not for Ma Hongyun, who was already a Gu immortal, acting as a pillar and repeatedly playing a crucial role at the most crucial moments, Northern Plains would have already been annexed by Central Continent. To the current Fong Yuan, at least for a period of time, he was safe. What happened to Truyong Tower just now? Don't tell me the impact of Tai Bai Yincheng's immortal ascension was too great, even 88-point Jinyang Tower was affected by it? Imperial Court Blessed Land prohibits Gu immortals from entering, Tai Bai Yincheng's immortal ascension here is an extremely rare event. Will this destroy Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangements back then? Truyong Tower's strange movements made those who did not know the truth bewildered, they started to make guesses. Truyong Tower fell into a deathly silence, there were no other movements for the time being. Soon, everyone's gazes were attracted to Tai Bai Yuncheng again. Tai Bai Yuncheng floated between heaven and earth, continuously absorbing heaven chi and earth chi, combining them with his own human chi. The 3 chi were balanced, pouring into what was once the aperture. An extremely mystical transformation was happening on his body. Be it his body, soul or mind, they were all being tempered by the heaven and earth chi. The essence of his entire life was being refined. There were 3 steps to immortal ascension, first was shattering the aperture, second was taking in chi. Tai Bai Yuncheng had benefited from a complete Gu immortal inheritance, he was very clear about the crux of this, he was able to perform stably with no major obstructions. However, how could the process of immortal ascension only have these obstacles? Compared to the majestic heaven chi and vast earth chi, human chi only came from Tai Bai Yuncheng. Thus, heaven and earth chi were vast and boundless, while human chi was small. The 3 chi were balanced, the excess heaven chi and earth chi could not be absorbed in time, and were pushed to the side. As time passed, these heaven chi and earth chi would accumulate in the sky and on the ground, continuously accumulating and condensing, a qualitative change would occur from quantity to quantity. Tai Bai Yuncheng's accumulation is too deep, he has absorbed so much heaven chi and earth chi. Now, these heaven chi and earth chi are about to condense into a calamity and tribulation. Yi Lui Sang's eyes shone brightly. The deeper the Gu Master's accumulation, the higher the difficulty of immortal ascension. But if they succeeded, their future achievements would also be higher. The risks and benefits involved were directly proportional. He Lulan was even more speechless. She was closely watching, trying her best to observe and reference. How were heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities formed? The scene in front of them, the process of their formation, was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The golden earth chi became denser, the turbid chi condensed into a single horned tiger. And the green heaven chi condensed into countless huge jade willow leaves. Each willow leaf was the size of a boat. The single horned tiger was the size of a small mountain, sitting on the ground, raising its head and waiting to leap. The jade willow leaves swayed, spreading in the sky, ready to move. This is the earthly calamity tiger, heavenly tribulation willow wind. Fang Yuan's gaze shone. Tai Bai Yunsheng stopped his maniacal laughter, his expression turned serious. Everyone was so far away, but they could feel the boundless might of the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation, not to mention the target of the earthly calamity and earthly calamity, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was at the heart of the storm. At once, everyone was silent, the atmosphere was heavy. Chapter 6:14. Inside Truyang Building. The land spirit used all its strength, attacking the power that was sealing it. Bam bam bam. With 3 consecutive light explosions, 3 of the black chains that bound its body were directly broken. The green mud on its body had also completely fallen off its neck. Even the top of its 2 wings were no longer covered in green mud, revealing fresh and resplendent feathers. Little sparrow, you dare! Giant Sun's will was furious. Giant Sun, you are dead, but you imprisoned me for over 100,000 years. Today, I will break out of this broken cage. Frost Jade Peacock let out an ear-piercing shriek, similarly furious. After being imprisoned for so many years, unable to move, unable to have freedom, the anger and frustration it felt had turned into its motivation to break the seal. Giant Sun's will growled, his sunlight will burst out, countless golden currents shot out in all directions. Over 10,000 special will gu had already surrounded it. Like a dam, it blocked the golden currents of will. Giant Sun's special will was completely countered by the special will gu. The entire dam did not move, but this situation only lasted for a few breaths of time. The special will gu that had devoured Giant Sun's special will reached its limit, exploding one by one. After a few breaths of time, the dam formed by the special will gu shook, broke down and collapsed. Although Giant Sun's special will was countered, it was too much, originating from Giant Sun Immortal. Even after over 100,000 years, it had lost a lot of energy, but it was not something that 10,000 special will gu could suppress. Restraint was also relative. Water could extinguish a fire, but if the fire was strong enough, it could directly turn the water into steam. Giant Sun's will was like a small sun, grand and powerful. Directly charging over, although the expenditure was not small, it caused over 10,000 special will gu to explode. Without the special will gu's entrapment, Giant Sun's will was like a prisoner that broke free, immediately controlling Truyang Building with all his strength. But at the next moment, over 50,000 special will gu swarmed in, regrouping and forming a new encirclement. Because of their deep research. Thus, the Central Continent gu immortals had never underestimated Giant Sun's will, they had made ample preparations for this. Special will gu were not immortal gu, they could accumulate numbers. Giant Sun's will had just regained freedom. But it was sealed again, and immediately roared in anger. It attacked again, pouring down like a vast river, breaking the special will gu's encirclement. But soon, the third wave of special will gu arrived. This time, there were even more of them, more than 100,000. Central Continent's gu immortals spent thousands of years on this, several super forces worked together to purchase and refine gu, expending an astronomical amount of gu refinement materials. After paying a shocking price, Fang Yuan was now able to utilize them to great effect. seeing that he was once again surrounded. Giant Sun's will did not roar. He was the will of an immortal venerable, so he knew how to think. When he realized that he had fallen into a trap. After the other party was fully prepared, he regained his composure. He began to think and soon found a flaw in the encirclement. Although the special will goo had surrounded Giant Sun's will from top to bottom, left to right, front to back, without a single blind spot, Giant Sun's will could not escape. However, this did not mean that the encirclement was flawless. These special will goo were refined by goo immortals. The refined goo worms could not directly absorb primeval energy, and there was no primeval energy here for them to absorb. Then, where did the primeval essence to activate these special will goo come from? With so many special intention goo, and possibly even more, the demand for primeval essence was huge. Giant Sun's will thought for a while and realized, these special will goo did not absorb primeval essence, but immortal essence. A bead of the lowest rank 6 green grape immortal essence could turn into almost limitless primeval essence. This immortal essence was the energy source of these special will goo. And these immortal essence were hidden very well. Evidently, there were other supplementary goo worms working together with the special will goo, forming a huge and concealed goo formation. As long as I sever the connection between them and the immortal essence, these special will goo are not a threat. Giant Sun's will quickly thought of this. And to sever the connection between the special will goo and the immortal opportunity, the prerequisite was to understand this goo formation. Just like how the central continent goo immortals sealed the yellow apricot immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun immortal in order to restrain 88-point Jinyang Tower. Giant Sun's will had the same idea. Immediately, Giant Sun's will thought rapidly and soon found over 10 clues. Following these clues, he deduced deeply, and the blurry goo formation diagram gradually became clear. The land spirit naturally would not wait for its death. Sensing that Giant Sun's will was restrained, it exerted all its strength and attacked the seal on its body. Gruel mud was very effective against the seal. The green mud on its body was filled with cracks, and the edges were rapidly melting. For more of the pitch-black chains locked onto the wings snapped in quick succession. Land spirit Frost Jade Peacock screeched, its body shook intensely, breaking off most of the green mud on its wings. Shortly after, it opened its wings impatiently. Its whole body was overflowing with cold air, it was pure white like snow, it raised its head and flew, looking noble and magnificent. But before its wings could fully open, they were tightly pulled by the black chains. Its movements paused, the intense pain made it even more furious. Although there were only 3 chains left, they were still firm shackles that restricted its freedom. Tear it apart. Frost Jade Peacock suddenly turned its elegant neck, its sharp eyebrows like a blade flickered with cold light. Oh no! Giant Sun's will, who was thinking intensely, sensed this situation and had to stop thinking. Once the land spirit left his control, then 88-point Jinyang Tower would be thrown out of Imperial Court blessed land by the land spirit at any time. Without the protection of Imperial Court blessed land, Truyang Tower would attract countless goo immortals to fight over it. At that time, the ants would devour the elephant. No matter how much yellow apricot immortal essence he had, it would not be able to sustain the expenditure of countless goo immortals. But Giant Sun's will wanted to stop the land spirit, but he did not have the strength to do so. Earlier, while he was thinking, he had tried to attack it several times. Although there was some effect and he recovered some of his methods, it was still limited and could not be suppressed directly. At this time, outside Truyang Tower, roar. Zenith Tiger opened its mouth and roared, jumping fiercely. At once, the earth shook, the mountain-like Zenith Tiger actually leapt into the air. A huge malevolent tiger claw. It fiercely slapped towards the insect-like Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng gave a light shout and quickly retreated. The tiger claw did not hit him, but the enormous wind force created when it slapped still made Tai Bai Yunsheng feel uncomfortable. At the same time, willow winds drifted down from the sky. These willow winds were as big as small boats. When they landed, they were graceful like falling leaves. But their movements seemed slow but were actually fast, their killing power was astonishing. Tai Baiyunsheng's body was bathed in blood. He paid close attention to the willow wind's movements. Earlier, he was careless and got hit by 3 willow winds. His defensive gu had already been destroyed. Right now, seeing the willow winds descending, he quickly dodged left and right. On the ground, the zenith tiger pounced. The willow winds drifted down from the sky. Tai Baiyunsheng only persisted for a while before he felt it hard to continue. He was in a sorry state and faced the danger of losing his life. Tai Baiyunsheng is doomed. His accumulation is too deep, but his preparations for immortal ascension are not sufficient. Lord Tai Baiyunsheng, do your best. Even Fang Yuan. Being in the situation, seeing this scene, he could not help but feel nervous. Is Tai Baiyunsheng going to fail his immortal ascension in this life? He suddenly had a thought. Disregarding the backlash, he forcefully activated Luck Inspection Gu. He saw that Tai Baiyunsheng's luck was burning like a cloud of fire, like boiling water. It was unbelievably vigorous. But in the next moment, a small half of the karmic luck that looked like a burning cloud actually vanished. What's going on? This was the first time Fang Yuan had seen such a change in luck. Right at this time, a pillar of light shot out from Truyang Building. The light pillar was straight, as thick as an ancient tree, piercing the sky. The willow winds disintegrated after being hit by this light pillar, returning to the clear and bright sky, pure and gentle. The light pillar continued to shoot. The willow winds in the sky disintegrated by more than half. The light pillar shot at the zenith tiger again. It howled in pain and tried to dodge, but the light pillar followed it like a shadow. It could not dodge at all. The earthly calamity zenith tiger became smaller and smaller, until it turned into nothingness. What is going on? Everyone was shocked. 88-point Jinyang Tower made a move. Ancestor above, he protected Lord Tai Baiyunsheng. Many people cheered. But a portion snorted disdainfully. Bullshit, Tai Baiyunsheng is not of Giant Sun's bloodline. Why would Ancestor protect him? Is this the legendary Divert Disaster Gu? Yi Lui Sang was shocked. He Lulan was even more moved. Luck Path Divert Disaster Gu. It can divert heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, causing their power to fall, or even directly vanish into nothingness. If I can obtain this immortal Gu. Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It was also one of the limited methods that Giant Sun's will could use currently. Giant Sun's will's actions did not stop there. After several attacks, he was able to forcefully extract a trace of yellow apricot immortal essence. After activating Divert Disaster Gu, he activated the Human Chi Immortal Gu in True Inheritance Secluded Domain. Fang Yuan saw that Tai Baiyunsheng's fire cloud luck had reduced by a small portion. Human Chi Immortal Gu was activated and similarly emitted a white light. This time, it directly shone on Tai Baiyunsheng's body. Human Chi Immortal Gu could increase a Gu Master's Human Chi and raise the Gu Immortal's future potential. With this help, Tai Baiyunsheng's Human Chi instantly rose by 10 times. With the increase in Human Chi, he naturally needed more Heaven Chi and Earth Chi. But Heaven Chi and Earth Chi were extracted from Imperial Court Blessed Land. Tai Baiyunsheng laughed loudly. Truyang Building's actions were out of his expectations. He quickly absorbed and fused a large amount of the 3 Chi into his body. Not only did he turn the situation around, his potential also rose greatly and his future prospects were bright. Land Spirit Frost Jade Peacock screeched in anger. The extraction of Heaven and Earth Chi in large amounts caused its strength to weaken. An intense feeling of weakness assaulted its whole body. Little Sparrow, you are still too inexperienced. Giant Sun's will snorted coldly. He used all the immortal essence he could extract at the most crucial point and obtained the greatest effect, greatly alleviating the dangerous situation. After all, it originated from an immortal venerable's will and had outstanding wisdom. Now that the situation had changed, it was advantageous to Giant Sun's will. The land spirit's weakness gave Giant Sun's will sufficient time to decipher the special will Gu formation that trapped him. Once he broke through the encirclement, Giant Sun's will would regain control and it would be much easier to undo the immortal essence seal. As long as he undid the immortal essence seal, 88-point Jinyang Tower would display the supreme might of a rank 8 immortal Gu house. Damn it, I still underestimated the immortal Venerable's will. The time I have left is less than half of what I expected. Relying on the glass owner token, Fang Yuan had the information of True Yang building. Chapter 6:15. At the center of heaven and earth, the three qi converged. With the help of giant sun's will, the dense qi almost enveloped Tai Bai Yunqing into a qi cocoon. He was inside, all his injuries were healed, and his body, soul and mind were continuously rising. He recalled his life, scenes after scenes flashed in his mind. The mysteries of the great Tao flowed in his heart, inspiration flashed continuously, the cultivation problems that had shackled him in the past were being perfectly answered one by one. At this moment, heaven and earth were like a selfless teacher, imparting everything to Tai Bai Yunqing. But the mysteries of heaven and earth were too vast, the more Tai Bai Yunqing knew, the more insignificant he felt. He could only start from his own time path, continuously deepening and expanding it. His understanding of time path had reached the peak of his life. Natural inspiration. Man is the spirit of all living beings, Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu masters use Gu, refine Gu and nurture Gu, they are actually constantly interacting, exploring and learning from heaven and earth. During immortal ascension, Gu masters no longer need to use Gu worms to indirectly understand heaven and earth, they can directly interact with heaven and earth. Such a precious opportunity to interact might only appear once in a Gu immortal's life. Rank 5 peak stage was the endpoint of a mortal Gu master. And rank 6 Gu immortals transcended the mortal world, it was a new starting point for becoming a Gu immortal. At this crucial starting point, every Gu immortal's achievements and the potential they accumulated for the future would be different. Such a wonderful experience, it is a pity my human qi is not enough. Tai Bai Yunqing had not had enough, he showed a regretful expression. His human qi had already been used up, and this was with the help of human qi immortal Gu, otherwise the time would have been even shorter. The qi cocoon dissipated. Tai Bai Yunqing's figure reappeared in the air. The three qi fused and compressed into a tricolored mixed essence qi lump, condensing at Tai Bai Yunqing's original aperture. At this point, the second step of immortal ascension, taking in qi, was completed. Next was the final step of immortal ascension, releasing Gu. Tai Bai Yunqing was extremely solemn. He took out river as before, mountain as before, man as before, 3 Gu. These 3 Gu were his core Gu worms, he was extremely familiar with them. Among them, man as before was his vital Gu. Finally, the most crucial moment has arrived. Tai Bai Yunqing first threw the natal Gu into the tricolored qi mass inside his body. Boom! An auditory hallucination suddenly resounded in his ears, causing Tai Bai Yunqing's body to tremble. 3-colored air mass. Originally, they intertwined with each other and flowed continuously. After man as before barged in, it was as if a bomb had been ignited, causing the primordial qi mass to explode violently. There can be no construction without destruction, rebirth from death. This was the moment to ascend to immortality as a mortal. There was a loud explosion. It was truly too wonderful for words, exploding into a miracle of life, exploding into a brand new world. The mortal aperture shattered, the immortal aperture formed. What a good immortal aperture, the sky inside is blue like crystal, the land is barren like yellow stone. The immortal aperture was like a newborn baby, it needed nutrients urgently. An extremely powerful suction force erupted from it. Hoo, heaven qi and earth qi poured into Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture. Within the immortal aperture, the area was expanding rapidly. 1 million mu, 2 million mu, 3 million mu. As for the flow of time, it continued to rise from the original 1 to 10, 1 to 20, qi currents surged, the immortal aperture became unstable. Tai Bai Yunqing threw in river as before and mountain as before to stabilize the situation. The immortal aperture continued to expand, drawing in the tributaries of the river of time. This caused the flow of time to increase steadily. During this period, Tai Bai Yunsheng continued to put in goo worms, maintaining the immortal aperture's stability. 5 million mu, 6 million mu, over 7 million mu. 1 to 30, 1 to 31, 1 to 32. 1 to 33. At this point, the immortal aperture's growth had reached its limit, like it had eaten its fill, it stopped growing. But clear heaven chi was still pouring down from the sky. On the ground, golden earth chi continued to surge up. At this point, the immortal aperture's absorption of heaven and earth chi slowed down. At first, it was a big gulp, but now it was like a small sip. Heaven and earth chi gathered into the immortal aperture, like green and gold clouds, filling the entire immortal aperture. Within the dense chi currents, beads of immortal essence were formed. They were the rank 6 Gu Immortal's green grape immortal essence, a total of 36 beads were formed. The tribulation clouds in the sky and the calamity dust on the ground started to dissipate. Inside the immortal aperture, there was still misty heaven and earth chi that had not dissipated. They gathered around man as before, river as before, mountain as before and other goo worms, causing the fog around these goo worms to become dense, forming a chi cocoon. The two chi fused, heaven and earth resonated. Within the chi cocoon, some goo worms started to undergo some kind of mysterious transformation. This is the moment. A goo recipe flashed across Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind. This goo recipe was only a theoretical goo recipe. It came from the old beggar's Gu Immortal inheritance. It was the theoretical deduction of the Gu Immortal who left behind the inheritance. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not guarantee the success of this theoretical Gu recipe. But he had no way out. He did not have much lifespan left, it was about to be exhausted. After becoming an immortal, his senses reached a whole new level, especially his perception of time. He could sense it to the point of every breath. This novel increase did not make him happy for long, he sank into silent pressure and even fear. Because he felt that he really did not have much time left. It was like a small puddle under the sunlight, and his lifespan was like the thin layer of water left in the puddle. His original plan to obtain lifespan Gu had failed because of Fang Yuan's secret obstruction. The experience in the Blood Path Hall had become a knot in his heart. Right now, his only hope was man as before Gu. According to the theoretical Gu recipe, as long as he refined man as before Gu to rank 6, he could use it. Refine for me. Tai Bai Yunsheng bellowed as countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. These thoughts formed the theoretical Gu recipe and poured into the immortal aperture, directly into the thick chi cocoon of man as before Gu. The heaven and earth chi were the source chi of all beings. They resonated with each other and evolved into all the materials and beings in the world. These two chi were the source of all beings, they could replace any Gu refinement material. Tai Bai Yunsheng's thoughts. It was like a key, or a precise direction for the heaven and earth chi. The thoughts entered the chi cocoon and immediately caused an intense change. Although it was not as intense as the first step of releasing the Gu, the 3 chi explosions were not as intense. But the commotion was not small. The chi cocoon erupted with a suction force, continuously absorbing the heaven and earth chi in the immortal aperture. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, air currents continued to surge, forming a howling wind. With man as before Gu as the center, it turned into the eye of the wind, large amounts of heaven and earth chi entered, turning into the Gu refinement resources. This is it. This is it. Tai Bai Yunsheng floated in the air, muttering softly, his tone was gratified, but also filled with vicissitudes of life. After so much effort and risk, he finally saw the hope of success. Even though the process was filled with inconceivable possibilities. If not for Truyang Building's help, Tai Bai Yunsheng would have definitely died in the second step. Thinking of this, he turned around and looked at Truyang Building. He was not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but Truyang Building had helped him. This was a fact that could be seen by everyone. Has Giant Sun's will awakened? Tai Bai Yunsheng inwardly guessed. He had a Gu immortal inheritance, his knowledge was not less than He Lulan, Yi Lui Sang and the others. Giant Sun Immortal strictly forbids Gu immortals from entering or leaving the blessed land. My immortal ascension here has already violated his taboo. Why would he still help me? Tai Bai Yunsheng was puzzled. No matter how rich his experience was, he could not imagine what had happened in Truyang Building. Inside Truyang Building, Frost Jade Peacock was shrieking, the green mud fragments around its body were jumping around, the chains were shaking and clanking as they collided with each other. The power that sealed it was being corroded by the gruel mud and was melting. But Frost Jade Peacock did not have a trace of happiness, instead it was filled with anxiety. Giant Sons will laughed heartily, "Little Sparrow, your struggle is useless." Through Tai Bai Yunsheng's hands, Giant Sons will used the only method he had. He cleverly attacked the Imperial Court land spirit and weakened its strength. Even though the power binding Frost Jade Peacock was weakening, Giant Sons will had already won some time. He had already comprehended more than half of the special Will Gu formation that trapped him. An immortal venerables arrangement. How could it be so simple? As long as Giant Sons Will was free, he would naturally have many methods, like Metal Path, Water Path, Fire Path and so on, to seal the land spirit again. I slept for a bit too long, but it doesn't matter. I will first take care of the disobedient land spirit, then I will clean up all the small loopholes in Truyang Building. At that time, 88-point Jinyang Tower will be like an iron bucket again, able to stand for another 100,000 years. Giant Sons will said in a deep and heavy tone. Even if I die, I will not let you have your way. Hearing the word stand for 100,000 years, Frost Jade Peacock's hair stood on end. Land spirits were formed from obsessions, they could not be accommodated with regards to the matter of recognizing a master. Frost Jade Peacock was different from other land spirits, it was incomparably arrogant and did not want to submit. But Frost Jade Peacock did not struggle, instead it strangely wilted. It laid down, but its gaze was still sharp like a blade, filled with hatred and determination. Giant Sons Will was stunned, but soon realized something and said angrily, "Little Sparrow, you dare to do this?" Outside Truyang Building. The tribulation clouds and the calamity soil are gradually dissipating. Could it be that Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng has succeeded in his immortal ascension? Those who did not know the truth saw this and felt excited. To think that Tai Bai Yunsheng has actually reached the third step. Looking at his appearance, his immortal aperture has already formed. I wonder what kind of blessed land he has formed. Yi Lui Sang mumbled. When a Gu master ascends to immortal, if they pass the second step, they can form an immortal aperture. Rank 6 and Rank 7 Gu Immortals' immortal apertures are blessed lands, while Rank 8 and Rank 9 Gu Immortals' immortal apertures are grotto heavens. Blessed lands are divided into large, medium, and small grades. The more heaven, earth, and human chi it fuses, the higher the grade of the blessed land. Small blessed land has an area of at most 300,000 square kilometers, drawing in a small tributary of the river of time, producing more than 10 beads of immortal essence. It is barren in resources. Medium-grade blessed land has an area of 400 to 600,000 square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the river of time, producing more than 20 beads of immortal essence. It is rich in resources. High-grade blessed land has an area of 700 to 900,000 square kilometers, drawing in a tributary of the river of time, producing more than 30 beads of immortal essence. It is rich in resources. He Lulan stared fixedly, the relevant information flashing through his mind. He frowned slightly. Tai Bai Yunsheng had obtained Truyang Building's help and passed the second step, reaching the third step. Currently, it seemed that his immortal ascension was very likely. If Tai Bai Yunsheng becomes an immortal, what kind of attitude should I have towards him? He Lulan pondered over this difficult problem. If nothing unexpected happens, Tai Bai Yunsheng will definitely obtain a high-grade blessed land. However, refining an immortal Gu is risky, it will cause calamities and tribulations in the immortal aperture. Fong Yuan's gaze flickered continuously. Ascending as immortal to immortal naturally had its own risks. Gu masters were like this, Gu worms were also like this. When humans absorb heaven and earth chi, the three chi would fuse and create heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. When Gu worms absorb heaven and earth chi, they would also create calamities and tribulations. When calamities and tribulations occur in one's own blessed land, outsiders would not be able to interfere. Truyang building could affect Tai Bai Yunsheng, but it could not affect the blessed land in his immortal aperture. In other words, Tai Bai Yunsheng could only rely on his own strength. Fong Yuan raised his head, looking at the sky. Imperial Court blessed land's sky was shining with golden light during the day, and gentle silver at night. However, at this moment, pitch-black marks appeared in the golden sky, and specks of starlight shot out from the marks. This was the night sky of northern plains in the outside world. Next, the whole of Imperial Court blessed land started to shake. Everyone gasped in shock. The tribulation clouds and calamity dust that were about to dissipate became denser again. Large amounts of heaven and earth chi were like moths flying into a flame, pouring into Tai Bai Yunsheng's body without hesitation, going straight into his immortal aperture. What's going on? He Lulan was tongue-tied. What in the world happened? Yi Lui Sang held his head, shouting. Imperial Court blessed land absorbed too much heaven and earth chi, it damaged its foundation, thus it is exposed to the outside world, it is going to connect northern plains. Fong Yuan's heart shook, his gaze moved from Tai Bai Yunsheng to 88-point Jinyang Tower. He guessed the truth. Frost Jade Peacock was actually so proud, it would rather die than be suppressed by Giant Sun's will. It did as it said. Chapter 6:16. When a Gu Master ascends to an immortal, their aperture would become an immortal aperture. Compared to the aperture, the immortal aperture was a qualitative improvement, it was like opening up a whole new world. The immortal apertures of rank 6 and 7 Gu immortals were often called blessed lands. The immortal apertures of rank 8 and 9 Gu immortals were called grotto heavens. After a Gu immortal dies, if they leave behind their obsession, the obsession will fuse with the heaven and earth power in the immortal aperture and form a land spirit. Every immortal aperture was unique, it was a part of the Gu immortal's body. In a sense, even if a Gu immortal died, the land spirit and immortal aperture they left behind were another form of continuation of their life. It was precisely because they were formed from obsessions that they were stubborn and inflexible. There were many examples in history. For example, a powerful Gu immortal covets a certain blessed land, but in the end, the land spirit would not allow it to recognize him as its owner, and the land spirit would not allow it. In the end, the land spirit would self-destruct, causing the Gu immortal's efforts to be in vain. Giant Sun's will had forcefully sealed the Frost Jade Peacock Imperial Court's earth spirit, causing the latter to be enraged for more than 100,000 years. Now that he had to continue sealing it, the Frost Jade Peacock's resolute heart was ignited. What the hell is going on? Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal ascension caused a hole in the blessed land. Imperial Court blessed land is appearing in the world, unbelievable, this has never happened in tens of thousands of years. This is bad. I have a very bad premonition. Do you think the blessed land is going to be destroyed? In the blessed land, everyone exclaimed in shock. Fear and doubt quickly spread. Countless wounds appeared in the sky. The heavenly wall of the blessed land that was originally alternating between gold and silver. Right now, they were covered in wounds, and from these wounds, people could see the starlight in northern plains' night sky. Fong Yuan's gaze. However, there was still silence. Imperial Court blessed land will not self-destruct so easily. He muttered in his heart. He was very certain of this. In history, there were many examples of land spirits committing suicide and blessed lands self-destructing, but this was definitely not the case before him. How could the arrangements of the Giant Sun Immortal be so easily overturned? This was the great effort of a rank 9 Gu Immortal, directly covering northern plains. The 88-point Jinyang Tower was the biggest obstacle. In the past. How could a land spirit create such a wave? But now, Giant Sun's will had just awakened from its slumber and was caught unprepared. For the time being, he couldn't spare any effort to clean up the situation. And under the influence of my Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, the sealing power of the land spirit has dissipated by more than half, That is why the land spirit has the strength to struggle. Analyzing until here, Fang Yuan could not help but praise Giant Sun's will's decisiveness and methods. He cleverly used Tai Bai Yunsheng as a chess piece, using the only means at his disposal. He had fought for the most precious time, allowing the scales of victory to tilt in his favor. Although the land spirit cannot truly self-destruct, it can still extract its own heaven and earth qi. This is the most basic ability. With that thought in mind, Fang Yuan looked into the distance at Tai Bai Yunsheng. Above Tai Bai Yunsheng's head, the tribulation clouds that had already dissipated gathered again. The dust on the ground. Similarly, it began to spread again. Large amounts of heaven and earth qi gushed out. This would be a huge help to it in breaking through Giant Sun's blockade. In the sky, black clouds rumbled, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Countless purple lightning bolts converged into a ball of lightning. On the ground, the calamity dust in the sky settled down, exposing the bare ground. A crack gradually appeared on the ground. It was hundreds of feet long, revealing bright red flames inside, like a desolate beast opening its bloody mouth. Flames rose up, condensed into smoke and surged up. Chaotic lightning ball. Restraining smoke. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. This chaotic lightning ball was not only powerful, it also had the effect of destroying the Gu Master's thoughts and wills, causing chaos. The smoke sealed the world. As long as the Gu Master was trapped inside, they would lose their five senses, like falling into a maze, unable to struggle free. The chaotic lightning ball was not fast, but when used with restraining smoke, it was just right, and its might could be maximized. Fang Yuan could not help but feel slightly worried. Tai Bai Yunsheng's failure. This was not what Fang Yuan wanted to see. The hand holding the glass owner token tightened slightly. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep, still too weak. Too weak. With my current strength, I can only make use of the situation. Howl, howl, howl. The chaotic lightning balls tore through the air, emitting a strange screeching sound. It sounded like a woman's crying voice. It was extremely piercing. At the same time, the smoke surged, climbing towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was pale. The chaotic lightning ball's direction kept changing, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. It was not easy to dodge. Right now, there was smoke rising around him, as if he was in an ancient forest. Once I enter the smoke, I will definitely die. Oh no, the immortal aperture's heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity are also brewing. My defensive goo has already been used up. Tai Bai Yunsheng gritted his teeth. Ruthlessness shone in his gaze. Fight! His whole body shone with a bright light. Several movement goo worms were activated, bringing his body flying upwards. The intense wind blew this old man's hair behind his head, causing it to flutter in the wind. A burst of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Tai Bai Yunsheng directly charged towards the tribulation cloud. Above his head were countless chaotic lightning balls. Looking from afar, it was like moths flying into a flame. Is Tai Bai Yunsheng trying to commit suicide? Yi Lui Sang frowned. Good. He Lulan praised. Fang Yuan's eyes shone. The smoke seemed harmless and had no offensive ability. It only had the effect of trapping the enemy, but its threat was even greater than the chaotic lightning balls. Tai Bai Yunsheng recognized the situation and made the best decision. He charged into the lightning cloud, and under the bombardment of the countless lightning balls, he moved like a fish in water. Bam bam bam, the lightning balls continued to explode, but it did not affect Tai Bai Yunsheng's body. He moved left and right, searching for a way out. His movement speed fluctuated between fast and slow, but it was always just right. Amazing! What kind of flying standard is this? To think that Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng is actually a flying master. He hit it too deeply. I only found out now. Everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that Tai Bai Yunsheng was actually a flying master. To think that Tai Bai Yunsheng is also proficient in cloud path goo worms. Yi Lui Sang praised. He was not very surprised. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a healing goo master. He had traveled in northern plains all these years, and had encountered countless dangers. To be able to survive until today, he definitely had some skill. In fact, most healing goo masters were not proficient in defense, but in movement. When goo masters were being nurtured, they were specially trained like this. Because on the battlefield, healing goo masters were often the first targets, and most of the time, they could not receive the help of their teammates. This required the healing goo master to have a certain level of self-defense. As the number one healing master in Northern Plains, Tai Bai Yunsheng is not proficient in defense, and he is so old, it is not surprising that he has such flying attainment. Hei Lulan thought of this and turned her head, looking at the sky far away. There, Fong Yuan was sitting on the Azure Wolf King's back, seemingly paying attention to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Compared to Tai Bai Yunsheng, Chang Shanyin, who was also a flying master, was much younger. Little sparrow, you are jumping around quite happily. In Truyang Building, giant suns will laugh from extreme anger. 88-point Jinyang Tower shook intensely, multicolored light filled the sky, and a huge light pillar shot out. Immortal goo, divert disaster. The light of divert disaster shone on Tai Bai Yunsheng's surroundings, dispelling the lightning balls and piercing through the smoke. Ancestor is really favoring Tai Bai Yunsheng, he is making a move again. Exclamations of admiration and jealousy rose one after another. This situation is too strange. Tai Bai Yunsheng is not of Giant Sun's bloodline, but he is actually receiving Ancestor's favor. Someone started to be suspicious. Chapter 617. Luck Inspection Goo. Fong Yuan's heart jolted, he poured his primeval essence into it. At the next moment, his vision changed. Luck Inspection Goo was a rank 5 luck path investigative goo. It could allow him to see luck invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng's luck, the originally flourishing red fire luck had dissipated by a small half. Earlier, Giant Sun Immortals will helped him, causing his luck to be depleted. Now, it is helping him again, causing his luck to be reduced to a third of its original value. Fong Yuan thought. He looked at his own luck. It was still black coffin luck, it was as thick as ink and was even larger than before. Fong Yuan's heart shook, he sneered to himself and looked at the Blessed Land's people. Almost everyone who was watching Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal ascension had their luck changed. Most of the goo masters had unknowingly been shrouded in a layer of small black coffin luck. Only Hei Lulan still had green luck. Looking around, Fong Yuan felt his eyes hurting, he wisely stopped using luck inspection goo. During the process of a goo master's immortal ascension, heaven and earth chi would boil. Using goo worms in such an environment would definitely cause backlash. If he persisted, both the human and goo would be injured, or even die. As his vision returned to normal, Fong Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng again. He was moving between the lightning bolts, passing through the gaps in the clouds, displaying his master-level flying attainment. He had no defensive goo on him, he was purely moving to avoid the chaotic lightning balls. It was like walking on a tightrope, it was extremely dangerous. To avoid the earthly calamities restraining smoke, he had charged into the lightning clouds. This was a wise choice, but it was also a helpless move. If not for my green grape immortal essence, I would have turned into unlimited primeval essence. Otherwise, my aperture would have already been exhausted at this insane speed. Tai Bai Yunsheng breathed roughly, his hair was in a mess, his body was weak, the situation was getting more and more dangerous. Buzz! Suddenly, a chaotic lightning ball changed its direction, smashing towards him. Tai Bai Yunsheng wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. For a moment, he could only stare angrily. At the critical moment, a white beam of light shot over. It hit the chaotic thunderball. Under the illumination of the light, the ball of lightning quickly melted and turned into a puff of pure and clear air. Divert disaster goo. The rescue at 88-point Jinyang Tower had once again helped Tai Bai Yunsheng. So close, even though I became a goo immortal, I have no defenses. If you're struck by the chaotic thunderball, you'll definitely be injured. The consequences are unthinkable. Tai Bai Yuncheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Fear lingered in his heart. After becoming a Gu immortal, his life essence had been elevated. If it was immortal, a single chaotic lightning ball would be enough to take their life. Gu immortals were not afraid, even if they had no defensive Gu worms. However, it was not a problem for him to endure a dozen or so thunderballs. However, the key point was that the chaotic thunderball had special effects. After being hit, Tai Bai Yuncheng's thoughts would be in chaos, his thoughts would be in chaos and he would not be able to think. At this crucial moment, if Tai Bai Yuncheng floated in the air, countless chaotic thunderballs would rush towards him. If he was hit by these thunderballs, Tai Bai Yuncheng would not even have the ability to think, he would be bombarded and drowned by the countless thunderballs. Quickly look. 88-point Jinyang Tower has saved Tai Bai Yuncheng once again. That's right, this situation has already happened at least a dozen times. With Tru Yang Tower's help, it seems Tai Bai Yuncheng's success in passing the tribulation is certain. Outside the arena, everyone was amazed and envious at this scene. Such a huge reinforcement, can it really work? Hei Lolan's eyes shined with brilliance, but she had a different opinion in her heart. In this environment where heaven and earth chi were boiling, any Gu worm that was used would attract a strong backlash. Divert Disaster Immortal Gu was no exception. In the history of Gu masters, there were many cases of using immortal Gu to help during tribulation, but the backlash eventually destroyed the immortal Gu. It was just that most people were amateurs, they did not know such secrets. Divert Disaster Immortal Gu is one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It is used to divert disaster for Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without it, Imperial Court Blessed Land would face a terrifying heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sun's will would absolutely not sacrifice this precious immortal Gu for Tai Bai Yuncheng. That is to say, Giant Sun's will's support is limited. Next is the most crucial part, everything depends on whether Tai Bai Yuncheng can quickly pass the immortal aperture's calamity and tribulation. Fong Yuan was expressionless as he sat on the Azure Wolf King's back, his heart also starting to throb. After all, landscape as before Gu was his main target in this trip to Northern Plains. Tai Bai Yuncheng's speed gradually slowed down. He had internal and external problems. The external problem was the land spirit scheme, while the internal problem was the mortal Gu ascending to immortal realm, causing calamities and tribulations in his immortal aperture. Especially this internal problem, it was drawing more and more of his attention, causing his reaction to the outside world to slow down. Suddenly, his body shook and he completely stopped moving. At the next moment, countless chaotic lightning balls smashed towards him. Divert Disaster Light Pillar shined with a dazzling light, it also exploded and enveloped Tai Bai Yuncheng. The most crucial moment has arrived. Fong Yuan, Hei Lulan, Yi Lui Sang and the others could clearly see this, their gazes flashed. At this moment, in Tai Bai Yuncheng's immortal aperture, a dazzling light burst out, filling the sky and earth. The aura of the immortal Gu burst out majestically. In the dazzling light, an immortal Gu slowly rose up. It was shaped like a ladybug, fist-sized and had a jade-like body. There were natural markings on its round shell. Half were rivers and lakes, while the other half were hills and peaks. So this immortal Gu is formed from the combination of river as before and mountain as before. It seems its effect is the combination and enhancement of river as before and mountain as before. Tai Bai Yuncheng guessed. This was refined using heaven and earth resonance, he did not personally refine it, thus he was not clear about the effect of landscape as before. After observing for a few breaths of time, Tai Bai Yuncheng shifted his attention to the center of the blessed land. Immortal Gu landscape as before was not his target, it was only a pleasant surprise. At this moment, at the center of the blessed land, the cocoon formed by man as before Gu also had cracks on it. Dazzling multicolored light flowed out of the cracks, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. The cocoon dissipated. A multicolored butterfly flew gracefully, everywhere it went, a multicolored rainbow light would scatter along the butterfly's path. The shape of the rainbow was like a twisting phantom. Success, immortal Gu man as before. Ahahaha. Seeing this, Tai Bai Yunsheng cried tears of joy, he raised his head and laughed maniacally. So many years of accumulation, so many worries and expectations, so many times his life was hanging by a thread. At this moment, he obtained the perfect result. But the internal problems were still there. In the immortal aperture, green tribulation clouds rumbled, forming into a huge green-scaled snake. The snake had a rotten silver horn on its head, and its body was hundreds of meters long. The snake tail turned into chi, becoming one with the tribulation clouds that covered the sky. The ground started to shake, rumbling like thunder, the deafening sound was deafening. The newly formed ground started to crack, lava gushed out of the cracks, and thick smoke rose. 10,000 li of dry land. Heavenly tribulation, silver horn green scale python, earthly calamity, molten earth. Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart shook, facing the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity alone, he felt an unparalleled pressure. He placed his hope on the immortal Gu landscape as before. Come. He willed, and a bead of green grape immortal essence flew out, fusing into landscape as before Gu. The ladybug-like landscape as before Gu immediately spread its wings, turning into a flash of light as it flew away. Everywhere it went. In a radius of 10,000 li, the earth returned to spring, the mountains and rivers were like before, returning to the moment before the earthly calamity. Good Gu, good Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart immediately calmed down. With landscape as before immortal Gu, he had no fear of the molten earth calamity. Howl. The silver horn green scale python opened its mouth, letting out a strange roar. It suddenly shot out, its huge body bringing along tornadoes as it pounced towards landscape as before immortal Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly became nervous. Immortal Gu had their own abilities, except for defensive Gu, they were all weak. Landscape as before Gu was the same. If it was destroyed by the silver horn green scale python, the situation would be very disadvantageous to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fortunately, landscape as before Gu resonated with heaven and earth, it was born in his immortal aperture, and could be controlled by him like an extension of his arm. Tai Bai Yunsheng had accumulated a lot, he quickly activated landscape as before immortal Gu and escaped. Behind him, the silver horn green scale python attacked dozens of times, causing mountains and rivers to collapse, the earth to crack, sand and rocks were sent flying, and intense winds were created. Oh no! If this goes on. Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind was extremely concentrated. After a few breaths of time, his forehead was already covered in sweat. His eyes were shut, his body was still floating in the air, allowing the chaotic lightning balls to attack him. Fortunately, he had divert disaster immortal Gu's light pillar to protect his body. Although Tai Bai Yunsheng could not care about the outside world, he had not forgotten about the external threat. The terrible situation prompted him to make a decisive decision to cut off his wrists. The reinforcements at 88 Point Xinyang Tower are limited, who knows when they will stop. I can only do this. Man as before immortal Gu is in my hands now, as long as there is time, there is hope. Cut, cut! Tai Bai Yunsheng screamed in his heart. Giving up a pawn to save the general, he resolutely gave up a portion of his immortal aperture, and started to cut the sky. The blessed land was the foundation of a Gu immortal, cutting the blessed land was the same as harming oneself, reducing one's strength and potential. But Tai Bai Yunsheng had no choice but to do this. Like when Feng Yuan underwent the earthly calamity in Hu immortal blessed land, in order to get rid of the blue charm lightning shadow, he gave up a quarter of the blessed land. Tai Bai Yunsheng was also making a decisive decision. The sky of the immortal aperture was cut layer by layer. Along with the thick tribulation clouds, they were directly expelled from his body. Outside his body was Imperial Court blessed land. Frost Jade Peacock chirped happily, immediately devouring these blessed land fragments to increase its strength. Giant suns will roared in anger. He was protecting Tai Bai Yunsheng's life now, but the latter was supporting the enemy. Giant suns will had no choice but to protect him. If Tai Bai Yunsheng died, his entire immortal aperture would be annexed by Imperial Court blessed land. And most importantly, Divert Disaster Immortal Goo was already full of cracks. If it continued to support Tai Bai Yunsheng, it might be destroyed by the backlash. Divert Disaster Immortal Goo was one of the cornerstones of 88-point Jinyang Tower, it could not be lost. But if Tai Bai Yunsheng died, it would also be disadvantageous to Giant Sun's will. Chapter 618. Inside the immortal aperture, the sky was being shaved off layer by layer, the thick tribulation clouds were becoming thinner. The rampaging silver horn green scale python was now only 1/10 of its original size, its might was even weaker. The situation was turning for the better for Tai Bai Yunsheng. Success is close at hand. Tai Bai Yunsheng's eyes were filled with tears as he opened them. The situation inside the immortal aperture was gradually stabilizing, he could already divert some of his attention to deal with the dangers outside. Seeing that he was enveloped by the light of Divert Disaster and could not be affected by the tribulation, Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but feel gratitude. This time, it is all thanks to 88-point Jinyang Tower's help, otherwise, I would not have even a trace of hope of success. Ugh! The light of Divert Disaster suddenly vanished. The pitiful Tai Bai Yunsheng was caught off guard, he was hit by the chaotic lightning balls that swarmed towards him, his thoughts were in chaos as he flew around, crashing into large numbers of chaotic lightning balls along the way, losing control of himself and losing his rationality. Before everyone could express their shock, the 88 True Yang building once again erupted with an extremely powerful suction force, directly sucking the frenzied Tai Bai Yunsheng inside. Giant Sun's will could not sacrifice Divert Disaster Goo, nor could he kill Tai Bai Yunsheng. Of course, the best method was to expel Tai Bai Yunsheng from the Blessed Land. Unfortunately, in the current situation, only Frost Jade Peacock could do this. Left with no choice, Giant Sun's will could only use this method. This was indeed a bad plan. Under everyone's shocked gazes, tribulation clouds and earthly calamity moved, covering 88-point Jinyang Tower. Countless chaotic lightning balls rained down like a storm. The restraining smoke coiled around the tower like an immemorial python. It continued to seep in. After 88-point Jinyang Tower absorbed Tai Bai Yunsheng, it became the target of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. To protect Tai Bai Yunsheng's life, Giant Sun's will chose to resist the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. How can this be? Lord Tai Bai Yunsheng was sucked into True Yang Tower. What ability does he have? Worthy of the ancestors' favor? This is a heavenly tribulation, it will cause great damage to the True Yang building. Everyone was dumbfounded and exclaimed in surprise. Under the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, activating goo worms would result in backlash. 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal goo house, it was essentially the combination of many immortal goo and countless mortal goo. Now, he was forcefully resisting the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The pressure itself was immense. And because of the backlash, it affected the coordination between the goo worms. There was no doubt that this was not a wise move. However, Tai Bai Yunsheng had become the key to the battle between Giant Sun's will and Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's will had no choice but to resort to this method. In the 88-point Jinyang Tower, the Frost Jade Peacock was flying at an extremely fast speed, constantly dodging between the towering trees. A total of 5 immortal goo. It dragged behind it a trail of colorful flames. They surrounded and intercepted it. The Frost Jade Peacock didn't want to be sealed again, so it fled with all its might. Gradually, it became so flustered that it didn't know where it was going, knocking down countless giant trees along the way. The True Yang building was controlled by Giant Sun's will, it was a natural cage that could mobilize any strength in the round. Frost Jade Peacock became a caged bird, and the giant trees turned into tree men, opening their arms to block it. Squeak! Frost Jade Peacock suddenly screeched. It received a huge blow. This heaven and earth chi was like adding fuel to the fire, adding to the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, causing lightning to flash and thunder to rumble in the sky. The number of chaotic lightning balls instantly increased by 10 times. Restraint Smoke also underwent a new transformation, its body expanded and became even darker. Crack, crack, crack. Lightning balls rained down like a storm, fiercely smashing onto 88-point Jinyang Tower. Amidst the intense explosions, 88-point Jinyang Tower was riddled with damage, the eaves were broken and cracks appeared on the outer walls. Restraint Smoke turned into an even more troublesome life-taking smoke calamity, its power was even greater and the smoke pervaded every opening. It permeated into 88-point Jinyang Tower, gradually dyeing its surface black. The pitch-black walls looked like they had been eroded by thousands of years of wind. They continued to peel off. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity are getting stronger. This power is too terrifying, quickly retreat, retreat. What's going on? Even the wind and snow outside the blessed land are pouring in. The spectators were all shouting in shock. Frost Jade Peacock extracted a large amount of heaven and earth chi, damaging the foundation of Imperial Court Blessed Land. For example, Imperial Court Blessed Land was originally a sturdy house. But now, the bricks and walls were all extracted, only the supporting frame of the house was left. This way, countless loopholes were formed. It was connected to the outside world. Meanwhile, the outside world, Northern Plains, was currently experiencing the 10-year snow calamity. Divert Disaster Goose hibernation caused Imperial Court Blessed Land to be attacked by the snow calamity. Imperial Court Blessed Land was no longer a shelter, large amounts of wind and snow poured in. The temperature fell rapidly. Large snowflakes fluttered in the air. Although it had not reached the level of forming snow monsters, it was not far from it. Little sparrow, look at the trouble you have caused. Giant sons will shouted angrily. Blessed lands and grotto heavens, every once in a while, they would welcome calamities and tribulations of varying sizes. The greater the fortune, the stronger the calamity and tribulation. The great snow calamity that ravaged Northern Plains every 10 years was actually Imperial Court Blessed Land's calamity and tribulation. Within Imperial Court Blessed Land, there was 88 True Yang building. It was also a top-grade blessed land with such a huge area. The fortune was too great, thus the calamities and tribulations it attracted were also extremely terrifying. Now that Divert Disaster Goo was hibernating, Imperial Court Blessed Land could communicate with the outside world, causing the 10-year snow calamity to return. 88-point Jinyang Tower could resist the lightning balls and black smoke, but it could not resist the great snow calamity that ravaged the whole of Northern Plains. If this situation continued, Imperial Court Blessed Land would crumble under the impact of the snow calamity. Frost Jade Peacock did not need 88-point Jinyang Tower, but 88-point Jinyang Tower needed Imperial Court Blessed Land. However, there was only one way to salvage the situation. That was to activate Divert Disaster Goo and eliminate the heavenly calamity and earthly calamity, turning it into heaven and earth chi. Then, Imperial Court Blessed Land could absorb the heaven and earth chi to stabilize its foundation and close itself off from Northern Plains. Giant Sons could take a risk and barely activate Divert Disaster Goo. But to make Imperial Court Blessed Land absorb heaven and earth chi, Frost Jade Peacock had to cooperate. To make this little sparrow cooperate, it is simply a fantasy. Even Giant Sons knew the difficulty. He helplessly thought of the only possibility, unless Frost Jade Peacock recognizes a new master. What Giant Sons did not know was that in Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture, there was landscape as before immortal goo that could easily resolve this problem. He was thinking of another immortal goo that he had, false emotion fake will goo. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to recognize a master was a pair of lovers who truly loved each other. However, nothing was absolute, the land spirit could not be deceived. Giant Sons knew that as long as he found two candidates and used false emotion fake will goo, he could deceive the land spirit and make Frost Jade Peacock recognize him again. With Frost Jade Peacock under his control again, all the problems could be resolved. Moreover, this method was very beneficial to Giant Sons' will. If he found two lovers who truly loved each other and became the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land, what if this pair of lovers did not obey Giant Sons' will's orders? By finding two unrelated people and using false emotion fake will goo to fulfill the master recognition condition, Giant Sun's will would have the initiative. Because false emotion fake will goo contained Giant Sun's will. False emotion fake will goo was controlled by Giant Sun's will. Even if these two unrelated people became disloyal in the future, as long as the false emotion fake will goo was still in his hands, at worst, Giant Sun's will could just choose two new people. Little Sparrow, you are still far from being able to fight me. Giant Sun's will was astute and far-sighted, he had inherited some of the main body's wisdom, the seemingly desperate situation could not stump him. With just a little thought, he thought of a solution. He immediately mobilized the strength of 88-point Jinyang Tower and began to inspect the candidates. At this moment, in Imperial Court Blessed Land, everyone was fleeing for their lives, there were many casualties. The environment was rapidly worsening, the wind was bone-chilling, even a spit could instantly freeze into ice. Majestic snow poured down, tall and fierce snow monsters stood up from the depths of the snow, looking to devour people. But this could not stump Giant Sun's will. 88-point Jinyang Tower could plunder the resources of the whole of Northern Plains. Not to mention the two people in front of him. These two people naturally had to have Giant Sun's bloodline. Soon, Giant Sun's will selected two satisfactory candidates. Hei Lolan's vision suddenly changed, even though she was rank 5 peak stage, she did not even have the ability to resist, she was forcefully sucked in by True Yang Tower. Ah, save me! Not far away, Ma Hongyun was still frantically fleeing, he did not notice the changes in his surroundings. Bam! He crashed into the trunk of a huge tree in front of him. It feels like this kid ran with his eyes closed. Hei Lulan was speechless. Chapter 619. So painful, so painful. Ma Hongyun held his red forehead, grinning as he crawled up from the ground. Ah! What is this place? He discovered that the heavy snow had disappeared, the surroundings were warm like spring, it was not a world of ice and snow, but a vast ancient forest. Beside him, there was a huge ancient tree that was hundreds of meters tall, so thick that even a dozen grown men holding hands could not wrap around it. The ancient trees reached the sky, the lush leaves covered the sky, the bright sunlight seeped through the gaps of the leaves, forming a peaceful shade. Compared to the outside world, this was like a paradise. You are now in 88-point Jinyang Tower. A voice suddenly resounded in Ma Hongyun and Hei Lolan's ears. Who is it? Hei Lolan's pupils shrunk. Ma Hongyun shouted in shock, Ghost. He panicked and subconsciously ran to Hei Lolan's side. Ghost? I am not a ghost, if I could become a ghost, it would be much easier to do things. Unfortunately, I am only a will left behind by the main body, I am not even comparable to a ghost. Giant Sun's will sighed, golden sand-like light particles suddenly appeared in the air. These light particles rotated and suddenly condensed into a majestic figure, it was the appearance of Giant Sun Immortal. Ah, you are. Ma Hongyun stammered, pointing at Giant Sun's will, he was extremely shocked. Hei Lolan's pupils shrunk, he was after all the leader of Hei tribe, he knew a lot. His expression was solemn, he placed his hand on his chest and bowed, Junior greets ancestor Giant Sun. Giant Sun's will sighed again, saying, I know the two of you are filled with questions. Long story short. Not long ago, this person barged into True Yang Tower and unsealed the land spirit Frost Jade Peacock. This caused Imperial Court Blessed Land to be in danger. As he said this, the golden sand light particles condensed into Chang Shanyin's image. Ah, it's Wolf Wangda's man. Ma Hongyun immediately recognized him. It's him. Hei Lulan couldn't help but exclaim. But Giant Sun's will continued, what you see is not this person's true appearance. Saying so, Chang Shanyin's image in the air gradually changed, eventually turning into Fang Yuan's original appearance. This is the true face of this person, Giant Sun's will said. Fang Yuan was impersonating Chang Shanyin. He used the human skin goo. This goo was a mortal goo. It could deceive He Lulan and the others, but it could not deceive the immortal Venerable's will. Even when Fang Yuan was in the true inheritance secret realm, Giant Sun's will entered a deep slumber. But in 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were many goo worms that recorded his image. After seeing Fang Yuan's true face, He Lulan and Ma Hongyun couldn't recognize him anymore. So this Chang Shan-yin is an imposter. They actually dared to invade Imperial Court blessed land. He Lulan snorted coldly. Sensing the thick smell of a scheme, she was shocked and furious. Not only is he daring, he is also well prepared. From the two methods he used to plot against me, this is not something a single person can do. He definitely has a huge force behind him. You are all my bloodline descendants. Truyang Building was plotted against by outsiders and is in deep danger. I need your strength now. Giant Sun's will said. He Lulan and Ma Hongyun looked at each other. They expressed their willingness to cooperate with Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will's words were simple. In a short while, he explained everything clearly. So that's it. He Lulan came to a realization, finally understanding why Truyang Building would help Tai Bai Yunsheng. His heart was pounding. Giant Sun's will wanted him to become one of the owners of Imperial Court blessed land. The benefits involved were too shocking. Imperial Court blessed land has a very special condition to recognize a master. There are two blessed landowners. No wonder back then, Giant Sun Immortal wanted to set up a sacred palace for the Divine Empress to stay in. He doted on the Divine Empress a lot, and now it seems that the Divine Empress is the female lead of Imperial Court blessed land. Using false emotion fake will goo can deceive the land spirit. This is very good. But this kid, what ability does he have to be chosen by Ancestor Giant Sun to become the blessed land's owner on par with me? He Lulan's gaze was bright, looking at Ma Hongyun with deep disdain. Don't tell me, Ancestor Giant Sun thinks he is easier to control? Thinking of this, He Lulan's gaze shook. Afraid of Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to let her imagination run wild. Different from He Lulan, Ma Hongyun suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Wait! Lady Xiao Yun and Lady Xiao Li are still outside. I don't want to be the blessed land's owner. I need to go out and save them." Lady Xiao Yun was naturally Zhao Lianyan. And Lady Xiao Li was Chang Li. Back then, in order to win over Ma Yingjie, Chang Biao married his adopted daughter Chang Li to Ma Hongyun, thus Chang Li was Ma Hongyun's wife. Giant Sun's will seem to think highly of Ma Hongyun, laughing heartily, "Haha, tender feelings for the fairer sex, as expected of my, Giant Sun's, descendant. Kid, as long as you become the owner of Imperial Court, this will be your territory. At that time, you can arrange as many women as you want." Ma Hongyun was stunned, before stubbornly shouting, "No, it is so dangerous outside now, I need to save the two of them first. No matter what it is, we will talk about it later. Let me out quickly. Foolish kid, with your strength, it will be hard for you to protect yourself. How can you protect others?" Giant Sun's will laughed heartily. "Just stay here obediently and cooperate with me to become Imperial Court blessed land's owner. I'll save your woman." Giant Sun's will was swift and decisive. The moment he finished speaking, he made his move. Large numbers of goo masters were drawn into Truyang Building. Almost all of them had Giant Sun's bloodline. These were his descendants. The reason why 88-point Jinyang Tower was set up was to benefit his descendants. Of course, Giant Sun's will did not save these descendants who did not have goo master aptitude. Fang Yuan saw all of this. Giant Sun's will made his move again. This time, many people were drawn into the tower. Mo Yao's will said in his mind. Fang Yuan was still sitting on the Azure Wolf King's back, floating in the air and looking at the sacred palace far away. But this place was already thousands of li away from his original location. The calamities and tribulations were getting more and more terrifying. Fang Yuan could only retreat again and again to avoid them. Around the sacred palace, the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities continued to intensify. It was already extremely dangerous. Frost Jade Peacock's move was too drastic. even the power of Northern Plains' great blizzard of 10 years was attracted here. Right now, the sacred palace was mostly destroyed, broken walls were flying around in the wind, it was no longer as majestic and glorious as before. 88-point Jinyang Tower's situation was worrying, it was surrounded by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. The inner layer was chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke, while the outer layer was a fierce blizzard that was getting thicker and thicker. Giant Sun's will has already awakened, he wants you dead, it is already a good thing that he did not target you, he will definitely not come to save us. We should retreat and go back to take Water Pavilion. Water Pavilion has a lot of immortal essence that I left behind back then, it can be used by itself. Go back to Central Continent and return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House, the benefits you will obtain will surpass your imagination, why take the risk here? In his mind, Mo Yao continued to persuade. The situation had reached this point, the whole of Imperial Court Blessed Land was affected. Giant Sun's will had awakened, Water Pavilion could no longer hide, it was a good chance to retreat now while Truyang Building was busy with itself and suppressed by the heavenly tribulations. Retreat? Fong Yuan's gaze was cold, he looked at the glass owner token in his hand and sneered. This glass owner token was tightly gripped by him. This was a heavy trump card, he had not used it yet. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had left behind 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. The first was the special Will Gu formation, it was specially used to deal with Giant Sun's will. The second was the Sealing Gu formation, it could temporarily seal the yellow apricot immortal essence that Giant Sun Immortal had left behind. The third method was more concealed and had greater power, it could temporarily pull Giant Sun's will out of Truyang Building. The Glass Owner token was the key to activating these 3 methods. Right now, the first 2 methods had been used, only the third method was left. But this third method was much stronger than the first 2, it could be considered a trump card. Especially now. 88-point Jinyang Tower was surrounded by the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, once Giant Sun's will was pulled out of the tower, he would definitely suffer from the terrifying attacks of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Mo Yao's words were indeed wise and prudent, but how could one gain a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? At the same time, inside Truyang Building, Chongli and Zhao Lianyun were pulled into the tower by Giant Sun's will, appearing in front of Ma Hongyun out of thin air. Lady Xiao Yun, Lady Xiao Li. Ma Hongyun was overjoyed as he flew towards them. Husband. Chongli was surprised and happy as she escaped danger, directly throwing herself into Ma Hongyun's embrace. Zhao Lianyun also quickly walked to Ma Hongyun's side, her face filled with the joy of surviving a desperate situation. She lightly kicked Ma Hongyun, silly boy, to think there would be a time when you were useful. Ha ha ha, that is only natural. Ma Hongyun let go of her, sincerely looking at Giant Sun's will in the air, thank you, old ancestor. Just as he said that, an intense tremor could be felt. At once, the whole forest was shaking. What's going on? Chongli and Zhao Lianyun turned pale. Alright, don't talk nonsense, the heavenly tribulations are getting heavier, if this continues, even 88-point Jinyang Tower will not be able to withstand it. You need to become the owner of Imperial Court Blessed Land as soon as possible, hurry up and do this. Giant Sun's will's expression changed as he spoke. Bam bam bam, a group of tall tree men slowly walked over, each footstep was like the rumbling of thunder. The Treants bent down and opened their lush palms, revealing the giant peacock that was unable to move. This is Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Giant Sun's will introduced. At the same time, false emotion fake Will Gu slowly flew towards Frost Jade Peacock. Chapter 620. Listen to my instructions, hold your breath, remain calm, be at ease, don't let your thoughts run wild. Giant Sun's will instructed in a leisurely tone. Hei Lulan slowly closed her eyes, relaxing her breathing. Zhao Lianyun and Chongli watched from the side, not daring to make a sound. A light breeze blew, the leaves rustled, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Ma Hongyun looked left and right, suddenly seeing the frost jade peacock, he shouted in surprise, "Look, this peacock is alive, it is crying." The tranquil atmosphere was suddenly destroyed, Giant Sun's Will's voice stopped. Hei Lulan endured her irritation, angrily opening her eyes and scolding, "Nonsense, of course the land spirit is alive. If the land spirit dies, it means the blessed land is finished. Who cares if it is crying or not, just do as I say." "Oh. So it was like this, I was wrong. Ma Hongyun was frightened by the angry black tyrant, quickly nodding his head in agreement. "Calm your mind, get rid of all distracting thoughts, don't think too much about anything, only like this can you display false emotion fake will goose power better." Giant Sons will continue to instruct. Hei Lulan closed her eyes, her breathing became lighter, a light breeze blew, bringing along the fragrance of plants. Wait a minute. Ma Hongyun suddenly shouted. "You brat, you are courting death." Hei Lulan clenched her fists, a huge anger rising in her chest, she was flustered and exasperated. "Old ancestor, I am a man, he is also a man. You want me to have feelings for a man, I cannot accept it." Ma Hongyun was afraid of Hei Lulan's might, he muttered in a low voice, cautiously guarding against Hei Lulan while pleading with Giant Sun's Will. "Disgraceful thing." Hei Lulan gritted her teeth, her fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. Her eyes shone with an ominous light. If not for Giant Sun's Will being beside him, with his violent nature, he would have already punched and exploded Ma Hongyun's head. "Idiot! The most important thing now is to save the blessed land, to salvage the situation. So what if you are a man? It's okay to be a little more carefree. I support you." Zhao Lianyan immediately shouted. She was worried that Hei Lulan would make things difficult for her. At the same time, there was an indescribable excitement in her eyes. "That's right, my husband. Everything is more important than anything else. I don't mind." Changli also whispered in agreement. Ma Hongyun rolled his eyes and shouted, "Hey, it's easy for you to say that. Ancestor, I've thought of an idea. Why don't my wife and I do it? We are sincere, we can even save you the false emotion fake will goo." Ma Hongyun was simple and honest. He didn't think of the complicated relationship between them. To Giant Sun's Will, it was impossible not to use false emotion fake will goo. Hei Lulan's killing intent surged. Ma Hongyun's suggestion greatly harmed his interests. His anger was at its peak, but with Giant Sun's Will present, he did not dare to act out. As expected, Giant Sun's Will rejected Ma Hongyun's suggestion, "Lad, you are still too young. Is true love so easy to find? In the face of a disaster, they fly away separately. Couples in the mortal world are often like this. Do you think your wife truly loves you?" He. Giant Sun's Will's words made Chang Li's face turn pale. Indeed, Chang Li had never truly loved Ma Hongyun. Initially, she was sent to Ma tribe as a political bargaining chip by Chang Biao, with the intention of befriending Ma Yingjie. But later on, Chang Biao died, Chang Li lost her backer and could only resign herself to fate, staying by Ma Hongyun's side. Fortunately, Ma Hongyun had reached rank 3. He became Ma tribe's acting elder, his assets were no longer the same as before. He was also deeply trusted by Ma Yingjie and could afford to raise Chang Li. Ma Hongyun would become one of the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Giant Sun's Will had already started investigating Chang Li and Zhao Lianyan, who had a close relationship with him. His method of investigation was simple, direct and effective. He directly sent a portion of his will into Chang Li and Zhao Lianyan's minds, flipping through their memories and thoughts. With the advantage of true yang building and the help of an immortal venerable, Chang Li and Zhao Lianyan could not sense that their secrets were being rapidly exposed by Giant Sun's Will. "Old ancestor, what do you mean?" Ma Hongyun frowned, he was foolish and daring. Hei Lulan did not dare to offend Giant Sun's Will, but he dared to directly question him. Giant Sun's Will laughed, "You are indeed an idiot, lad. Never mind, it is understandable that your mind is not working fast. I will give you a lesson now. This wife of yours has an ulterior motive for getting close to you. She was purposely sent here by her foster father. Even when you saved the damsel in distress back then, it was merely a show. Chong Li's face turned pale, her body trembled. He Lulan was unmoved, he was already used to such dirty political tricks. How could that be? Ma Hongyun's eyes widened, he did not believe it. Giant Sons Will continued, there is also this little female companion of yours, she is called Zhao Lianyan. She is somewhat intelligent, she had no choice but to accompany you, she was forced by the situation. In the depths of her heart, she did not even like you. She was only using you to protect herself. Of course, now that you have become stronger, she has already started to rely on you. Zhao Lianyan's heart turned cold, the feeling of having her thoughts seen through was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if the clothes she was wearing had been ripped off by someone. But facing Giant Sun's will, she did not dare to refute. She was not an ordinary child, she was a transmigrator. The hardships of her fate made her realize the mysteriousness and cruelty of this world. At this moment, Giant Sun's will suddenly paused, the will image in the air opened its eyes wide, revealing an expression of shock and anger. Who would have thought, who would have thought? Giant Sun's will's tone changed, he stared at Zhao Lianyan with eyes filled with disgust, scaring Zhao Lianyan into retreating a few steps. You are actually an otherworldly demon. You are actually hiding beside Ma Hongyun. You truly have guts, you truly have guts. But a pity, you met me. Giant Sons Will revealed a dense killing intent. Otherworldly demon, what is that? He Lulan was shocked, with his knowledge, it was the first time he had heard of such a term. He looked at Zhao Lianyan, but could not see anything extraordinary about her. Old ancestor, what are you trying to do? Even if Ma Hongyun was stupid, he could still sense that something was wrong. He quickly ran in front of Zhao Lianyan, opening his arms. Protecting her behind him. Brat, you want to protect an otherworldly demon? Giant Sons Will raised his voice, his expression becoming cold. What otherworldly demon? I don't know what otherworldly demon, I only know she is Lady Xiaoyun. Without her help, I might have already been beaten to death. Ma Hongyun defended Zhao Lianyan with all his might. Giant Sons Will shook his head, snickering. He disdained to explain, but for some reason, he had to explain, beaten to death? Brat, you are destined to become a Gu immortal. She will not help you. There will definitely be other people, other things that will help you. Otherworldly demons are the enemies of the whole world, they are a huge threat. If they are allowed to grow, the consequences will be unthinkable. There was once an otherworldly demon, when he matured, he almost destroyed the 5 regions. He Lulan stared with wide eyes. Giant Sun's Will's words. It was truly too sensational. From his words, it sounded like an otherworldly demon was in existence that could rival rank 9 venerables. How was this possible? But the person who said this was someone that He Lulan had no choice but to believe. At once, He Lulan's gaze towards Zhao Lianyan was filled with killing intent. No, Lady Xiaoyun is innocent, you cannot harm her. Ma Hongyun persisted in his opinion. He wholeheartedly wanted to protect Zhao Lianyan. Zhao Lianyan was stunned. She looked at Ma Hongyun's lonely figure, her eyes glistening with tears. She did not know what bullshit otherworldly demon was, but she had already guessed that it had something to do with her transmigration. She forcefully wiped away her tears, her lips curling into a resolute arc. Since Ma Hongyun wholeheartedly wanted to protect her, she could not implicate Ma Hongyun because of this. She took a step forward, standing in front of Ma Hongyun, raising her head to face Giant Sun's Will in the air, her tone firm, if you want to take my life, come and take it. Good. Giant Sun's Will laughed malevolently, his killing intent surging. There was no trace of sympathy. He was an enormous will formed from the special will Gu. The difference between special will and other wills was, the Gu master would give it a special action, and this action would be triggered when a specific situation was satisfied. And this giant sun's will, when it was formed, had been given a deep meaning by the main body, when it discovered the otherworldly demon. Regardless of the situation, killing the otherworldly demon was the most important task. Giant Sun's will had to kill Zhao Lianyun. It was already praiseworthy for him to be able to endure until now. No! Ma Hongyun saw that the situation was bad and shouted. In a moment of desperation, he stretched out his arms and hugged Zhao Lianyun in his embrace. Otherworldly demon, your death is not to be regretted. Giant Sun's will sneered and was about to attack. But the next moment, his expression froze and he roared towards the sky, damn it. The angry roar suddenly stopped, and the will's influence in the air suddenly disappeared. Giant Sun's will only felt a strong and irresistible force dragging him outside 88-point Jinyang Tower. What happened? What happened? Be it He Lulan or Ma Hongyun, they were both stunned on the spot, not expecting this to happen. Just a moment ago, Giant Sun's will was so powerful, why did it suddenly disappear? Outside 88-point Jinyang Tower, the golden sand-like majestic will enveloped the whole of Truyang Tower. Rumble. A vast number of chaotic lightning balls exploded one after another. Chaotic lightning balls could cause people to fall into chaos, and in essence, they targeted thoughts and wills. Giant Sun's will was countered by the chaotic lightning balls, and was immediately battered by the explosions. Large amounts of his body parts flew everywhere. Meanwhile, the restraining smoke was hitting him while he was down, swallowing pieces of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will was truly too majestic. The outer layer of his will was being devoured by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, while the inner layer was desperately trying to drill into the tower. 88-point Jinyang Tower was originally controlled by Giant Sun's will, but now it was an empty tower. Although the skeleton was still there, many goo worms inside had stopped working. It was like thousands of soldiers suddenly losing their commander. They could only rely on their instincts and habits. At this moment, 88-point Jinyang Tower was extremely fragile. Chapter 621. Ant, I'm going to kill you. Giant Sun's will was furious after being ambushed again. It immediately sent out a majestic current of will towards Fang Yuan, who was far away. However, this current of will was washed away by the chaotic lightning balls and restraining smoke in the inner layer. It had shrunk by 30%. After being whittled away by the outer layer's blizzard, it had shrunk by another 20%. By the time it reached Fang Yuan, it had already shrunk by more than half. At this level, I can only maintain it for less than 15 minutes. Fang Yuan ignored the incoming attack. His mind was calm as he silently estimated the duration of the third method. He gripped the glass owner token tightly, and with a thought, he appeared in 88 Truyang building in a flash. This was the power of the glass abode master token. Earlier, when Fang Yuan explored 88-point Jinyang Tower, he had relied on this to secretly teleport, keeping everyone in the dark. At the next moment, he appeared in an icy mountain, causing the current of will to miss. The world was white. The bone-chilling wind blew on his face. Roar, roar, roar. Three-eyed snow rabbits that were as tall as humans with bulging muscles drilled out from the depths of the snowy ground, and in a short period of time, they surrounded Fang Yuan. This was naturally one of the checkpoints in 88-point Jinyang Tower, and Tai Bai Yunqing was here. The number of snow rabbits increased. Soon there were tens of thousands of them, and they glared at Fang Yuan. In terms of close combat ability, these snow rabbits were not inferior to wind wolves or turtleback wolves. In a world of ice and snow, their combat strength even surpassed that of an ordinary wolf pack. They had large numbers of wild goo on their bodies. They were even more ferocious. To break through their obstruction, one would need to expend a lot of energy, as well as a lot of time. But Fang Yuan had the glass owner token. He did not need to force his way through. With a thought, the glass abode master token flashed with a faint light. The snow rabbits showed a confused expression, their killing intent dissipating. With a wave of Fang Yuan's hand, they scattered and burrowed into the thick snow, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Using the glass owner token, Fang Yuan could control many floors of the Truyang building. He had purposely held back. He didn't control all of them, so there were still some spots left. Now that he had used it, he could immediately turn this barrier into his own. Without the hindrance of Giant Sun's will, he smoothly became the true controller of this checkpoint. Dispersing these snow rabbits was naturally an easy task. Gotcha, the glacier cracked open, revealing a hole. The hole extended downwards, all the way into the iceberg. Fang Yuan entered the cave and ran quickly. Soon, he saw Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng's hair was as white as snow. He was sealed in a block of ice and seemed to be in a deep slumber. Motionless. During his tribulation, he was struck by the chaotic lightning ball and fell into a state of chaos, unable to think. Thus, Giant Sun's will easily sucked him into the building. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not have Giant Sun's bloodline, and was also a Gu immortal. He was not easy to control. In order to prevent him from causing trouble, Giant Sun's will seize the time to deal with the land spirit. Thus, he took the chance to seal him here. Fang Yuan willed, the ice broke and Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly woke up. Chang Shan Yin. Tai Bai Yunsheng gradually regained his senses. He looked around and recalled, staring at Fang Yuan. Even though he had always been disgusted by Fang Yuan's ruthless actions, he showed gratitude at this moment. You saved me. Fang Yuan smiled proudly. If I did not save you, who else could it be? Tai Bai Yunsheng, do you know that you are facing a great calamity? Your death tribulation is upon you. A great calamity, my death tribulation is upon me? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed. This famous person was not scared by Fang Yuan's frightening words. Instead, he slowly stood up and smiled at Fang Yuan. I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng with resentment, explaining, I received master's orders to infiltrate Truyang building and release the land spirit seal, intending to overthrow Truyang building and take control of Imperial Court blessed land. Master also gave me the glass owner token to use 3 methods to deal with Giant Sun's will. But along the way, you suddenly ascended to an immortal, and Giant Sun's will borrowed your strength to weaken the land spirit, leading to this dangerous situation. You think you are favored by Giant Sun's will? Humph, he is only using you to protect Truyang building. Now, you have already lost your value and are sealed. If I did not save you, you would have fallen into Giant Sun's will's hands, unable to live or die. What? Tai Bai Yunsheng frowned, revealing a bewildered expression. Fang Yuan's words, not only was there a lot of information, it was also very impactful. Tai Bai Yunsheng stared at Fang Yuan, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, his frown becoming deeper and deeper. I was wondering why I suddenly received the help of Giant Sun's will. After being sucked into Truyang building, I was sealed for no reason. According to what you said, everything can be explained. But, who exactly are you? Why did you save me? Although you released my seal, it does not mean that I will unconditionally believe your words. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. Who am I? Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Saying that, he took a step back, and in front of Tai Bai Yunsheng, he took out a knife and slowly cut his forehead. A line of blood followed the edge of the knife, extending all the way to his abdomen. What are you doing? Tai Bai Yunsheng was shocked. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, holding the knife in a reverse grip. He aimed at the back of his head and cut downwards, his 2 hands holding the knife alternately, cutting a wound. 2 long wounds quickly oozed out scarlet blood. Intense pain came, but Fang Yuan's expression did not change. Next, he cut wounds of all sizes on his arms, thighs and other crucial areas. Throughout the process, his wrist was as steady as a mountain rock, his expression indifferent, as if he was cutting someone else and not himself, not feeling any pain. What are you doing? Tai Bai Yunsheng shivered inwardly, taking a step back, suspicion rising in his heart. But the next moment, his pupils shrunk, the shock on his face could no longer be concealed. He saw Fang Yuan clenching his teeth, first stripping off his clothes, then his skin. His movements were clean and efficient. There was not an inch of skin left on his body, only bright red tendons were left. Like a blood monster, his white gums were exposed, looking extremely horrifying. Next, Fang Yuan activated his healing goo worm. Bathing in a jade green light, his whole body quickly grew new tender skin. The skin gradually covered his whole body, and when the green light dissipated, what appeared in front of Tai Bai Yunsheng was Fang Yuan's true appearance. Ah! So you are not Chang Shanin. You are pretending to be him. Who exactly are you? Although Tai Bai Yunsheng was benevolent, he was not stupid. When he saw this scene, he immediately understood the truth. He felt even more fear in his heart. The Fang Yuan in front of him, although only an ordinary-looking young man, had an extraordinary aura. Especially his eyes that were like an ancient lake, deep and unfathomable. His whole body emitted a dense rank 5 peak stage aura, his gaze was sharp like a blade. Tai Bai Yunsheng had seen countless people, with one look, he could tell that Fang Yuan was a proud person with a firm will. A genius who did not fear any challenge. Such a person, Tai Bai Yunsheng had only seen a few in his entire life. Who am I? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, his lips curling into a trace of arrogance, his expression lively. His gaze was bright. Looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng, his tone was solemn. His words were filled with sincerity that made people subconsciously believe him. My real name is Fang Yuan, I came from Central Continent to Northern Plains with an important master's order, we are from the same sect. Fang Yuan. The same master and disciple? Bo. Astonished, shock and astonishment filled his heart. Bo continuously attacked Tai Bai Yunsheng's mind. What do you mean? We are from the same sect, you still don't understand? It means that your master and I are the same person, our relationship is that of senior and junior brothers. Fang Yuan frowned, his tone showing some impatience. There was no language barrier between Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan, he naturally understood, it was just that he could not comprehend the significance of this at the moment. When he heard Fang Yuan's explanation, a figure appeared in his mind. It was an old beggar. He had a head of purple-red messy hair, at times he was crazy, at times he was unconscious. But when he was awake, the old beggar's gaze was like the sea, his aura was intimidating. When he was young, Tai Bai Yunsheng kindly gave the old beggar a bowl of water to drink. When the old beggar woke up, he gave him 3 gu immortal true inheritances to choose from. In the end, the young Tai Bai Yunsheng chose the 3rd true inheritance. This was the deepest impression in Tai Bai Yunsheng's memory, he could not forget it for the rest of his life. For many days and nights, he would always think of the old beggar's figure. He was the one who saved the confused Tai Bai Yunsheng, pulling Tai Bai Yunsheng up from the bottom. It could be said that the old beggar created Tai Bai Yunsheng. Without the old beggar's help, there would not be the current Tai Bai Yunsheng. Master! Tai Bai Yunsheng muttered. All along, he had treated the old beggar as his supreme master. His body could not help but tremble. He had tried to investigate the old beggar's whereabouts, and had never stopped trying. But so many years had passed, he had almost traveled all over Northern Plains, but there was no progress. The old beggar was mysterious, appearing suddenly and disappearing mysteriously. Now, when Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly heard news about his master, he was filled with excitement, joy, and even more disbelief. Now, listen carefully. Fang Yuan pointed at Tai Bai Yunsheng, his tone was not polite. Master's name is Zishan Makoto, he has 6 disciples. Fang Yuan, am the 5th, I cultivate strength path and enslavement path, both paths are gu immortal true inheritances. Zishan Makoto, Zishan Makoto. Tai Bai Yunsheng was like a treasure, he chewed on the name Fang Yuan fabricated out of thin air, the old beggar's messy purple hair appeared in his mind. Master usually does not care about his appearance, he likes to travel the world and explore secrets. Before I came to Northern Plains, I heard him talk about you, he once gave you 3 choices, but you chose the most useless time path inheritance. If it were me, I would definitely choose the first one. That fire path inheritance is the inheritance of burning sea heavenly immortal, it has astonishing power. Fong Yuan's tone was filled with anger, yearning, and regret. His expression was sincere and lively, as if such a thing really happened. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and his heart shook. He had never mentioned this experience to anyone. But Fong Yuan spoke with certainty. He actually accurately described the situation back then. He naturally did not know that Fong Yuan had once searched his soul to confirm if he had the immortal recipe of landscape as before Gu. Then, you are my senior brother? Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Fong Yuan, his gaze had already changed greatly. Humph. Fong Yuan curled his lips in dissatisfaction. You can barely be considered an in-name disciple, master actually has many. You cannot be compared to a direct disciple like me. But according to the rules of the sect, as long as an in-name disciple succeeds in immortal ascension, he will be promoted to a direct disciple. According to the ranking, you are now my, that, 5th senior brother. Oh? Tai Bai Yunsheng slightly raised his brows. What are you so proud of? You are only ranked ahead of me because of your Gu immortal status. Fong Yuan coldly looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. Wait until I become a Gu immortal. I cultivate both enslavement and strength path. After I defeat you, I will become your 5th senior brother. Of course, looking at your old appearance, you don't have much lifespan left. Maybe I don't even need to become an immortal, I can just wait for you to die of old age. Fong Yuan's tone and attitude were extremely impolite, and even carried obvious hatred. This was where his brilliance lay. If he was allowed to speak with passion. If he raised his hand to swear, Tai Bai Yunsheng might not believe him. But it was precisely because of this rejection and conflict that made Tai Bai Yunsheng relax his vigilance and gradually choose to believe him. Although Tai Bai Yunsheng was quite old, compared to Fong Yuan who had 500 years of experience, he paled in comparison. Fong Yuan did not give a direct explanation. But with just a few words, Tai Bai Yunsheng understood the whole story and saw a corner of the sect. Tai Bai Yunsheng pondered, then, 6th junior brother. Fong Yuan immediately stretched out his hand. Don't call me that, I am not familiar with you. My mission was originally going well. You messed it up. Do you know how much time Master spent to make the arrangements in Imperial Court Blessed Land? Now it turned out like this. How am I going to explain this to Master when I return? Just call me Fong Yuan. Tai Bai Yunsheng was powerlessly interrupted by Fong Yuan and could not get angry, instead he felt a sense of guilt. He chuckled and cupped his fists towards Fong Yuan, sincerely asking for guidance. Then, Fong Yuan, now that things have come to this, how can I help you to recoup the sect's losses? Success. Splendid, truly splendid, lad. You are truly sinister, TSK. With just a few words, you swindled a Gu immortal's battle strength. Mo Yao had been observing from the side, but at this moment, she could not help but appear in Fong Yuan's mind, praising Fong Yuan's performance endlessly. Fong Yuan sneered inwardly, but on the surface he said unhappily, after talking for so long, Tai Bai Yunsheng, you finally said something sensible. Master's eyes are not wrong, he did not nurture an ingrate. Knowing kindness and repaying it is the role model of our generation. The situation is terrible now, and most importantly, we do not have much time left. I have already used the 3 methods Master left behind, you need to cooperate with me. Now, we can only rely on the 2 of us. Please instruct me. Tai Bai Yunsheng bowed again. First, use this. Fong Yuan grinned, throwing out the 15-year lifespan Gu. This is. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at this lifespan Gu and his expression changed, revealing a shocked expression. Use it, you might have immortal Gu man as before, but that thing consumes a lot of immortal essence. I don't want you to suddenly die of old age at the crucial moment. Fong Yuan's tone was vicious, his expression cold. But Tai Bai Yunsheng felt a sense of warmth. In the 500 years of Fong Yuan's previous life, he had gone through many trials and tribulations, his grasp of people's hearts had reached the peak. This lifespan Gu, the glass owner token in my hand can control a portion of the round. There is only one lifespan Gu in True Yang building, quickly use it, don't dawdle. But Tai Bai Yunqing did not use it in the end, instead keeping it in his pocket. He thought of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. Even now, he was still feeling guilty. The lifespan goo in his hand seemed to have that familiar smell of blood. What's wrong with you? Fong Yuan was furious, pretending he did not know anything. There are some reasons. Tai Bai Yunqing's eyelids drooped, before raising his gaze, firmly looking at Fong Yuan. Anyway, don't worry, I will provide you with the greatest help. Fong Yuan stared fixedly at Tai Bai Yunqing, gritting his teeth. Scoundrel, do you know I did not hesitate to use the glass owner token to get this lifespan goo? Tai Bai Yunqing was silent, his gaze was gentle like jade, but filled with determination. Fong Yuan's words made him feel even more warmth in his heart, the last trace of suspicion also vanished. After looking at each other for a while, Fong Yuan seemed to feel Tai Bai Yunqing's determination, retracting his gaze. If you were not a Gu immortal and a personal disciple, I would not care about your life or death. Alright, according to the contents of your true inheritance, and your performance in the tribulation, you should have the immortal Gu landscape as before, right? Yes. Tai Bai Yunqing nodded, yes. Fong Yuan's eyes brightened, he opened his mouth, revealing his snow-white teeth, not concealing his joy. Very good, follow me. Saying so, a large group of starlight firefly goo flew out of his aperture. Oh, right, hold these two for me, put them in your immortal aperture. I can't bring them. I can't bring it. Fong Yuan casually tossed it. Immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunqing's pupils shrunk. Chapter 622. Master, you are finally back. Little Hu Immortal had been waiting at the Stargate for a long time. After seeing Fong Yuan's figure, she immediately jumped in front of him and hugged his thigh, using her cute apple-like face to rub against him. Hee, it has been hard on you these days when I was not around. Fong Yuan's face showed a gentle smile. He stretched out his hand and lightly stroked Little Hu Immortal's small head. Little Hu Immortal's pair of fox ears immediately trembled, her face showing a happy expression, a snow-white fox tail lightly swaying behind her small butt. This is the land spirit? That means this is a blessed land. Tai Bai Yunqing followed closely and stepped out of the Stargate. After seeing Little Hu Immortal, he could not help but be shocked. He had heard Little Hu Immortal calling Fong Yuan master. Fong Yuan was only a mortal, but he already possessed a blessed land. There were also people in history who had such a fortuitous encounter. The most famous one was Giant Sun Immortal. When he was still a mortal, he was lucky enough to inherit Imperial Court Blessed Land. After that, Imperial Court Blessed Land gave Giant Sun Immortal a huge help in his cultivation. This central continent Blessed Land is called Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I received Master's orders and forcefully seized it from several central continent sections. Fong Yuan replied with a proud expression. Immediately, Tai Bai Yunqing's gaze changed again. Immortals and mortals were different, but now he was truly looking at Fong Yuan as an equal. He could not help but ask, thinking about it, the process of seizing this blessed land must have been very dangerous, right? Of course, thinking about it now, I still have some lingering fear. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. But speaking of which, the winner takes all. Everything is that simple. I obtained the blessed land and became the final victor. The greater the risk, the greater the benefits. Tai Bai Yunqing nodded, sighing in his heart. This benefit was huge. A blessed land with a land spirit was the immortal aperture of a dead Gu immortal. Possessing such a blessed land was equivalent to inheriting the Gu immortal's immortal aperture and continuing to cultivate. Meanwhile, Tai Bai Yunqing's impression of Fong Yuan's adventurous character deepened. Master, who is he? Little Hu Immortal saw Tai Bai Yunqing and sensed the Gu immortal aura overflowing from his body. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Fong Yuan's pants, appearing somewhat nervous and alert. Don't worry, he's one of us. You are here to help us save Dang Hun Mountain. Fong Yuan comforted Little Fox Immortal, quickly bring us to Dang Hun Mountain. When Little Fox Immortal heard this, her eyes lit up. She believed her master's words without reservation. Therefore, he immediately let down his guard and led Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Together, they disappeared. In the next moment, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were teleported to the center of the blessed land and saw Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain had already been mixed and corroded to the point that it was unbearable to look at. The once towering Dang Hun Mountain was now reduced to a small mound. Previously, in Dang Hun Mountain, the Dang Hun Palace that was created was naturally destroyed long ago. Master, if you were any later, you wouldn't have been able to see Dang Hun Mountain. Little Hu Immortal's tone was sorrowful. Fang Yuan lightly stroked her small head and turned to look at Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a smart person. Seeing this scene and recalling Fang Yuan's words, he guessed Fang Yuan's intention in inviting him. He nodded towards Fang Yuan and took out landscape as before Gu from his aperture. Immediately, the aura of the immortal Gu filled the surrounding space. This is... Little Hu Immortal stared with her watery eyes. This was the first time she saw landscape as before Gu. He did not speak, silently using the third bead of immortal essence and continued to activate landscape as before Gu. This time, Dang Hun Mountain was restored to 40% of its original state. The jade light was not as strong as before. Tai Bai Yunsheng used the fourth bead, the fifth bead of green grape immortal essence, until the sixth bead, Dang Hun Mountain was restored to 100%. As expected of Dang Hun Mountain, I expended a total of 6 beads of green grape immortal essence. Only then did I complete the restoration. Tai Bai Yunsheng muttered as he looked at the mountain in front of him. Dang Hun Mountain was magnificent. It was not something a normal mountain could compare to. It was a crystal mountain, pink in color and emitted a dreamy light. It was unforgettable. Moss, Master, Dang Hun Mountain's illness is finally cured. Little Hu Immortal's eyes were red. Sob, sob, sob. She cried tears of joy as she lowered her head. She used the back of her delicate hands to wipe away her tears. Fang Yuan looked at Dang Hun Mountain, letting out a breath of turbid air. At this point, his goal of infiltrating northern plains was finally achieved. So many days and nights of hard work, the dangers of the battlefield, the careful disguise, the painstaking planning. None of it was wasted. Right now, Fang Yuan's heart was burning with a blazing flame. The name of this blazing flame was ambition. The fully restored Dang Hun Mountain could no longer satisfy his appetite. There was still a good opportunity in Imperial Court blessed land. Especially now, Giant Sun's will was excluded from the tower. 88-point Jinyang Tower was like an ownerless piece of land. False emotion fake will Gu was an immortal Gu, it was hard to capture. But Fang Yuan's glib tongue had already obtained Tai Bai Yunsheng's trust. He had successfully roped in a crucial battle strength that could influence the situation. At that time, he could use the Gu Immortal's will to forcefully refine the false emotion fake will Gu. It was not impossible. Let's go back to Northern Plains. Fang Yuan left in a hurry. He left to immortal blessed land with Tai Bai Yunsheng. Before leaving, he handed the soul-devouring toad to Little Hu Immortal. Soul-devouring toad was a storage Gu. It was filled with souls of both humans and beasts. Most of them were collected by Fang Yuan from the battlefield. Using Dang Hun Mountain, he could produce a large number of Guts Gu. Returning to 88-point Jinyang Tower, more than half of the Starlight Firefly Gu supporting the Stargate had been lost. Fang Yuan quickly stored the rest back into his aperture. It was not easy to accumulate Starlight Firefly Gu. The current amount could only support one more opening of the Stargate. We are back again. Tai Bai Yunsheng sighed. This time, they went from Northern Plains to Central Continent, and from Central Continent to Northern Plains. It was simply unrestrained, so close yet so far. Tai Bai Yunsheng had only heard of Whole Earth Gu and Connecting Heaven Gu. They could allow blessed lands and grotto heavens to connect, but he had never seen such a method. I'm afraid only a person like Six's junior brother is worthy of such a powerful method. Maybe, Master taught him this. The trip to Hu Immortal blessed land made Tai Bai Yunsheng trust Fang Yuan even more. Fong Yuan was only a mortal now, but he had a blessed land. This in itself was enough to prove many problems. The magnificent scenery of Dang Hun Mountain was deeply engraved in Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart. Seeing is believing, hearsay is false. Tai Bai Yunsheng had no choice but to believe. Fong Yuan first showed his true appearance, then used lifespan goo, secret information and so on to gain Tai Bai Yunsheng's trust. Fong Yuan lightly shook the glass owner token in his hand, immediately turning this round into his own. The tree man's charging momentum stopped, its killing intent extinguished. While Tai Bai Yunsheng was in a daze, Fong Yuan grabbed his arm and directly brought him in front of He Lulan and Ma Hongyun. Right now, there was a huge change in the situation here. Frost Jade Peacock was half lying on the ground. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were hiding under its wings. Surrounding them were layers upon layers of tree man, surrounding them and attacking them. He Lulan was fighting alone not far away, the false emotion fake Wilgu was resting on his shoulder. While fending off the attacks of the Treants, he continued to attack Ma, Zhao, and Chang. But these attacks were all blocked by the Frost Jade Peacock's light barrier midway. Lord He Lulan. You are also being attacked by the tree man, you are in the same situation as us. We have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill us? Ma Hongyun shouted. He Lulan snorted coldly, didn't you hear what Ancestor said earlier? This woman of yours is an otherworldly demon, her origin is mysterious, she is a disaster and must be eliminated. Who knows, she might be on the same side as the fake Chang Shan Yin. Ancestor was just about to attack her when he suddenly disappeared and met with a mishap. You are of Giant Sun's bloodline, a person of Northern Plains, yet you can't differentiate right from wrong, you are protecting an otherworldly demon. Ma Hongyun was furious and immediately retorted, she is not an otherworldly demon, she is innocent. Lord He Lulan, don't waste your energy, the two of us have already been recognized by the land spirit, with its help, you cannot kill us. It turned out that when Giant Sun's will was pulled out of the tower, this round had no one in charge and was automatically activated. The tree man treated the land spirit, Ma Hongyun and the rest as challengers. He Lulan wanted to kill Zhao Lianyun for Giant Sun's will. Ma Hongyun sacrificed himself to help, this caused Zhao Lianyun's heart to tremble and he truly fell in love with Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun had already given his heart to Zhao Lianyun, the two of them truly loved each other and the land spirit took the initiative to recognize them as masters. At the crucial moment, the land spirit created a defensive barrier for the two of them, blocking the fatal attacks of the tree man and He Lulan. As for Changli, she died tragically under the attacks of the tree man. Fong Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly appeared on the tree man's crown and observed the battle. Ma Hongyun actually obtained the land spirit's recognition. This lad's luck is really amazing. Fong Yuan muttered with a complex tone. You know him? Tai Bai Yunsheng was slightly shocked, he did not expect the Grand Fong Yuan to know this rank 3 initial stage nobody. It's you. He Lulan quickly sensed Fong Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, his pupils shrunk and he quickly jumped to the side, as if he was facing a great enemy. His eyelids twitched, his heart had already sunk to rock bottom. Giant Sun's will suddenly disappeared, the mysterious man impersonating Chang Shan Yin appeared again with Gu Immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng beside him, the two seemed to have a close relationship. This situation was extremely disadvantageous to He Lulan. Ma Hongyun, however, did not sense anything. The land spirit's protective barrier continued to shrink, it was already surrounded by the tree man layer by layer. His and Zhao Lianyun's line of sight had already been blocked by the lush and dense leaves. What do we do now? Tai Bai Yunsheng glanced at He Lulan who had a grim expression and asked calmly. Fong Yuan sneered, to topple True Yang Building, we need to borrow the power of Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock. Although Frost Jade Peacock has recognized a master, it is actually taking advantage of the fact that Giant Sun's will is not present and the sealing power on its body is not controlled by anyone, thus it is struggling at death's door. Most of its power has already been sealed again. The defensive light barrier is in imminent danger and cannot stop me. I will go and kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyan. You go and deal with He Lulan and obtain false emotion fake Will Gu. I believe with your Gu immortal battle strength, it should not be a problem. You need to move quickly, we do not have much time. Immortals and mortals are different, the difference between them is like a chasm. Don't worry. Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled lightly and floated up, approaching He Lulan. Fang Yuan shot down like lightning, directly attacking Ma Hongyun. The surrounding tree man, under his will, followed him in layers. Chapter 623. Bam bam bam. The 6 10-meter-tall treants raised their hammer-like fists high in the air and ruthlessly smashed the light barrier one after another. Frost Jade Peacock cried out. The wide wings had already been sealed by the gold, and only its head was still exposed. Masters, I can't hold on anymore. The land spirit sighed, her long eyelashes trembling. The light barrier was getting weaker and weaker, under the tree men's attacks, it was on the verge of shattering. More terrifyingly, Fang Yuan was getting closer. Imperial Court Blessed Land was already in ruins, and Frost Jade Land Spirit was sealed. The remaining strength was nothing to Fang Yuan, he could break through at any time. The fatal crisis had already arrived, but Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyan had no idea. Even if they could not sense Fang Yuan, the thick aura of death was suffocating. Zhao Lianyan was silent, she leaned on Ma Hongyun with her eyes closed. In essence, she was a woman after all. Ma Hongyun consoled her softly, even though he himself had no hope. It's over. Fang Yuan moved like lightning, stepping on the leaves and entering the innermost layer of the tree men's encirclement. But just as he was about to attack and dive down, Emoyao suddenly cried out in his mind, "Huh? This aura! Wait a minute, stop right now. What's wrong?" Fang Yuan's movement halted, he stopped at the top of the tree, bewildered. Ever since Emoyao's will was placed in his mind, he had never seen Emoyao have such intense emotional fluctuations. At this moment, in Fang Yuan's mind, Emoyao appeared. Her face was covered in tears, her body was trembling. She muttered to herself, this aura, there's no mistake, there's no mistake. This is fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's aura. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Fang Yuan's heart jumped as he recalled. For the sake of her lover, Bo Qing, when Emoyao was alive, he had put in a lot of effort to research the 88-point Xinyang Tower and had taken the risk to enter the true inheritance mystic realm. Her original goal was to obtain one of the supreme true inheritances, the Luck Path True Inheritance, and steal fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. However, in the end, she was only partially successful. Even though she had gone through a lot of hardships and used all her strength to break a crack in the Luck Path True Inheritance. But fortune rivaling Heaven Gu flew along this crack and disappeared without a trace. However, Emoyao did not come out empty-handed. She obtained a small portion of the Luck Dao inheritance. Combining with her refinement Grandmaster Foundation, she finally refined Calamity Beckoning Gu. But Calamity Beckoning Gu was inferior to fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Emoyao used Calamity Beckoning Gu to help Bo Qing in his tribulation, but both of them died. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan found the inheritance left behind by Emoyao and refined Calamity Beckoning Gu again. He accepted Emoyao's final mission to return the rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House in the future. Right now, Emoyao suddenly sensed fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's aura. This was the full effort she put in when she was alive. She used all her wisdom, but still failed to obtain the crucial Immortal Gu. It was not hard to understand why she lost her composure and was so agitated. Fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's aura is on this kid. To think that I, Emoyao, put in all my effort. Narrowly escaping death, I let fortune rivaling Heaven Gu escape. In the end, a mortal kid benefited from it. He, is this fate? Emoyao looked up at the sky and sighed, crying and laughing, her tone was extremely bleak. Fang Yuan squinted, cold light flashing in his eyes. He asked in his mind, that means fortune-rivaling heaven Gu is on Ma Hongyun? Are you sure? Of course, fortune-rivaling heaven Gu's aura, I will absolutely not forget it. Mo Yao replied resolutely. She continued, fortune-rivaling heaven Gu is rank 8, it is a one-time consumable Gu. It is formless and intangible, it is a lump of grand luck, it is extremely difficult to capture using ordinary methods. Back then, my main body was unable to capture it, causing it to disappear without a trace. Even True Yang building could not trap it. It must have escaped to northern plains and wandered, finally landing on that kid's body. So it is only a one-time consumable Gu. Fong Yuan was immediately greatly disappointed. Fortune-rivaling heaven Gu was the highest achievement of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path true inheritance, its value was extremely huge. Fong Yuan could not obtain any benefits in true inheritance secluded domain, it would be best if he could snatch fortune-rivaling heaven Gu from Ma Hongyun. But unfortunately, fortune-rivaling heaven Gu was a one-time use Gu, it would disappear once used. Fong Yuan, be careful. Fortune-rivaling heaven Gu is extremely mysterious. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had many fortuitous encounters, turning calamities into blessings, his luck never ending, it was mostly because of fortune-rivaling heaven Gu. Ma Hong used fortune-rivaling heaven Gu, he is a true son of luck. His luck is number 1 in the 5 regions. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal had the same luck, he has the same level of luck. Although luck is formless and intangible, it is also a part of strength, you must not look down on it. Mo Yao anxiously reminded. I know my limits. Fong Yuan restrained his killing intent, his gaze was cold as he stood on the branch, not attacking rashly. He looked down at Ma Hongyun and the others from above, allowing the treant beneath his feet to launch its attacks. Actually, the distance between the two was not far, but even Frost Jade Peacock did not discover him. From this, it could be seen how severely weakened the land spirit was. The strength of both sides was clear, it looked like the fruits of victory were at their fingertips, killing Ma Hongyun was as easy as flipping one's hand. But Fong Yuan did not think so, he was once a Gu immortal, his horizons naturally surpassed mortals. He was clear, the so-called Gu master paths, wisdom path, strength path, refinement path, metal path, time path and so on, they looked like a collection of complex and detailed Gu worms, but in essence, they were the understanding of heaven and earth, the analysis of the profundities of the universe. Luck path was the same. Because of Giant Sun Immortal's example, luck path, compared to other paths, could explain a certain aspect of the profundities of heaven and earth at a deeper level. Fong Yuan had never looked down on Ma Hongyun, he had always placed great importance on him. Because of his previous life's memories, he knew how high Ma Hongyun's future achievements would be. In his previous life, he eventually became the Pillar of Northern Plains, the leader who resisted the attacks of Central Continent's Gu immortals. When Fong Yuan was besieged, he was still growing healthily. Fong Yuan was clear about Ma Hongyun's growth path, and now he finally understood the source of Ma Hongyun's heaven-defying luck. That was Giant Sun Immortal's greatest achievement in luck path, fortune rivaling heaven Gu. And the originator of this was Mo Yao, who resided in Fong Yuan's mind. Although luck did not have a material form and could not be touched, Fong Yuan was clear about its profound power. No wonder giant sons will specially chose He Lulan and Ma Hongyun for the land spirit's ownership. He Lulan is the strongest bloodline descendant, while Ma Hongyun has fortune rivaling heaven. Fong Yuan felt it was quite troublesome. Although Ma Hongyun was only a tiny rank 3 Gu master, he had the protection of a rank 8 immortal Gu. Rank 8 immortal Gu was only inferior to the legendary rank 9 wisdom Gu, strength Gu and so on. Its power was extraordinary and beyond imagination, anyone who dared to underestimate it would have a miserable ending. Fong Yuan was only a mortal, back then in true inheritance secluded domain, he could not even get close to the rank 7 human Chi immortal Gu. Not to mention the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Ma Hongyun looked harmless, but in reality, when had he ever suffered a real loss along the way? Every time, it was a blessing in disguise. He had endless fortuitous encounters. Those who wanted to harm him or deal with him had instead met with misfortune. Although every time, he was not the one who attacked directly. But there would always be other external forces, accidents, and countless coincidences. These external forces, coincidences, and accidents stacked together to form an astonishing might. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Giant Sun's will. Previously, Giant Sun's will wanted to eliminate Zhao Lianyan, but Ma Hongyun risked his life to protect him. This was equivalent to Giant Sun's will standing on the opposite side of Ma Hongyun. Just as Giant Sun's will was about to make a move, Fang Yuan took action and pulled out Truyang Building, and was now being bombarded by the heavenly tribulation. Even Giant Sun's will was killed. Fang Yuan thought from a different perspective, and was immediately shocked. I have the glass owner token. I can investigate the situation inside 88-point Jinyang Tower. Why did I make a move earlier? It was completely unintentional. Maybe, after hearing that Zhao Lianyan is an otherworldly demon, I wanted to protect her and investigate it out of curiosity. Fang Yuan recalled the situation back then. Giant Sun's will being expelled from Truyang Building could be said to have been single-handedly caused by him. But the timing was coincidental, allowing Zhao Lianyan and Ma Hongyun to escape the calamity. If I make a move against Ma Hongyun now, will it be the same as Giant Sun's will, an external force intervening, or some accident happening? Fang Yuan held the glass owner token in his hand, feeling apprehensive. Wait a moment. Fang Yuan thought again. What I heard was actually Mo Yao's side of the story. Mo Yao's will seems trustworthy, but what if she is deceiving me for some special reason? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of this. Thus, he asked Mo Yao in his mind, strange, I used luck inspection goo earlier and observed almost everyone in the sacred palace. If Ma Hongyun has fortune rivaling heaven, why didn't I notice it? I only saw two people with the most luck, one is He Lulan, the other is Tai Bai Yunsheng. Mo Yao seemed to have expected Fang Yuan to have this question, and immediately answered, what's so strange about that? Fortune rivaling heaven goo is a rank 8 immortal goo, your luck inspection goo is only a rank 5 mortal goo, an investigative goo that allows the goo master to see luck that is invisible to the naked eye. How can a rank 5 investigative goo detect the luck of a rank 8 immortal goo? Since I can't see it, how can I be sure that Ma Hongyun has fortune rivaling heaven goo? Fang Yuan did not give up, continuing to ask. Oh Fang Yuan, you are too suspicious. Mo Yao sighed, before saying, there is a way to confirm it. That is to use investigative goo to observe your own luck. Every time you do something unfavorable to the child of luck, Ma Hongyun, because of the mutual influence of luck, your luck will become even worse. If you don't believe me, you can check it like this. Time was limited. Fang Yuan immediately activated luck inspection goo. His vision immediately changed. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyan only had a small portion of luck, no different from ordinary people. Chapter 624. This black luck was dark and gloomy, making people feel oppressed. It was in the shape of a coffin, firmly enveloping Fang Yuan within it. At some point, Fang Yuan's black death luck had become even larger and denser. Looking into the distance, several li away, Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan were fighting fiercely. The luck of both sides was very clear. Above He Lulan's head was still the green cloud luck, continuous, like a huge green pillar. Above Tai Bai Yunsheng's head, the luck was much less than before, not even 1/6 of the original. Moreover, it was no longer a bright red cloud, but a gloomy dusk, almost like a dark cloud. Fang Yuan turned his gaze back, looking above his head, and started experimenting according to Mo Yao's instructions. The result was just as Mo Yao had said. Every time he had a thought of harming Ma Hongyun, his black coffin luck would expand a little, and its color seemed to become even darker. Fang Yuan, I advise you to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Your black coffin luck is too dense, it's frighteningly dark. The danger is right in front of you. Don't think that luck is illusory, think about how the giant sun immortal dominated the world. You are in deep danger now, it's as dangerous as a pile of eggs. The black coffin luck hasn't acted up yet, it's not that you won't get your retribution, it's just that it's not time yet. Mo Yao repeatedly advised in Fang Yuan's mind. But Fang Yuan snorted coldly, his willpower as strong as steel. You want me to retreat? Would he be frightened by mere bad luck? Hee, how is that possible? His eyes squinted into slits, and under the shade of the tree crown, the corners of his mouth cracked slightly, revealing his snow-white teeth. Even if it's the worst luck, it won't directly attack me. It has to rely on external objects to kill me. At this moment, at this place, I want to see. Who can stop me? Killing intent surged in Fang Yuan's heart, unceasing. He believed in the power of luck, but he believed in himself even more. He wanted to kill Ma Hongyun. I have to give it a try. If he were to shrink back just because of luck, would that be Fang Yuan's style? Ordinary people wouldn't shed tears until they saw the coffin, but he wouldn't shed tears even if he saw the coffin. Are you crazy? That is a rank 8 immortal goo. Sensing Fang Yuan's intense killing intent, Mo Yao screamed. He. Precisely because he is so strong, it is more interesting to challenge him, isn't it? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He was no longer Chang Shan-yin with short hair. Instead, his black hair fluttered in the wind, and his brows were filled with wildness. He never minded bullying the weak, but he also had the courage to fight the strong. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If not now, then when? The floating sea is teased by fate. Shun the waves and follow the stream as cowardly as a worm. A true man, Mo Taizong. Even if my body shatters, I will not regret the pain. Fang Yuan softly chanted. His previous craziness was completely restrained, and his face was as calm as water. Crazy. In his mind, Mo Yao kept muttering. At this moment, the killing intent in Fang Yuan's heart reached its peak. The black coffin's fate above his head also began to expand at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded by 3 times. I want to see who can save you. Fortune rivaling heaven goo. Let me see your prowess as well. Fang Yuan was about to make a move. Bam! With a loud sound, the majestic air currents formed into a gale, suddenly pressing towards them from afar. He Lulan flew up, while Tai Bai Yunsheng crawled out of the deep pit with blood flowing out of his mouth. He looked at He Lulan who was floating in the air, with a shocked expression. You are actually. Before he finished speaking, He Lulan pounced down again. Bam! With a loud sound, the ground shook and dust rose. 10 Extreme Physique. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he muttered in place of Tai Bai Yunsheng. To think that He Lulan actually had one of the 10 extreme physiques. It seemed that it was the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. After a few breaths of time, a figure flew out of the dust. It was Tai Bai Yunsheng. His hair was messy, his face was covered in dust, and his chest was caved in, revealing his pale white bones. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. But soon, his body shone with green light and the blood stopped flowing. The heavy injuries on his body were quickly recovering. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng had exchanged information. They knew that Tai Bai Yunsheng had 2 immortal goo, landscape as before and man as before. But evidently, Tai Bai Yunsheng was not using the immortal goo man as before, but an ordinary healing goo. Man as before immortal goo needed green grape immortal essence to activate, it had great effects, but green grape immortal essence was not easy to accumulate. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, goo immortals would not easily use immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunsheng, you are a grand goo immortal, why are you afraid of a mortal like me? A loud roar shook heaven and earth. He Lulan also flew into the sky, chasing after Tai Bai Yunsheng. Such dense aura of the 10 extreme physiques, terrifying. He Lulan not only has one of the 10 extreme physiques, she is also on the verge of self-detonation. This time, Fang Yuan obtained even more information. Back then, Fang Yuan relied on Bai Ningbing's Northern Dark Ice Soul physique to fight stronger enemies on Qingmao Mountain and overturn the situation. At that time, Bai Ningbing was only rank 3. The higher the cultivation level of the 10 extreme physiques, the stronger the power of self-detonation. Once the rank 5 peak stage He Lulan self-detonates, the power would be even more terrifying. It would not be a problem for her to kill a Gu immortal. Tai Bai Yinsheng's mouth was filled with bitterness, he had no battle intent. Previously, He Lulan's aura was sealed by Immortal Gu Dark Limit's power, not leaking out at all. Now that the seal was removed, the majestic aura made people involuntarily feel fear. He was now a human-shaped bomb, who would dare to get close to him? What if he exploded? Tai Bai Yunsheng had just become an Gu immortal. If he was dragged down by this fugitive He Lulan, wouldn't that be too unjust? To think that He Lulan actually has the great strength true martial physique of one of the 10 extreme physiques. He could actually grow to such a stage. Tai Bai Yunsheng flew with all his might, his speed was astonishing. He was a flying master, the cloud path Gu worms he used were good movement Gu. He Lulan chased after him, but helplessly watched as the distance between them grew further and further. Boom! He Lulan was enraged. Suddenly, he punched. The power of this punch was astonishing, and it directly caused a sonic boom, shattering the surrounding air. Following this punch, a fist chi flew out, quickly turning into a strength path phantom. When Fang Yuan had fought in southern border, he had created many beast phantoms. But He Lulan's phantom was not in the shape of a beast, it was in the shape of a human. Moreover, this human phantom was lifelike, exactly the same as He Lulan. Their bodies were swollen, resembling violent bears. A mouthful of jagged, snow-white teeth, like daggers and sharp swords. Their triangular eyes shone with a malevolent light. This was simply a second He Lulan. Even if I combine all the beast phantoms I created in southern border, I am afraid they are not the human phantom's match. I'm afraid they are not the human phantom's match. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. He had extraordinary eyesight, he could tell at one glance that this human phantom had extremely strong battle strength. Once it was used, it could automatically chase after the enemy. It had intelligence. This was the rank 5 peak stage great strength true martial physique. The strength of an attack. It was simply terrifying. Fang Yuan could not estimate how strong this force was in a short period of time. Unless he personally fought and experienced it. But he was certain, such terrifying battle strength had already surpassed the mortal realm. It could be said that He Lulan was a monster who was half a step into Gu immortal realm. The 10 extreme physiques were existences that broke the rules, they were existences that broke ranks. On Qingmao Mountain, Fang Yuan used the 10 extreme physiques to successfully get through the crisis. But this time, the 10 extreme physiques stood on the opposite side of him. If not for a Gu master becoming an immortal, my defense would have increased qualitatively, otherwise Tai Bai Yunsheng would be in even more danger. Tai Bai Yunsheng has just advanced to Gu immortal, he has not accumulated the foundation of a Gu immortal yet. Moreover, he is only a healing Gu master, but he encountered a fierce and tyrannical battle expert like He Lulan. At once, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind like sparks. The strongest advantage of Gu immortals over mortals is that they have unlimited primeval essence. But He Lulan's true main cultivation path is Strength Path. Strength Path is the least reliant on primeval essence among all paths, and consumes the least primeval essence. Thus, this advantage is almost non-existent. There is also He Lulan's killer move, he actually took a different path and can create such slow and lifelike human phantoms. In a short period of time, he had already created 5 to 6 human phantoms. These phantoms are extraordinary, they are full of intelligence and can actually outflank and obstruct Tai Bai Yunsheng's movement. This is simply unimaginable. It was not strange to create human phantoms. The crucial point was that he could create such intelligent human phantoms. And these human phantoms all had astonishing battle strength. Strength superimposed on intelligence, the power made even Fang Yuan shocked. No wonder in my previous life, He Lulan suddenly died. So he had the 10 extreme physiques. Fang Yuan realized. Although he had been reborn, he did not know everything. But now, his plans were disrupted by this accident. Damn it! Fang Yuan could not help but tightly clench the glass owner token in his hand. According to his original plan, he wanted to follow Giant Sun's will's train of thought and use false emotion fake will gu to subdue the land spirit and become the owner of Imperial Court blessed land. To do this, he needed to subdue false emotion fake will gu. But false emotion fake will gu was one of the ordinary true inheritances, and the gu contained Giant Sun's will. How could a mere mortal like Fang Yuan refine an immortal venerable's will? Only a gu immortals will had such a possibility. Thus, Fang Yuan used his glib tongue and deceived Tai Bai Yunsheng into becoming his ally, wanting to use his will to cooperate with him in refining false emotion fake will gu. But when he returned to Tru Yang building, the situation changed unexpectedly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun became the owners of Imperial Court blessed land, and were recognized by Frost Jade Peacock. The condition for Frost Jade Peacock to recognize a master was 2 gu master lovers who truly loved each other. Ma Hongyun was a rank 3 gu master, but Zhao Lianyun was still a girl and had not started her cultivation path yet. She could actually be recognized as a master. From this, it could be seen that the gu master condition was only referring to aptitude. As long as there was a possibility of becoming a gu master, they could be recognized. Zhao Lianyun was a wisdom path gu immortal in his previous life, so she naturally had strong cultivation aptitude. This was not worth fussing over. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, he had 2 things to do. The first was to obtain false emotion fake will gu. It was with He Lulan, so Fang Yuan handed this matter to Tai Bai Yunsheng. The second was to kill Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. As long as he killed them, Imperial Court blessed land would return to being ownerless. After doing these 2 things, Tai Bai Yunsheng would help Fang Yuan refine false emotion fake will gu, and he would be able to control the land spirit. Even if Giant Sun's will returned, Fang Yuan would have the ability to contend against it. Chapter 625. He Lulan exposed her true trump card. The 10 extreme physique that was on the verge of self-detonation had shocking battle strength. She actually suppressed the Grand Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng and chased after him. This situation was surprising, but after thinking about it, it was not surprising. If I can't defeat He Lulan, I can't take the false emotion fake will gu. Without false emotion fake will gu, how can I subdue the land spirit? Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His plan was ruined. Is this the power of fortune rivaling heaven? I was just about to attack when such an accident happened. Fang Yuan looked at Ma Hongyun with a solemn expression. For some reason, the killing intent in his heart became even more intense. He crossed his arms and stood on a tall branch, his lips curled into a cold smile. This is getting more interesting, fortune rivaling heaven, now that He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng are entangled, if I insist on killing you, how can you resist? This time, Fang Yuan did not make a move, but directly manipulated the tree man. The few tree ants in the innermost layer raised their giant hammer-like hands high up in unison. Under Fang Yuan's control, they raised their fists and smashed down together. Bam! With a loud sound, Frost Jade Peacock cried out miserably. Its raised head also fell to the ground. The defensive barrier that it put up with all its strength was completely shattered, turning into specks of golden light that quickly dissipated. The final obstruction was also gone. The tree man who was closest to it took a big step and stretched out its sinister giant palm, grabbing towards Ma and Zhao Lianyun at a seemingly slow speed. Zhao Lianyun screamed in fear, while Ma Hongyun hugged him tightly with his back facing the tree man's palm. Die! Fang Yuan softly muttered. He completely ignored the black coffin luck that was rapidly expanding above his head. The tree man completely opened its palm, a huge shadow firmly enveloped Ma and Zhao Lianyan. With just a light pinch, Ma and Zhao Lianyan would definitely be crushed into meat paste. But right at this moment, the 88-point Jinyang Tower suddenly shook intensely. The world shook. "You scoundrel! How dare you expel me? Die!" An extremely loud and clear voice suddenly burst out, piercing through heaven and earth, causing Fang Yuan's eardrums to hurt slightly. Hearing this familiar voice, Ma Hongyun raised his head in surprise. He shouted, "It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor wasn't killed. He's back." He Lulan also looked pleasantly surprised. Tai Bai Yinsheng's expression was pale. Once giant suns will returned, 88-point Jinyang Tower would display the true power of a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It could trap Gu immortals to death. This was not a joke. Impossible. Even if I had spent a lot of time in Hu immortal blessed land, I would not have been able to defeat him. But a quarter of an hour is far from over. Fang Yuan's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. He was extremely shocked. He quickly used the glazed abode master token to check on the situation. Outside the 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were layers upon layers of golden sand-like light particles. That was the incomparably large giant sun's will. It was still roaring and roaring, while resisting the bombardment of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. While exerting pressure in an attempt to enter Truyang Tower, the giant sun's will outside did not come in. What is going on with the giant sun's will inside? Where did it come from? Fang Yuan was extremely puzzled. But this giant sun's will that suddenly appeared did not give him any time to think. Heaven and earth shook. Those that were running helped Tai Bai Yunsheng attack. The treants surrounding Ma Hongyun all stopped moving, as if they were stone statues. Fang Yuan's face was flushed red. The glazed abode master token in his hand was burning like fire. Cracks rapidly appeared on the glazed abode master token. In an instant, the glazed abode master token was on the verge of collapsing. Damn it! Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. This mysterious giant sun's will was sweeping through the central continent Gu Immortals arrangements with the momentum of a tornado. The third method that the central continent Gu Immortals set up was extremely secretive. Even giant sun's will could not easily discover it. But now that Fang Yuan had activated the third method, he had nowhere to hide and was caught by giant sun's will that suddenly appeared. Once the glazed abode master token completely shattered, the third method would lose its effect, and giant sun's will would be able to freely enter and exit Truyang Tower. At that time, even if giant sun's will did not use 88-point Jinyang Tower, he could easily kill Fang Yuan with his own strength. An unprecedented crisis suddenly descended. Don't tell me, I need to use Spring-Autumn Cicada. No. The risk of using Spring-Autumn Cicada is too high, it is not a last resort. I want to stake it all, I can still stake it all. Fang Yuan roared, he roused his thoughts and poured them into the glazed abode master token. Bam! At the next moment, through the glazed abode master token, his thoughts fiercely collided with giant sun's will that suddenly appeared. Guh! Fang Yuan's body shook intensely, he vomited a mouthful of blood. The thoughts he poured into the glazed abode master token were completely destroyed. His head was in intense pain, it felt like it was about to split open. Even his mind was affected, Mo Yao's will screamed continuously inside. Fang Yuan's body shook, his vision blurred, he could not stand properly, he only managed to hold on for a few breaths of time before falling down from a tall tree branch. Whoosh! Strong winds blew, the 3 tree men closest to him suddenly stretched out their giant hands made of branches and leaves, they grabbed towards Fang Yuan with malicious intent. Fang Yuan had lost the competition, giant sun's will had regained control of this round. These tree men had become Fang Yuan's enemies, they would not rest until they killed Fang Yuan. Taking advantage of this change, Ma and Zhao managed to escape this crisis. Driven by their desire to survive, they started to flee blindly under the messy tree roots. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan barely managed to wake up. He gave a light shout, pouring his primeval essence into his goo worm. He activated his strength and punched towards the approaching giant tree leaf hands. Fists and legs collided. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 explosions, he directly shattered the hands. He adjusted his posture in the air and staggered towards the ground. The after-effects of fighting giant sun's will were still present. His ears were filled with a loud buzzing noise. He had almost lost his hearing. But Fong Yuan did not feel any regret. Instead, he grinned and laughed loudly. Awesome. The clash of wills just now was without any tricks. Not only did it allow Fong Yuan to successfully protect the glass owner token, he even discovered the weakness of Giant Sun's will. The mysterious will that had just emerged was terrifying. It was not as strong as he had imagined. It did not seem to have expected Fong Yuan to make such a decision. This will was divided into 3 parts. The majority of the will was entangled with the third method, a small portion was busy fighting for control of this round, and a small portion competed with Fong Yuan using the glass owner token. In the end, Fong Yuan's will destroyed the victorious Giant Sun's will. At the same time, he used the third method and fought until his own will was completely destroyed, finally successfully trapping the majority of Giant Sun's will. Thus, Giant Sun's will. Only a small portion was left, controlling the round. Giant Sun's will was enraged. He did not expect that a small mortal would actually have the guts to directly clash with his will. Even more so, he did not expect that this mortal's mind would actually store so many wills. This was all thanks to Emo Yao. To deal with Emo Yao's will, Fong Yuan had stored a large amount of wills in his mind. Just in case, he had stored a large amount of wills in his mind. There were intentional, playful, deliberate, intentional, attentive, etc. There were many types. Giant Sun's will had greatly underestimated Fong Yuan's military strength, and was extremely anxious. He was busy trying to save the situation, resulting in Fong Yuan's counterattack. He was completely caught unprepared. Thief, I will turn your bones into ashes. Giant Sun's will was enraged, continuously commanding the tree man to attack. Fong Yuan dodged left and right, doing his best to heal and recover. These tree men had thick skin and flesh. Even if their branches and limbs were destroyed, they would not die. They wouldn't die either, and their life force was very long. Rather than fighting head-on, he would use brute force. This was definitely not a good idea. While dodging, Fong Yuan's injuries quickly recovered. He quickly discovered that the tree man was not only attacking him, but also Tai Bai Yunsheng and Ma Hongyun. More accurately, it was Zhao Lianyun who was beside Ma Hongyun. Under the pursuit of the tree man, Ma and Zhao Lianyun were fleeing with all their might. The situation was extremely dangerous. They were panicking and did not care about where they were going, gradually getting closer to Fong Yuan. Please save us. Ma Hongyun finally saw Fong Yuan and shouted for help. Truly naive. Fong Yuan laughed sinisterly and immediately went to help. Both parties quickly approached each other. Fong Yuan shouted, Giant Sun's will wants to kill you, we have a common enemy, come to my side. Be careful. Zhao Lianyun who was running expressed hesitation. But the situation forced them, only Fong Yuan could protect them. They were already unable to hold on any longer. They would definitely be smacked to death by the tree man, but if they went to Fong Yuan's side, they might still have a chance to live. Save, I have to save them. Quickly save them. In his mind, Emo Yao's will suddenly shouted. What? Fong Yuan almost thought he had heard wrongly. Emo Yao spoke quickly, do you still not understand? Giant Sun's will is an enormous special will. He is extremely clear of the power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. He does not want to deal with Ma Hongyun. But when he was first created, his main body had set a specific action, that is, if he sees an otherworldly demon, he must exterminate it. Otherworldly demon, don't say you are not interested. But the most important thing is, if you save that Zhao Lianyun, he will be the best weapon to deal with Giant Sun's will. Since Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun are truly in love, they will definitely become enemies with Giant Sun's will. At that time, Giant Sun's will be tortured by fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Mo Yao's words caused Fang Yuan to be greatly moved. For a moment, his hidden killing intent towards Ma Hongyun also abruptly diminished. Wait a moment. Ma and Zhao are in danger, they might be trampled to death by the tree man at any moment, or even crushed to pieces. If I make a move now, wouldn't I be saving them? Fang Yuan was stunned when he thought of this. Although Ma Hongyun was only rank 3, he was too difficult to kill. The first time Fang Yuan made a move, He Lulan revealed her trump card, becoming one of the 10 extremities, and chased after Tai by Yunsheng. The second time he made a move, Giant Sun's will appeared out of nowhere, heavily injuring Fang Yuan. Even now, his ears were still buzzing, his mind had been reduced by 30%. Although he managed to protect the glass owner token and harm Giant Sun's will, he also lost control of this round. Now, the third time Fang Yuan made a move, it was actually Mo Yao who came to persuade him. But the persuasion was so reasonable. Even Fang Yuan himself could not help but be moved. Because earlier, Fang Yuan wanted to kill Ma Hongyun to make the land spirit recognize him as its master again. But now, He Lulan erupted with her true battle strength, protecting the false emotion fake will Gu. Fang Yuan did not have the false emotion fake will Gu, why did he still want to kill Ma and Zhao? Chapter 626. Rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Gu's power, Fang Yuan finally experienced it for himself. This was a kind of helplessness, a kind of fate toying with people, he did not know whether to laugh or cry, the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Forced by the situation, Fang Yuan had to seek benefits and avoid disaster, this was the only way to maximize his benefits. The distance between the two was shrinking rapidly. To save, or not to save? Mo Yao screamed in Fang Yuan's mind, save, quickly save him. Logic also told Fang Yuan, if he saved Ma Hongyun, he would not become enemies with fortune rivaling heaven, and could instead use it to deal with Giant Sun's will. But at this moment, in Fang Yuan's mind, there was another voice. This voice was roaring, shouting, roaring. Save what? Do I have to yield? Do I have to lower my head? Kill him with one slap. What are you afraid of? Was he afraid of these two little bastards? Even fortune rivaling heaven cannot stop me. Fang Yuan's ears were buzzing, but this voice was getting louder and louder, gradually suppressing everything else. His mind was in intense pain. Facing this choice, his mouth was dry. The voice in his mind was getting louder and louder, even shaking his heart. Every roar, every shout, seemed to throw dry firewood at the fire in Fang Yuan's heart. The raging fire burned. That was ambition, fighting spirit, unyielding, challenge and stubbornness. The fire burned Fang Yuan's eyes red, the blood in his veins was boiling like a raging river, waves crashing. Come. Let me send you on your way. Fang Yuan opened his mouth, his voice was hoarse. Like sand and iron. He did something that he would not normally do, something that went against his style. His expression was malevolent. His eyes were filled with killing intent, he directly broke the giant tree man in front of him, and tore apart the countless snake-like tree vines. He rushed to Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's side. Then, he raised his fist. Before he attacked, the terrifying fist aura had already condensed like a mountain. The tyrannical and terrifying killing intent almost froze the air. Ah! Ma Hongyun was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Fang Yuan's killing intent to be so resolute. His face turned pale with fright and his heart was in a panic. His feet actually tripped over each other. He fell to the ground. Zhao Lianyun, who was holding hands with him, was also dragged to the ground. This turn of events caused Fang Yuan's heart to skip a beat. He had already been extremely vigilant after the repeated accidents. But he soon discovered that this small accident only slightly prolonged the time that the two sides met. Meanwhile, the two giant tree men had already arrived beside Ma and Zhao. No matter which tree man it was, it only needed one kick to turn the two of them into minced meat. However, Giant Sun's will did not want to harm Ma Hongyun. He only moved the vines towards Ma and Zhao, wanting to separate them. Then kill Zhao Lianyan. At the same time, the 5 tree men suddenly drilled out from the ground, coincidentally blocking in front of Fang Yuan. This firm defensive line would take Fang Yuan more than 10 breaths of time. Giant Sun's will had been implementing his previous tactic. Right now, the extremely weak Blessed Land's land spirit. It had already been kicked out of the game. False emotion fake Wulgu had been protected by He Lulan all along. It was very safe. Although Ma and Zhao had become the owners of the blessed land, as long as they killed Zhao Lianyan, this layer of relationship would be severed. At that time, they could use false emotion fake Wulgu to let He Lulan and Ma Hongyun become the owners of the imperial court, and the situation could still be salvaged. Thus, right now, when Fang Yuan came to kill Ma Hongyun, he was obstructed by Giant Sun's will. Damn it! This feeling again, it is always at the crucial moment, at the crucial place. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, using all his strength to forcefully break through. Bam bam bam, with a thunderous collision, Fang Yuan was like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain. His aura was ferocious as he directly broke through the tree man's defense. The whole process only took less than 10 breaths of time. But at the same time, Fang Yuan also paid a disastrous price. On his body, there were 3 large wounds, one on his chest, one on his back, and one on his back, forming a bloody hole the size of a baby's fist on his stomach. His right forearm was severely fractured, and his left leg was twisted at a strange angle, directly twisted to the side by the huge force. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed wildly. He could not use his arms and legs for the moment, but he still had movement goo, he could still fly. He rapidly flew towards Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyan. The view before him was completely flat. Ma Hongyun bent his back, tightly hugging Zhao Lianyan in his arms. Outside, there were tree vines that coiled around him like pythons. These tree vines wanted to separate the two, but did not want to harm Ma Hongyun. The tree vines competed with Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun was naturally inferior. Seeing that he and Zhao Lianyan were being forcefully separated, he bit his lips and stared angrily, but there was nothing he could do. No! He screamed in a low voice, his eyes were bloodshot. Seeing that his lover was about to die in front of him, he was filled with pain and despair, like a wild beast that was forced to the edge of a cliff. Quickly save him, now is the best opportunity to save him. As long as you save them, Ma Hongyun will definitely be grateful to you, and you will be able to borrow his heaven's equal fortune. Why did Giant Sun's will not kill Ma Hongyun? It is because he wants to borrow his luck. In his mind, Emoyao shouted again, trying to dissuade Fang Yuan. You really talk a lot of nonsense. Fang Yuan's reply was filled with ruthlessness and cruelty. With success at hand, he instead calmed down, his face was expressionless, no longer showing any malevolence. Kill! With Ma and Zhao Lianyan in his attack range, Fang Yuan immediately unleashed a fatal strike. This strike was earth-shattering, causing the atmosphere in front of him to explode. The incomparably ferocious power was like an evil dragon rising to the heavens, overturning the seas and rivers, enveloping Ma and Zhao Lianyan. No! This time, it was Giant Sun's will who screamed in despair and helplessness. He immediately commanded the surrounding tree men to use their bodies to shield Ma and Zhao Lianyan. The tree vines no longer separated the two, but quickly shifted. But Giant Sun's will's heart was filled with despair. He knew that what he was doing was useless. Fang Yuan had been preparing this furious strike for a long time. How could it be so easily dodged? The tree man's body would be torn apart by this attack, and the tree vines would not be able to shift in time. In the end, Ma and Zhao Lianyan would be hit by the attack. They would be smashed into meat paste. Even if there were tens of thousands of tree men and the vast sea of trees, it was all too late. Fang Yuan was decisive, he brazenly burst out, breaking through the defense line, and successfully seized the crucial moment. The tree man's movement had always been slow, and the speed of its reinforcements was not outstanding. Ma Hongyun was dead for sure. At this moment, it was not only Fang Yuan. Even giant sons will thought the same. Not only them, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun also did not have any hope of escaping. All the factors that affected the situation seemed to have their own effects. He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, 88-point Jinyang Tower, Giant Sun's Will, Frost Jade Peacock, Fang Yuan, Mo Yao, these people or things, at this moment, had done their best. Time seemed to slow down, Fang Yuan's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. A faint smile appeared on her face. What else can save Ma Hongyun? But, at the next moment. Boom! A loud sound rang out, shaking the heaven and earth. Een! A threatening golden light illuminated the entire checkpoint. Could it be that Giant Sun's Will has once again entered the Truyang building? Fang Yuan's heart sank. But soon, he found out that was not the case. Giant Sun's Will was still being beaten outside the tower. Central Continent's Gu immortals had planned for so many years, the third method they had deliberately created could not be underestimated. If not for this, in Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent's Gu immortals would not have returned triumphantly and successfully toppled 88-point Jinyang Tower. A huge golden light lump. Like a meteor, it smashed into the ground with lightning speed, instantly melting the surrounding tree man and protecting Ma and Zhao at the center. Isn't this, that luck path's supreme true inheritance? In his mind, Mo Yao was extremely shocked, he could not help but scream. What's going on? Isn't the supreme true inheritance in true inheritance secluded domain? Why did it suddenly charge into this checkpoint and fall into Ma Hongyun's hands? Fang Yuan was helpless, he could only stop moving forward. He had already experienced the power of a supreme true inheritance in true inheritance secluded domain. This was not something he could come into contact with. But why was Ma Hongyun completely fine when he was in the ball of light? At once, Fang Yuan could not help but feel a huge sense of dejection in his heart. He used all his battle strength to attempt to kill Ma Hongyun for the third time, even though he saw hope a moment ago and success was at hand, he still failed in the end. Why would the supreme true inheritance fall into Ma Hongyun's hands? This is impossible. In his mind, Mo Yao completely lost her composure, she scratched her head with her hands, her long hair was in a mess, she looked like a crazy woman. It was no wonder she was acting like this. Her main body had worked hard and expended a lot of effort, but only managed to break a small crack in the luck path true inheritance. She even let fortune rivaling heaven Gu escape. In the end, she had no choice but to refine calamity beckoning Gu. In the end, calamity beckoning Gu did not help her beloved Bo Qing, she and Bo Qing both died. At this moment, she saw the entire luck path supreme true inheritance throwing itself into the arms of a rank 3 mortal. Even if you have fortune rivaling heaven, you can't do this, right? Why can't it be me? I worked so hard and paid such a huge price, why can't it be me? But it had to be him, a mortal, a fool, a child. Comparing oneself to others was infuriating. Fang Yuan forced himself to calm down, he tried to get rid of his irrelevant emotions, thinking hard. A flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, it was extremely slippery. I understand now. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shook, he grasped this flash of inspiration, everything that seemed impossible in front of him suddenly became clear. The supreme true inheritance took the initiative to acknowledge Ma Hongyun as its master, and not anyone else. This was because Ma Hongyun had the power of fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Fortune rivaling heaven Gu was the essence of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path, it was the crystallization of his essence. To the remaining supreme true inheritances, it was their leader, an emperor. But why did the supreme true inheritance not come earlier or later, but at this time? The luck path supreme true inheritance originally existed in the true inheritance secluded domain, why did it come here for no reason? These two questions actually pointed to one crucial factor. Chapter 627. In true inheritance secluded domain, no matter which true inheritance, they all had giant sun's will. Otherwise, how could the fated people who came here receive these true inheritances, especially those immortal Gu? It was just like challenging the trials in 88 True Yang building. Every round, if there was a Gu worm as a reward, these Gu worms were refined by giant sun's will earlier. The Gu masters successfully passed the rounds and obtained these Gu worms. The reason why they could instantly refine these Gu worms and keep them in the aperture was because giant sun's will inside the Gu worms took the initiative to give way. According to this logic, any Gu master who was willing to give their Gu worms to others could create the phenomenon of instant refinement. Previously, when giant sun's will was asleep, it caused the wild Gu worm refinement to be slow. Fong Yuan had used this loophole to curry favor with True Yang building. Every true inheritance was controlled by giant sun's will. The luck path true inheritance did not fly towards Ma Hongyun earlier because of this. Now that the true inheritance was in Ma Hongyun's hands, it recognized itself as its master. This was not what giant sun's will wanted. Giant sun's will wanted nothing more than to control Ma Hongyun. How could he allow it to grow and become harder to control? Thus, the truth was revealed. The luck path true inheritance did not have a trace of giant sun's will. Giant sun's will took the initiative to leave, causing this supreme true inheritance to act on its own. Next, relying on the newly formed wild will, it submitted to Ma Hongyun. This created another problem. Why did giant sun's will suddenly leave for no reason? Fong Yuan thought of the second time he attacked, when he wanted to kill Ma Hongyun. Suddenly, out of nowhere, giant sun's will appeared out of nowhere. At this point, all the fog disappeared like smoke in thin air. Fong Yuan used his third method, to expel giant sun's will from True Yang building. Next, he entered True Yang building and successfully convinced Tai Bai Yunsheng to save Dang Hun Mountain. After that, he returned and attempted to control Imperial Court Blessed Land. The second time he tried to kill Ma Hongyun, he was obstructed by giant sun's will that appeared out of nowhere. At that time, Fong Yuan was extremely puzzled. But now, he understood. This mysterious giant sun's will was drawn out from those true inheritances. Giant sun's will was also anxious. In order to turn the tide, he used this move. He had almost turned the tide with this move, but unfortunately for him, Fong Yuan was too decisive in his attacks and directly confronted him fiercely. In the end, only a small portion of giant sun's will, which was forcefully extracted, was left to control this checkpoint. In that case, this Luck Dao supreme true inheritance was able to save Ma Hongyun in time because of me? If I didn't pull out giant sun's will and send it outside the pagoda. If I did not brazenly clash with giant sun's will, how could there be such a scene now? Who would have thought that I would be stopped by myself on my third attempt? Thinking of this, Fong Yuan let out a long sigh, and the killing intent in his heart towards Ma Hongyun completely dissipated. The current Ma Hongyun. He was protected by the luck path true inheritance. As a mortal, Fong Yuan wanted to break through this line of defense. It was impossible. Sigh, I told you to save him, but you didn't listen. In his mind, Mo Yao calmed down and sighed. Her tone was filled with resentment. If you had saved them and obtained Ma Hongyun's recognition, you would be like Zhao Lianyun, protected by the luck path true inheritance. The current luck path true inheritance is a newborn wild will. Like a child, it does not have any internal defenses. Inside the luck path true inheritance, you can casually understand the true inheritance's contents. This is a supreme fortune, but you gave it up just like that. Helping Ma Hongyun would benefit. Dealing with Ma Hongyun, the benefit was the heavy injuries on Fong Yuan's body. Fong Yuan sneered. Since he had done it, he did not have a trace of regret in his heart. He quickly retreated while healing his injuries. At the same time, he said to Mo Yao, even if I cannot touch this luck path inheritance, do you think giant sun's will sit and watch? This luck path true inheritance was one of the 3 supreme true inheritances in the true inheritance secret domain. How could giant sun's will allow it to recognize him as its master like that? In Giant Sun's Will's heart, giving the luck path true inheritance to Ma Hongyun was not something he could not accept. But Ma Hongyun's heart belonged to the otherworldly demon, that was something he could not accept. Giant Sun's will was special. When his main body created it, he had given it the special meaning of, upon seeing otherworldly demons, he must use all his strength to kill them. Now that Zhao Lianyan was being protected by the luck path true inheritance, if Giant Sun's will wanted to kill this otherworldly demon, he had to get rid of the luck path true inheritance. Thus, the entire forest was enraged. Countless tree men rose from the ground and surrounded the luck path true inheritance. Large numbers of tree men even started to tangle with each other, tree man roots intertwined, tree vines intertwined, slowly forming giant tree men. Every one of them was over 100 meters tall. Their aura caused even Fang Yuan to feel apprehensive. Giant Sun's will used all his strength to kill Zhao Lianyan. Fang Yuan's retreat was rather smooth. Eliminating otherworldly demons was Giant Sun's will's first priority. Especially the appearance of the luck path true inheritance, it attracted even more hatred. Fang Yuan, the threat, was still behind in terms of ranking. Giant Sun's will also knew that he could not deal with Fang Yuan for the time being. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Giant Sun's will's strength was limited. He could only focus on dealing with the luck path true inheritance. Soon, Fang Yuan got close to the battle between Tai Bai Yunsheng and He Lulan. Tai Bai Yunsheng was suppressed, but He Lulan was unable to obtain victory even if she wanted to. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a healing gu immortal and also a flying master. The former made him proficient in battles of attrition, while the latter made him slippery and hard to approach. The battle between the two was in a deadlock. The two fought from the sky to the ground. Their attacks were astonishing. The aftershocks of their battle affected the surrounding trees, causing the surrounding several li to be filled with signs of trees falling. "Senior brother Tai Bai, I'm here to help you," Fang Yuan shouted. The word senior brother immediately angered He Lulan. He immediately thought of Central Continent. That was because among the 5 regions, the other 4 regions all relied on clan inheritances. Only Central Continent had a sect system. He Lulan's eyes were wide open in anger. He roared like a bear, as expected of scoundrels who had planned this for a long time. "You two really hid yourselves deeply. Now that you have come out to court death, then I will grant you your wish." Saying so, he fiercely punched at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Fist chi surged out violently. They turned into human silhouettes in the air. They all had the appearance of He Lulan. The 4 fist shadows split into 2, one of them rushed towards Tai Bai Yunsheng, while the other 3 concentrated on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a mortal, while Tai Bai Yunsheng was a gu immortal. But avoiding the strong and attacking the weak was the most common tactic. One of the 3 human silhouettes killed Fang Yuan, while the other prevented Tai Bai Yunsheng from going to help. "Retreat!" Tai Bai Yunsheng was shocked. He quickly warned. He was very clear about the power of this strength path killer move. When he was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had received many gifts from Fang Yuan, adding many defensive gu to his body. But after fighting for so long, Tai Bai Yunsheng did not have many defensive gu worms left. He had sustained heavy injuries many times. It could be seen how powerful He Lulan's strength path killer move was. 3 human silhouettes. They rapidly approached with an imposing aura, causing intense winds to blow. Such a powerful killer move. Even Mo Yao's will in his mind gasped in admiration at this scene. "Be careful. He Lulan's strength path killer move definitely surpasses your 4-arm Earth King killer move." Fang Yuan grinned. He was not flustered, instead he was filled with battle intent, eager to fight. "I will not use 4-arm Earth King, of course. Because I have an even stronger strength path killer move." Saying so, he paused for a moment. Before shouting, "Come, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King." Bam! A formless aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying pressure filled the surrounding tens of li. Intense pain came, like waves crashing into one's heart. Fang Yuan, however, felt endless pleasure from it. His body expanded, his skin lost its luster and moisture, rapidly turning black. His defense rose sharply. In a short moment, he turned into a 6-meter-tall giant. 6 thick monstrous arms grew out of his back, the fingers were thick and sinister, each with their own unique characteristics, making people's hearts palpitate. The 3 human silhouettes charged towards Fang Yuan. Good timing. Fang Yuan grinned, facing them without fear. Punches and kicks collided, it was a direct clash without any fancy moves. Bam bam bam, the muffled sounds of explosions that sounded like muffled thunder continued without end. Be it Fang Yuan or He Lulan's 3 human silhouettes, they all had great momentum, each attack could cause air to explode. Tai Bai Yuncheng looked back worriedly, but after a few breaths of time, his eyes slowly widened. Fang Yuan was just a mortal, but he could actually fight against 3 human silhouettes at the same time. Both sides were evenly matched. But the 3 human silhouettes were intelligent. After not being able to take him down for a long time, they actually coordinated and attacked Fang Yuan from the front, top left, and bottom right respectively. Be careful. Tai Bai Yuncheng warned loudly, he had suffered from similar situations before. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, showing his heroic spirit. He activated his killer move, 6 monstrous arms grew, including his original 2 arms, he had a total of 8 arms. The 8 arms rotated, fist shadows rained down like a storm, defending himself tightly. He completely blocked the attacks of the 3 human silhouettes from all directions, he was not at a disadvantage at all. He actually blocked it, this killer move. He Lulan's heart shook, her expression turning solemn. Sigh, half-immortal battle strength, this is also a monster. Tai Bai Yuncheng saw this and sighed. He was surprised, but also not surprised. Thinking of his master, everything could be explained. Thus, Tai Bai Yuncheng was completely at ease, he quickly focused on dealing with the human silhouettes in front of him. He waved his sleeves, countless lights flew out from his sleeves. Sawtooth wind blades, blazing blade lights, azure water pythons, golden silk cage nets, over 100 goo worms were activated by Tai Bai Yuncheng at the same time, they were multicolored, blossoming like fireworks. The human silhouettes were shrouded by the fireworks, their speed slowed down, they immediately changed directions and shot out like lightning. But Tai Bai Yuncheng's attacks followed closely behind, unceasing. The attacks were dazzling like fireworks, they were shot out one after another. The human silhouettes had extraordinary intelligence, they actually knew how to fly in curves, attempting to get close to Tai Bai Yuncheng. But Tai Bai Yuncheng similarly retreated, his attacks did not show any signs of stopping. He was a goo immortal, he had almost endless primeval essence. If not for the fact that he had just advanced to goo immortal and did not have enough goo worms, he would not have enough. Otherwise, if hundreds or thousands of goo worms were activated together, the attacks would be even more terrifying. Although the human silhouettes could dodge most of the attacks, under the rain-like attacks, they were constantly being whittled down, the silhouettes were visibly turning dim and illusory. But He Lulan's goal had already been achieved. Tai Bai Yuncheng did not have any strong offensive methods, he could only slowly whittle down the human silhouettes. He was old and shrewd, but had a cautious nature, he did not engage in fierce clashes, he could not provide effective support to Fang Yuan. This was due to his nature. Otherwise, he would not have chosen the, as before, time path inheritance out of the 3 immortal path inheritances. However, even though He Lulan achieved his original goal, he did not feel happy. Because he realized, Fang Yuan did not need any support. Over there, Fang Yuan was fighting against 3 human silhouettes at the same time, both sides were attacking each other, 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King's thick defense was truly shocking. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan was getting fiercer as he fought, his fists and legs were moving faster and faster. In the end, when the fists met, they actually formed a pitch-black shadow screen. The 3 human silhouettes gradually lost their strength in the battle. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 consecutive explosions, the 3 human silhouettes could not hold on any longer, they were blown up by Fang Yuan, turning into traces of fist chi and dissipating. He Lulan's pupils shrunk, the battle intent in his heart surging like boiling water. Interesting. This killer move is very powerful, it is almost on par with my killer move. But more importantly, he has such rich battle experience, his fist and leg technique is at master level. If it were someone else, they might not be able to display this killer move's power to such an extent. He Lulan licked his lips, his eyes shining with ruthlessness and excitement. The attack earlier was naturally not his full strength, it was only a probing attack. The battle with Tai Bai Yunsheng made He Lulan feel extremely sullen. Because Tai Bai Yunsheng's main focus was to escape, but He Lulan could not keep up, he had no way to use his strength. Now that a tough opponent like Fang Yuan had appeared, his battle intent naturally surged. After destroying the 3 human silhouettes, Fang Yuan did not rashly attack, he floated on the spot. Both sides were thousands of steps apart, their gazes colliding fiercely. "Stop fighting, come here and help." At this time, He Lulan suddenly heard Giant Sun's will's instruction. "But, old ancestor." He Lulan immediately hesitated, his battle intent becoming chaotic. Giant Sun Immortal had a very high status in his heart. This had nothing to do with his personality, it was the sense of honor that had been instilled in him since he was young. This had already become an important factor for He Lulan to affirm his own value. Don't care about them. Killing otherworldly demons and taking back the supreme luck path true inheritance is the most important thing. Giant Suns will spoke quickly, this is the only copy, this is the only luck path true inheritance left in this world. Even the longevity heaven did not leave behind any information on luck path. I am about to open the passage to the true inheritance secluded domain, go and help push the luck path true inheritance into the secluded domain. This round was already under Giant Sun's will's control, there were as many tree men as there was an ocean of them. However, even if Giant Suns will had the ability to break the luck path true inheritance, he could not do this. Firstly, it would take too long, and problems would arise. Chapter 628. Inside 88-point Jinyang Tower, the situation was constantly changing, rising and falling. The terrifying will left behind by the rank 9 immortal venerable Giant Sun who had once dominated the world and ruled over an era, specially used to control 88-point Jinyang Tower, the undisputed victor of this Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, the current generation tribe leader of the super tribe He tribe, who had one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique, He Lulan. The land spirit Frost Jade Peacock who stood at the center of Northern Plains for countless years, but was sealed for 10,000 years, the living legend who used almost all of his life to roam Northern Plains and heal the injured, his benevolent name was widely spread, he had a Gu immortal inheritance, he became a rank 6 Gu immortal and possessed 2 mystical immortal Gu, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and the owner of rank 7 of the top 10 mystical Gu, Spring Autumn Cicada, and now the owner of Hu Immortal Blessed Land, a mortal who possessed several immortal Gu, Al Demon Gu Fang Yuan, who had been reborn after 500 years, favored by rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, he became a Gu immortal in Fang Yuan's previous life, he inherited Fairy Giant Sun's inheritance, obtained Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's fortuitous encounter, and became the great hero of Northern Plains. Who resisted Central Continent's invasion, recognized as an otherworldly demon by Giant Sun's will, Fang Yuan became Ma Hongyun's wife in his previous life, she was a wisdom path Gu immortal who gave countless help to her husband, the legendary woman Zhao Lianyun, also. The former rank 7 Gu immortal, refinement path grandmaster, 36th generation fairy of spirit affinity house, the mysterious will left behind after the death of Imoyao who schemed for 88-point Jinyang Tower, each of these existences had their own thoughts, and each had their own goals. On the stage of this imperial court blessed land that was on the verge of collapse, they clashed and competed intensely. They each had their own advantages and methods, as well as their own weaknesses and weaknesses. These were not outstanding geniuses, they were outstanding elites. They were not skilled in scheming. Working together meant that one's strength was immense, and one's luck was overwhelming. Under the stimulation of life and death, under the temptation of huge benefits, these existences did not give it their all. They used all of their methods, taking drastic measures, staking it all on one throw, or working together to create ingenious arrangements. Thus, the situation was sometimes clear. Sometimes, it was confusing. At this point, the competition between the various parties was still extremely chaotic. Only the Frost Jade Peacock would be eliminated first. The other people's every move would tilt the entire situation, so they couldn't be underestimated. It would greatly affect the final outcome. Now, the main body of Giant Sun's will was temporarily pulled out of the 88-point Jinyang Tower by Fang Yuan's trump card, and was struck by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Giant Sun's will's strength was the strongest. On one hand, the main will was trying to return, on the other hand, he was risking his life to bring out the true inheritance's will clone, regaining control of the checkpoint. His priority was to kill the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyan. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyan unexpectedly became the owners of Imperial Court Blessed Land. With the protection of the Luck Path True Inheritance, his life was temporarily saved. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing formed a temporary alliance and had a tentative confrontation with He Lulan. He Lulan's battle intent surged. He was about to fight with Fang Yuan, but at this time, Giant Sun's will requested him to shift the battlefield to deal with Ma Hongyun and take back the Luck Path True Inheritance. He Lulan hesitated for a moment, but chose to listen to Giant Sun's will. I will let you off for now. He stared at Fang Yuan fiercely, before flying away like lightning. Fang Yuan watched him leave. He floated in the air and did not pursue. Huff! Tai Bai Yunqing let out a breath of turbid air, and flew to Fang Yuan's side. Although he was a Gu immortal, he was only proficient in healing, and he lacked a large number of mortal Gu. His battle strength was inferior to ordinary Gu immortals. After a battle of attrition, he finally killed the human phantom that was pestering him. He Lulan is going to deal with Ma Hongyun and take back the Luck Path True Inheritance. Should we join in? In Fang Yuan's mind, Mo Yao's will immediately suggested. This Luck Path True Inheritance was the supreme inheritance of Giant Sun Immortal. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal relied on it to dominate an era, becoming invincible in the world. To any Gu master, this Luck Path True Inheritance was an incomparably huge temptation. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered, but he did not move. Instead, he turned his gaze towards his left. Not far away from him, a whirlwind was gathering. Be careful, He Lulan's fist chi, even if it is scattered, it can still gather again. Tai Bai Yunqing warned. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He took a step and arrived in front of the whirlwind, smashing his fist down. Bam! With a muffled sound, the fist chi was scattered again. More than half of the fist chi had dissipated, but the remaining fist chi was still persistently gathering. It was just that the amount left was too little, it could not take form. This strength path killer move. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly grim. Strength path phantoms were a long-range attacking method of strength path, but this was the first time Fang Yuan had seen such an intelligent human strength phantom. This seemed to be an original creation. Even in the history of Gu masters that Fang Yuan knew of, there were no similar records. It could be called He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom. Most importantly, this He Lulan's Strength Path Phantom, even if it was scattered, could still gather again. This simply had the meaning of endless pestering. He Lulan definitely did not use his full strength. If he could erupt with 20 human strength phantoms at the same time, then the remnant fist chi could gather again. The might would be terrifying. If he could summon 30 human strength phantoms, then this strength path killer move would definitely be on par with your 6-arm heavenly zombie king. In his mind, Mo Yao's will evaluated with a heavy tone. What killer move is this? Do you have any recollection of it? Fang Yuan asked. Mo Yao's will shook his head. I am not a strength path Gu immortal. This killer move is extremely related to soul path and chi path. The thought process is very unique and innovative. It is very different from the style of the ancient times. I guess it should have been researched in this era. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King was researched by Fang Yuan, then perfected by Mo Yao. But there were so many geniuses in this world, they could be found everywhere. Fang Yuan was not the only one who could research a strength path killer move. Of course, Fang Yuan was most proficient in blood path in his previous life. Strength path was only a secondary cultivation. Tree Man swarmed over, gathering into a green wave. Bo! A grand wave was created, attempting to drown Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. But Giant Sun's luck path true inheritance. It was like a huge golden egg, firmly protecting the two. Giant Sun's will was cautious, he wanted to kill the otherworldly demon Zhao Lianyun, but he also needed to protect the one and only copy of Giant Sun's luck path true inheritance. He Lulan had just arrived, he hurriedly transmitted, "I will open the passage to true inheritance secluded domain now. Help me push forward the luck path true inheritance." He Lulan nodded, his majestic body shook as he punched with both fists, fist chi surging out. Bam bam bam, continuous muffled sounds resounded, the air surged, fist chi condensed into He Lulan's strength path phantoms one after another. 10. 20, 30, 40. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. Tai Baiyinsheng's expression turned pale, his eyes revealing intense wariness. 40 He Lulan's strength path phantoms pounced together. In a few blinks of an eye, they stood firmly around the luck path true inheritance. In the sky above the luck path true inheritance, a black crack suddenly appeared. Shortly after, the crack expanded, forming a huge circular passage. The passage was dark and deep, directly connecting to the true inheritance secluded domain. The strength path phantoms shouted together, stretching out their arms. They actually lifted Giant Sun's true inheritance slightly. The surrounding tree man also stretched out his huge claws, helping. Green python-like vines coiled over to help. Giant Sun's true inheritance erupted with dazzling light, the tree man melted like snow, the vines did not even last for 2 breaths of time before disappearing. The strength path phantoms continued to crumble, but soon after, they condensed again. He Lulan stood at the outer ring, he was the source of strength, it seemed to be endless, large numbers of strength path phantoms surged forward one after another. They gushed out. Under his hard work, Giant Sun's true inheritance slowly left the ground. At the same time, a powerful suction force erupted from the circular passage above. Like a huge mouth, it attempted to swallow Giant Sun's true inheritance back into its stomach. They can actually form at the same time. So many strength path phantoms. What killer move is this? Tai Baiyinsheng cried out involuntarily when he saw this shocking scene from afar. Mo Yao's will was also in his mind, he said to Fang Yuan, "Your strength path killer move specializes in close combat. He Lulan's killer move is the exact opposite of yours, it specializes in long-range combat. This killer move is on par with your 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. But in He Lulan's hands, the battle strength it can erupt with is several times greater than yours." He Lulan had one of the 10 extreme physiques, great strength true martial physique, but Fang Yuan did not. In Legends, Gu masters with great strength true martial physique not only had great strength, they also had endless strength and never lacked stamina. At the same time, their healing and recovery abilities were extremely shocking. Any strength path killer move, in the hands of a great strength true martial physique, would display extraordinary battle strength. What do we do now? Tai Baiyinsheng stood beside Fang Yuan, his eyes squinting as he watched He Lulan compete with Giant Sun's true inheritance. His tone was filled with regret as he continued, "This is the supreme true inheritance. Giant Sun's will wants to bring it back into true inheritance secluded domain, but unfortunately He Lulan is there, we cannot touch it." In his words, there was already a hint of He Lulan cannot be contended against. This was not surprising, Tai Baiyinsheng's personality was like this, he would play it safe and not be radical, he would only risk his life if he was forced into a dead end. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, but laughed softly. "What do we do?" He answered his own question. "Of course we go to true inheritance secluded domain. Tai Bai Yunsheng was astonished. True inheritance secluded domain. Mo Yao's will's body shook, he reacted and almost slapped his own thigh as he shouted in realization, right, there are no traces of giant sun's will in true inheritance secluded domain now. Those true inheritances have all become ownerless objects. Previously, these true inheritances contained giant sun's will, thus he could only use the token in his hand to obtain the true inheritance. But now it was different, giant sun's will was completely drawn out. A wild young will was born in the true inheritance, as long as he controlled it properly, he could refine it on his own. But you don't have much time left, giant sun's main will outside the tower will return soon. This amount of time is probably only enough for you to take one true inheritance. Mo Yao's will reminded, Fang Yuan, which true inheritance should you take, you need to think about it clearly. At this time, Tai Bai Yunsheng had also thought through this, he asked another crucial question, this round is already under giant sun's will's control, how do we enter true inheritance secluded domain? The moment he said this, Fang Yuan took out fixed immortal travel immortal goo. This immortal goo had been given to Tai Bai Yunsheng for safekeeping, thus he was not surprised, his gaze focused on Fang Yuan. If I remember correctly, although fixed immortal travel is good, it can only take one person, right? That's right. Fang Yuan nodded, so open your immortal aperture and let me enter. I will transmit the scenes of true inheritance secluded domain to you through thoughts. Tai Bai Yunsheng patted his forehead, I almost forgot, I am already a goo immortal. The immortal apertures of rank 6 and 7 goo immortals were also called blessed lands. Imperial Court Blessed Land, Langya Blessed Land, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, they were all immortal apertures with vast space inside, like small worlds. Tai Bai Yunsheng's Tai Bai Blessed Land was no exception. Immediately, Fang Yuan lent fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunsheng and entered the immortal aperture, instilling the thoughts of true inheritance secluded domain scenes. Tai Bai Yunsheng activated fixed immortal travel goo, how could giant sun's will stop him? He could only let him enter true inheritance secluded domain first. True inheritance secluded domain was in chaos. Dozens of true inheritances were dominated by the newly born wild wills, they were like headless flies, rampaging around. From time to time, they collided with each other, creating sparks as they were continuously damaged. This scene made Mo Yao's heart ache, quickly make your choice, Fang Yuan. These true inheritances are destroying each other, if the damage is severe, even if you get them, you might lose their essence. As for Fang Yuan, he did not have much time left, he could only take one true inheritance. Regarding this, Fang Yuan already had a plan. He said solemnly, Mo Yao, I need your help. Speak. Point me to the location of the final supreme true inheritance. Fang Yuan's words caused Mo Yao to be stunned. Immediately after, her eyes and mouth opened wide, her mind was in extreme shock. In 88-point Jinyang Tower, there were 3 supreme true inheritances. Mo Yao was very clear, when Fang Yuan entered true inheritance secluded domain, she had given him pointers. The first supreme true inheritance was rank 9 wisdom goo. The second supreme true inheritance was giant sun immortal's luck path inheritance. The third supreme true inheritance was 88-point Jinyang Tower itself. That was to say, if one obtained this true inheritance, they would be able to control 88-point Jinyang Tower. Why didn't I think of that? Mo Yao mumbled, Giant Sun's will has been completely mobilized, this is the best time to seize control of 88-point Jinyang Tower. That's right. Giant Sun's will was too preoccupied with dealing with Zhao Lianyun, he exposed his greatest weakness, thus giving us a chance to turn the tables. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with an unstoppable sharp light. He looked around, his chest burning with the flames of ambition. The enemy's weakness was acutely grasped by him. Success or failure depended on this, as long as he could take control of 88-point Jinyang Tower, he would have the home advantage. At that time, no matter how strong Giant Sun's will was, he would be a drowning dog locked outside the door. Looking at the tightly shut door, he could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 629. Fong Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing moved forward in the True Inheritance Secret Realm. The pitch-black True Inheritance Secret Realm no longer had its previous order and tranquility. It was all because giant sun's will had been drawn out, causing the tens of true inheritances to become ownerless, and in a very short period of time, wild wills were born. These true techniques were like colorful meteors, flying at high speed in this dark space, interweaving with each other to form a huge net of light. Who? Another true legacy suddenly rushed over from Fong Yuan's front left. This true inheritance was only the size of a bowl. It emitted a dazzling silver light. It almost brushed past Fong Yuan. The brilliant silver light shone on Fong Yuan and Tai Bai Yunqing's faces. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces, and their eyes were filled with solemnity and nervousness. These true inheritances had extraordinary power, they all had their own mysteries, almost all of the goo worms contained within were immortal goo. Neither Fong Yuan nor Tai Bai Yunqing could afford it. Especially now, the true inheritances were being led by new wild wills, who knew when the power of immortal goo would erupt. It was completely unpredictable. Shuttling through this place was like dancing on a tightrope of death. The speed of these true disciples is getting faster and faster. Haven't you found the target yet? Tai Bai Yunqing shouted at Fong Yuan, but his voice was trembling. Soon, Fong Yuan replied. He also felt the pressure getting heavier and heavier. Even though he was a flying master with superb skills, he still felt the pressure. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. Not good, hide quickly. Mo Yao's will in Fong Yuan's mind hurriedly warned. Not far ahead, two true inheritances collided, and in the intense sound waves, several goo worms were destroyed on the spot. Before Tai Bai Yunqing could feel his heart ache, his face turned pale. The collision changed the original flight direction of the two inheritances, causing one of them to be bright yellow. Towards the two of them. At the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunqing quickly activated all of his defensive goo worms, setting up over 100 defensive lines around Fong Yuan and himself. The true inheritors were ferociously charging over, crushing all the defensive lines with ease. However, during this slight delay, Tai Bai Yunqing managed to gain some crucial time. It allowed Fong Yuan and himself to have a time shift. A sharp whistling sound pierced through the eardrums of the two. The true inheritance meteor left behind a beautiful flame tail as it shot forward. In the blink of an eye, they were 10,000 steps away from Fong Yuan and Zhang Xian. Most of my defensive goo worms have been destroyed. Tai Bai Yunqing's expression was miserable. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's retreat. Tai Bai Yunqing wanted to retreat. Fong Yuan frowned. He had long understood Tai Bai Yunqing's temperament. The older a person was, the more timid they became. Tai Bai Yunqing lacked the adventurous spirit to fight, he could heal others, but life and death struggles were not his forte. Just as Fong Yuan was preparing words to rouse Tai Bai Yunqing's fighting spirit, Mo Yao's will suddenly screamed in his mind, "Look, it's above your heads. It's right above your heads. We found it." Fong Yuan's mind was roused as he looked up. Sure enough, he saw a supreme true inheritance flying slowly. The true inheritance light lump speed was not fast, it was a clear contrast to the surrounding ordinary true inheritances. It was the size of an adult, its whole body silently emitted an orange-red light, giving people a warm feeling. The surrounding true inheritances. When it flew near, it would take the initiative to detour and change its direction. Between goo worms, there would be pressure when they were 2 ranks higher. The prestige of a supreme true inheritance was not something ordinary true inheritances or unparalleled true inheritances could offend. Let's go. Fong Yuan was overjoyed, he called out to Tai Bai Yunqing. He immediately flew over. Hold on. All of you, hold on. Yi Lui Sang's eyes were red, he shouted as he activated his goo worms, emitting fierce flames. The flames burned. They rapidly spread. The golden-horned leopard group attacking them was extremely resistant to high temperature. But Yi Lui Sang's flames borrowed the power of an immortal gu. The golden-horned leopard group quickly melted in the flames, turning into pools of golden mud. Seeing this, the surrounding gu masters cheered in joy. Lord Yi Lui Sang is mighty. Fortunately, the Lord was with us. Otherwise, we would have been in grave danger. Yi Lui Sang breathed roughly. He was flustered, exasperated, helpless and furious. Damn it, what is going on? First, Tai Bai Yunsheng ascended to Gu Immortal, then Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, the 10-year snow calamity wreaked havoc, and finally, 88-point Jinyang Tower suddenly sucked us in. I thought we had escaped the trap, but the round in the tower actually activated again. If I had known this, I would not have participated in this competition for the Lord of Imperial Court. Yi Lui Sang cursed in his heart. Not only him, even Ming Jia, Luo Bo Jun, Gu Guolong and the other survivors were kept in the dark, not knowing the truth. These people were Northern Plains Gu masters who were stationed in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Imperial Court Blessed Land had countless holes in it. The 10-year snow calamity poured in and wreaked havoc, killing almost all the mortals. Low-rank Gu masters also suffered heavy casualties. But later, Giant Sun's Will took some time out of his busy schedule and saved some of these bloodline descendants. Yi Lui Sang and the others were placed in the Golden Leopard round. When Fong Yuan used his final trump card, he temporarily pulled Giant Sun's Will out of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Without Giant Sun's Will controlling the round, large numbers of golden-horned leopards inside started to attack Yi Lui Sang and the others. Outside 88-point Jinyang Tower, the golden sand-like Giant Sun's Will wrapped around the tower, like an incomparably thick armor. The terrifying heavenly calamity and earthly calamity had already been refined into one, mixing into one color, connecting the heavens and the earth. It was a vast expanse of snow-white, as if it was an enormous cocoon, tightly wrapping the 88 Truyang building and Giant Sun's Will within. Outside the cocoon, intense winds howled and sharp ice blades danced around. Inside the cocoon, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and hailstones rained down like a torrential rain. Crack! A snow-white electric light suddenly formed in the shape of a trident. The odd-shaped lightning descended from the sky, fiercely stabbing into Giant Sun's Will. Snow War Tribulation Lightning. Giant Sun's Will roared in anger. From this ruthless attack, large numbers of Giant Sun's Wills were destroyed. On the golden sand-like armor, a huge wound was revealed. This Snow War Tribulation Lightning had unparalleled power. It was extraordinary. Gu immortals saw it and their expressions changed. This was one of the publicly recognized 10 great catastrophes. Just this attack alone destroyed an unknown number of Giant Sun's Wills. But Giant Sun's Will was ultimately left behind by an immortal venerable. Its foundation was extremely strong. On the golden sand-like armor, the wound was quickly mended and healed. Just that, other than the Snow War Tribulation Lightning, there were still flying needles, explosive hailstones, heartless wind sides etc. These changes. Originally, there were none. When Tai Bai Yunsheng ascended, he left behind the heavenly calamity chaotic lightning ball, the earthly calamity shackling smoke signal, and the 10-year blizzard calamity. The heavenly calamity and earthly calamity continued to pour down, as though it carried the majestic anger of the world. Giant Sun's Will resisted with all his might. The losses were heavy. Soon. In just half a minute, I will be able to break through the obstruction, and enter 88-point Jinyang Tower again. To actually dare to chase me out of the tower and lock me outside. I will peel off your skin and bones, grind your bones into ashes, and make you wish you were dead. Giant Sun's Will thought of Fong Yuan. He had already escaped from his anger. Inside 88-point Jinyang Tower, there was still a small portion of Giant Sun's Will. Right now, it was controlling the Tree Man round, wholeheartedly activating Tree Man, trying to push Giant Sun's inheritance back into True Inheritance secluded domain. Be gentle, don't be too rough. This is the only copy in the world. Giant Sun's Will continue to take care of Hei Lulan. Hei Lulan was extremely angry, but she could only be gentle. Giant Sun Immortal only left behind one luck path true inheritance. If it was destroyed, it could no longer be restored. Precisely because of this, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, who were inside the luck path true inheritance, were able to survive for now. The two of them hugged each other tightly, helplessly looking at the huge light ball of the luck path true inheritance being pushed into the circular passage above their heads. Even though in Fang Yuan's previous life, they were both famous people. They had both become Gu immortals. But right now, they were too weak. One was a newly advanced rank 3 Gu master, while the other was a mortal who had not even started on her cultivation path. Tai Bai Yunsheng and that Chang Shan Yin have disappeared. They have all disappeared. He Lu Lan could not help but remind them as they were about to succeed. Ever since Fang Yuan disappeared, he had been feeling uneasy. No need to care about them. In a while, my main bodies will return. At that time, even if 2 or 3 more Gu immortals come, they will not be able to do anything. Now, send the luck path true inheritance into true inheritance secluded domain. Most luck path Gu worms are formless and have no substance. Only there can truly imprison these Gu worms. Giant Sun's Will's voice resounded in He Lulan's ears. He Lulan nodded, giving a low shout and exerting strength. At once, 50 strength path phantoms appeared. These strength path phantoms had extraordinary intelligence. They all pounced towards the luck path true inheritance. Enduring the blazing light of the true inheritance, they pushed it up together. The luck path true inheritance was finally pushed into true inheritance secluded domain by this force. The passageway closed. Success. Giant Suns will let out a breath of turbid air. Almost at the same time, the majestic main bodies will also charged in from outside the tower. Giant Sun's Will, who was in charge of the Tree Man round, returned. The two fused into one, immediately sharing their memories. Fang Yuan, where are you? The main bodies will roared with a vengeance. Greetings to Ancestor. He Lulan bowed deeply, showing a joyful expression. The main bodies was like a small sun, shining over 10,000 li with awe-inspiring might. It could be said that He Lulan had helped Giant Sun's Will a lot. Giant Sun's Will was just about to praise him, when he suddenly shouted in anger, "You are courting death. You actually want to refine my 88-point Jinyang Tower." In True Yang's secluded domain, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng stretched out their palms, pressing on the true inheritance light lump. Their faces were pale and their bodies were trembling. Quick! Just a little more and we will succeed. In his mind, Mo Yao's Will shouted anxiously. Chapter 630. In True Inheritance secluded domain, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng stood on the left and right, their forepalms tightly grasping the supreme true inheritance. Thanks to the guidance of Mo Yao's Will, along with the fact that Giant Sun's Will had been drawn out, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng were able to come into contact with the true inheritance. The most crucial point was that there was no primeval energy in True Inheritance secluded domain. Wild Gu worms could directly absorb the primeval energy in the surrounding air and activate themselves. Without primeval energy, most wild Gu would lose their power. This was also one of the reasons why Giant Sun's Will wanted to push Giant Sun's luck path true inheritance back into True Inheritance secluded domain. The original Supreme True Inheritance was emitting a warm orange-red light. Right now, in Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng's hands, there were 3 colors. Silver-white occupied the main body. It was refined by Tai Bai Yunsheng using a Gu Immortal's will. The second color was Fang Yuan's gray. The third color was Mo Yao's black. Silver-white was the most common, followed by gray and black. 88-point Jinyang Tower was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. It had an extremely large number of Gu worms. Fang Yuan and the rest had no choice but to go all out to refine 88-point Jinyang Tower as soon as possible. It could be said, be it Fang Yuan or Tai Bai Yunsheng, they had given it their all. Just a bit more, put in more effort. Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted anxiously. Giant Suns will return to Tru Yang Building. Its angry roar was heard by the three. The adult-sized ball of light only had a trace of orange-red color left. As long as this color corrosion was engulfed, 88-point Jinyang Tower would have a new owner. The battle situation would greatly lean towards Fang Yuan's side. But at the last moment, Giant Suns will attacked furiously. The will left behind by an immortal venerable was truly extraordinary. Together with this will, it was the owner of 88-point Jinyang Tower to begin with. In an instant, the last trace of orange was replaced by a dazzling golden light. Seeing this color, Fang Yuan and the others' hearts sank. This meant that Giant Suns will had refined the last bit of space. Youngsters, you guys are really audacious. How dare you set your sights on the 88-point Jinyang Tower? I will make you pay the heaviest price in the world. From the ball of light in his hand, the roar of Giant Suns will resounded. Quick! Giant Suns will is only a sliver. Let's do our best and attack together. We must exterminate him. Fang Yuan roared. Tai Bai Yunsheng was sweating profusely. There was no need for anyone to remind him, he already knew what was most important at hand. The two of them shouted and exerted their strength at the same time, stirring up the army of thoughts. They launched a fierce charge towards the last shred of ground. Giant Sun's will's roar came to an abrupt stop, as he used all his strength to block the attacks of Fang Yuan and the rest. Although his main body was huge, he had only refined a sliver of the true inheritance, and the ground he occupied was too little. Even with the vast and majestic military strength, it far surpassed the Will Alliance army of Fang Yuan and the rest. But without a spacious area to spread out the military strength, the battle strength they could display was not even a 10,000th of the main body. The newly born Wild Will in the Supreme True Inheritance had already been completely destroyed. The True Inheritance light orb was quiet. It became a battlefield for Fang Yuan and the rest to fight against Giant Sun's will. A contest of wills. They had their own mystical skills. But be it Fang Yuan or Tai Bai Yunsheng, they were not true soul path Gu masters. Fang Yuan could be said to have only learned it recently, while Tai Bai Yunsheng was even more of a novice, and could only rely on his instincts to activate his thoughts. As for Giant Sun Immortal's soul path attainment, it was definitely extraordinary. Unfortunately, the enemy was only using the special will he had left behind. Thus, the battle of wills was not fancy at all. The moment the battle started, it was a head-on clash, a clash of blood and iron. After more than 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan and the rest had suffered heavy losses in their wills. Giant Sun's will's camp was small, not even 1% of the true inheritance light lump, but it did not budge. Giant Sun's main body's will was vast and majestic, and his military strength was endless. Every bit he lost, he would immediately replenish it. In contrast, Fang Yuan and the rest, although they had the advantage of having a spacious camp, their military strength was low, and soon, they were unable to continue. Oh no! We cannot get rid of Giant Sun's will, the situation is over. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression was deathly pale. The combined attack just now was their most powerful method, but it had no effect. Giant Sun's will laughed loudly. Fang Yuan and the rest lacked backup, and after enduring the most intense attack, it started to expand. On the true inheritance light lump, the golden color was expanding bit by bit. Fang Yuan and the rest stared with wide eyes, staring at it. They used all their strength, but could only slow down the expansion speed of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will was too terrifying. Even though he had been ambushed time and time again. A large portion of his will had been destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity outside Tru Yang Building. But the remaining portion, to Fang Yuan and the rest, was still as large as a mountain. This was the huge difference in strength, like a chasm between heaven and earth. We are going to lose. Tai Bai Yunsheng's tone was heavy. This is only a portion of the will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. It is hard to imagine how powerful was the Immortal Venerable when he was still alive. Damn it, there is only one last step left. Mo Yao's Will hugged her head, her voice was mixed with sobs. She was extremely regretful. If we were a step earlier, with just 3 breaths of time, we would have succeeded. No matter. Fang Yuan's expression was gloomy, he clenched his teeth. He did not give up, and said fiercely, based on the current situation, we will not be able to obtain 88-point Jinyang Tower. We cannot exterminate Giant Sun's will, and will be swallowed by him sooner or later. But we have not lost yet. Don't forget, there is still the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity outside True Yang building. You are saying? Tai Baiyincheng's expression changed, he instantly lost his voice. His temperament was weak, but he was not stupid. After being reminded by Fang Yuan, he immediately understood. That's right, if I cannot obtain it, others can forget about obtaining it. Since we cannot obtain 88-point Jinyang Tower, we might as well destroy it. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint, his tone was ice cold, causing people to shiver. This is 88-point Jinyang Tower. Mo Yao shouted, but her voice was getting weaker and weaker. She had to admit. This was the best way to get out of this predicament. Giant Sun's Will had finally killed his way into True Inheritance secret domain. You two little things, you actually dare to force me to this extent. 2 scheming scoundrels, your good days have come to an end. You have committed heinous crimes. Death is letting you off lightly. I will let you live a life worse than death. I will tear open your flesh, pull out your tendons, and let you bleed. I'm going to roast your souls in flames and let you taste endless pain at all times. The golden sand lake will roar like the sea, creating huge waves. He had been schemed against by Fang Yuan time and time again, and was bombarded by heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Giant Sun's Will's anger had already reached its peak, he swore to exterminate the culprit Fang Yuan. Compared to the golden waves, Fang Yuan and the others were as tiny as ants. The flying True Inheritances were engulfed by the golden waves, causing waves to explode, but they soon disappeared. Giant Sun's Will controlled these True Inheritances. They were once again in his hands. But most goo worms needed primeval essence or immortal essence to be activated. Giant Sun's Will alone could not use them. Right now, the majority of 88-point Jinyang Tower was controlled by Fang Yuan and the others. As long as Giant Sun's Will was not allowed to obtain Giant Sun's immortal essence, these goo worms could not be used. Let's begin. Fang Yuan shouted, his eyes shining with brilliance. Giant Sun's Will's powerful approach dispelled Tai Baiyincheng's hesitation. He was already completely tied to Fang Yuan's war chariot. He could only bite the bullet and follow. 88-point Jinyang Tower was originally shining brightly. But as Fang Yuan and the others moved, the light quickly dimmed until it disappeared. The golden sea of fury suddenly stopped. The next moment, Giant Sun's Will furiously roared, bastards. You actually stopped 88-point Jinyang Tower's operation, you damnable group of despicable and shameless scoundrels. Earlier, 88-point Jinyang Tower, although it had a new wild will, it was too young and was still operating according to its inertia. But now, Fang Yuan and the others had refined most of True Yang Tower and purposely stopped it from operating. No matter how strong a fortress was, it could not resist the collapse of its interior. Although 88-point Jinyang Tower did not collapse, it had stopped operating, only its shape was left, it no longer had any power. Without power, how could it resist the terrifying heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? Fang Yuan and the others could ignore 88-point Jinyang Tower. In any case, if this situation continued, they would not be able to obtain 88-point Jinyang Tower. But Giant Sun's Will could not ignore it. This was an inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. For the benefit of his descendants, he had to have this item. Giant Sun's Will was left behind by the Immortal Venerable's main body to manage 88-point Jinyang Tower. How could he watch as True Yang Tower was destroyed? Just you wait. The golden sand-like sea of will abruptly retreated. The vast Giant Sun's Will was like seawater, gushing out of the tower and forming a golden armor-like defense. To protect the fragile 88-point Jinyang Tower, giant sons will had no choice but to endure the destructive bombardment of the heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities again. But it did not completely retreat, it still left behind a will that surged like a river, charging towards Feng Yuan and the others. Feng Yuan, however, let out a breath of turbid air. Compared to the majestic raging sea earlier, although this will was strong, he could barely deal with it. Feng Yuan barely managed to free one hand and took out a goo from his pocket. It was Flying Bear Phantom Goo. Feng Yuan willed and casually tossed it. Flying Bear Phantom Goo flew forward and blossomed with a magnificent white light. After the white light dissipated, a huge flying bear protected Feng Yuan and the others, blocking the river of will. Damn it, it is Flying Bear Phantom Goo. Giant sons will cursed fiercely. Flying Bear Phantom Goo was rather special, although it was an immortal goo, it could be activated with just a thought, without the need for immortal essence. It was difficult to refine and difficult to feed, it had to consume the fresh flesh of a desolate beast flying bear every time. Thankfully, Feng Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land and could communicate with jewel yellow skies, thus he could feed this immortal goo. Even so, he had to pay a huge price. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.